Chapter 1, You are so rich and inhumane, you wrongly accuse me of being a virgin father. Coffee shop. I'm a virgin and you want me to pay child support? Gubei's eyes widened, feeling like his entire worldview was shattered. Just now, a sexy and intellectual female lawyer found Gubei who was skipping classes, and asked for the child's mother to pay the child support owed by Gubei, as well as the subsequent child support until the child reaches adulthood. Goddamn alimony. Mr. Gu, I don't doubt the truth that you are a virgin at all. The female lawyer in gray silk high heels slowly stood up, walked to Gubei's side, and clicked on a video on her phone. However, afterwards, you used the 800 yuan nutrition fee given by the hospital to buy 2 lipsticks for your goddess Li Weiwei. Fuck. Gubei's mouth twitched. He didn't have time to think about how such a socially embarrassing video got out. He quickly snatched the phone and deleted it in no time. He said with an unpleasant expression, I'm suing you for violating my privacy. Their SA backup. The female lawyer smiled slightly, took her phone and returned to her seat, then sat down, her hands elegantly stroking her hips. Mr. Gu, you can definitely take up legal weapons, but I guarantee you will lose miserably in court. So, I want to be a father? Gubei swallowed hard, and after getting the nod from the female lawyer, he was stunned for a long time, and couldn't sit still. No, this guy is sick. He pointed at his face, which can only be called the little Daniel Wu, and said excitedly, there are so many excellent genes in the gene bank, wouldn't it be better to be a sea turtle boss postdoctoral fellow? You have to find a poor student like me, isn't this just crazy? Mr. Gu, please don't say that. The female lawyer smiled playfully and handed out a donation registration form, which clearly stated, Gubei, who studied at Yale Business School, holds a PhD, and is the heir to a billionaire family. Gubei's face turned green. This was a completely fabricated story he had made up in order to defraud nutrition fees. This is a serious fraud. You must pay compensation and go to jail. The female lawyer gave a brief legal education on the spot, and then seeing that Gubei was very nervous, she smiled and comforted him. In fact, my client knows your true situation. You are the father of the child they all agree on. They? Gubei was stunned and sensed something wrong in the words. Yes, my clients are 2 ladies. They each gave birth to a baby after artificial insemination. So, the child support must be doubled. The female lawyer smiled brightly and did not forget to threaten, if Mr. Gu refuses to raise the child, the law will not let any dishonest person off. Gubei laughed. Until I signed the child support agreement in a daze. Considering that he is just a student and has no source of income, the child support is temporarily set at 4,000 yuan per month. If you start working in the future, 50% of your income will be used as child support. Hiss, my mom only gives me 1,000 a month for living expenses. Gubei counted on his fingers and felt like the sky was falling. For 18 years? I have never been married, I have no house, and I have no wife. Mom, I am going to be single. Mr. Gu, don't worry about this matter. My client has a job here that should be very suitable for you. Seeing this, the female lawyer interrupted with a smile and pulled out a document from the briefcase on OL's professional hip skirt. An employment agreement. A 20-year-old student who looks very similar to Daniel Wu, is 1.85 meters tall, and is studying at Jiangcheng University was hired to serve as the child's contractual father. Including but not limited to taking care of the child's daily life, healthy eating, and future study plans. Gubei's face was filled with black lines. This requirement was clearly a one-to-one replica of him. He suddenly felt like he was being tricked. As a real father, I applied to be the fake father of a child? The real thing is replaced by a fake? What the hell is this true and false substitute literature? Gubei's expression was a little difficult and the corners of his mouth couldn't stop twitching. This is a long-term employment contract, for 18 years, $4,000 a month. The female lawyer admired it with great interest, and her slender, rosy fingers pointed at the end of the document. Special emphasis is placed on this clause. 4,000? Just equal to my child support? Gubei raised his head with resentment and looked at the female lawyer. Do you think there are such coincidences in the world? He strongly suspected that he was being targeted by the Northern Myanmar group, so he immediately put him on a plane to go abroad to take care of his children. The gold is gone, and the kidneys are broken too. He resisted strongly. The female lawyer was not at all flustered. She raised the child support document in her hand and said, Mr. Gu, today is the day to pay child support. Do you want to pay by card or cash? As soon as he said this, Gubei looked down at the balance on his phone. $548.80. Very good. Totally out of stock, now you can book a sewing machine workshop. Gu Bei's heart was bleeding madly. You can get an advance on your salary for this job. The female lawyer said softly with a brighter smile on her face. Bullying an honest person. Gu Bei reached out to wipe away the non-existent tears, then signed his name on the employment agreement. 18 years of indentureship, how cruel. It's a pleasure to work with you. My name is Tang Qiuyue. I hope Mr. Gu can be happier when we meet next time. The female lawyer looked at the document with satisfaction, put it back into her backpack, and stretched out her slender hand with a smile. It's best not to see you. Gu Bei wanted to cry but had no tears, so he could only say something harsh, but he still pretended to reach out his hand. Gu Bei? Why are you here and who is she? At this moment, a cold female voice sounded. A girl wearing a green coffee apron but still graceful and charming walked out from the backstage studio, looking a little surprised. Looking at the sexy Tang Qiuyue, he frowned slightly and walked quickly towards her, immediately standing in front of Gu Bei, staring at Tang Qiuyue with the cold eyes on his beautiful face. This look is like protecting food. Tang Qiuyue did not answer, but just smiled playfully and looked at Gu Bei meaningfully. Gu Bei, you don't want your secret to be known by the goddess, right? At this moment, Gu Bei only felt the pain in his teeth, but his eyes were still gentle when he looked at goddess Li Weiwei. Weiwei, I'm here to pick you up from get off work. I heard from a friend that this area is not very safe recently and there are often hooligans coming and going. He was worried about Li Weiwei, so he skipped class and came here to wait. Unexpectedly, before the goddess arrived, two children who had never met before fell from the sky. Gu Bei, my heart is broken. Li Weiwei's expression softened but remained cold. In front of Gu Bei, she glanced at Tang Qiuyue. Who is she? This person is wearing black stockings and a tight skirt and is so sexy. What on earth is she trying to do? She was worried that Gu Bei would be cheated accidentally. Forehead. Gu Bei was speechless and didn't know how to answer. But Tang Qiuyue stood up, blinked at him, and turned away. A hint of coldness flashed across Li Weiwei's eyes. Before Tang Qiuyue went out, she did not forget to pout her plump, fiery red lips and blew a sweet kiss. Handsome boy, nice to meet you. Gu Bei, who was about to breathe a sigh of relief, was stunned and suddenly looked up at the goddess Li Weiwei beside him. A lifetime of innocence, all ruined. Goblin, you are playing with fire. Chapter 2 Gu Bei, I sent for, I don't know. Snort. Li Weiwei snorted coldly, turned around and left. Her long flowing black hair fluttered in the air and brushed across Gu Bei's nose. The subtle aroma of coffee hits me. Among them, there is a hint of the fresh fragrance of a young girl. Actually. Li Weiwei didn't listen to the explanation and went straight back to the bar, skillfully handling the coffee utensils on the bar. She had those clear willow-shaped eyebrows and only had tools in her hands. Gu Bei, who followed her to the bar, was simply ignored by her. It was as if the person standing in front of me was not a person, but air. Gu Bei, who had suffered a sudden disaster and had 2 grown children, was already in a depressed mood. Now he was suffering from an unexpected disaster caused by Gu Lanyue's hateful little devil lawyer. Gu Bei felt like vomiting blood. This society is too dangerous for a 20-year-old kid like him. Weiwei, I don't know that woman. No, actually I just met her, but we are not familiar with each other at all. She took the initiative. No, that woman is a bad person. Seeing that Li Weiwei completely ignored him and concentrated on cleaning the table, Gu Bei was somewhat incoherent. He explained frantically, trying to prove his innocence. But with every word he said, the strength in Li Weiwei's hands increased, and then she turned around and faced Gu Bei. Damn Gu Bei. Go find your black silk skirt, I don't want to see you. Forehead. Seeing that the goddess was unhappy, Gu Bei grabbed his head with both hands and racked his brains, feeling like his head was about to explode. Damn this tight skirt, it ruins my innocence. At this moment, a man wearing a coffee apron and looking delicate put down the coffee in his hand and walked up to Gu Bei. Dear customer, if you don't want to order, please go back and don't harass our employees here. He blocked Gu Bei's view, gave a professional smile, and extended his hand in a gesture of invitation. Yang Tongwei. The barista in the coffee shop also likes Li Weiwei, and often approaches Li Weiwei in a polite manner. Of course, Gu Bei was also disgusted a lot. Slight. Gu Bei simply ignored it and continued to explain. But at this moment, Yang Tongwei's voice suddenly rose several times, and he immediately interrupted. Dear customer, our employees are not the ones you flirted with just now, so please don't harass us anymore. These words echoed throughout the coffee shop. Gubei suddenly felt the scrutiny of countless pairs of eyes, as if a thorn in his back. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the disgusting Yang Tongwei in front of him. That's enough. I'll let the boss come back later and tell him about this. At this moment, Li Weiwei, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke, and her cold words made Yang Tongwei's face freeze. If the boss knew that he scolded customers like this, he probably wouldn't look at him in a good face. But soon, Yang Tongwei returned to his peaceful smile, not disguising his intentions. Xiaowei, I'm helping you. He looks like a caring older brother. But Gubei just felt a stench. Thank you, but you don't need to worry about it. Gubei and I are classmates. Li Weiwei wiped the last cup and turned around. There was only Gubei in her eyes. Although her eyes were full of coldness, Gubei was smiling. He waved, turned around and returned to his seat, sitting quietly, waiting for the end of get-off work. As for Yang Tongwei, he felt a little embarrassed. A gloomy look flashed across his face and he quickly lowered his head. But when he raised his head again, his expression was gentle. Okay, Xiaowei, I'm just worried about you. Seeing this, Gubei felt even more like vomiting. What a hermaphrodite. Fortunately, Weiwei rarely pays attention to a jerk like Yang Tongwei who says one thing on the surface but does another behind the scenes. Gubei sat back in his seat and couldn't help but think of the contract he had signed previously. Suddenly, there were two more big things. Well. He took a sip of his coffee and shook his head slightly. Inexplicably, I felt that the burden on my shoulders suddenly became much heavier, and the most urgent task was two words: make money. After all, I'm a father now, I can't not be able to afford diapers for my child. But the balance on my cell phone is heartbreaking. Gubei thought for a while and finally decided to betray himself, so he called his roommate He Xiaoyu. Hello? Help! A vulgar voice suddenly rang out from the other end of the line. Wow. Help? Could it be that you've been licking me for almost 3 years, and I really let you succeed? Shit, now I'm jealous. But since the child has finally grown up, it's time to shed his fledgling wings. If you need any money, just tell Daddy. Mister, he will pay for all the food today. Hearing the other party's unreliable voice, Gubei suddenly felt upset. It is obvious that I am the father of the entire dormitory. Don't talk nonsense. Things are not what you think. Brother has other difficulties. Didn't you tell me before that there's a rich woman in school who wants to hire an errand boy? What do you think of me? Gubei took a deep breath and spoke quickly. His good roommate He Xiaoyu is not a serious person, but he is the best in the whole school. At hand, you have a wealth of information. It was Xiaoyu who talked about the rich woman recruiting followers in the dormitory, and she coaxed her brothers into selling themselves in pursuit of fame and fortune. At that time, Gubei, who was wholeheartedly devoted to Li Weiwei, had no intention of sacrificing himself for money. But in just less than a day, he felt that the bottom line could sometimes be flexibly lowered a little bit. After all, he was the father of 2 children. Ha 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 ha. You finally figured it out. On the other side of the phone, Xiaoyu's extremely excited and hearty laughter came, and then he said meaningfully, this time, you are lucky. Not only will you get money, but you'll also get to see beautiful women. Remember to not forget your brothers when you hook up with a rich woman. Gubei was stunned. What beauty! A beauty who is prettier than your goddess Li Weiwei. He Xiaoyu said without hesitation on the other end of the phone. Gubei rolled his eyes. Tisk. He didn't even believe what she said. She just wanted him to take on the task by saying some deceptive words. After all, if you really want to be as beautiful as a fairy, why would you need to hire followers? With a hook of her little hand, countless suitors came one after another. Beep. After a while, the call was hung up. Gubei put down his phone, took a sip of coffee, and stared at Li Weiwei's cold and beautiful profile under her busy figure. Just one glance and you can't take your eyes off it. Ding. 4,000 renminbi has been deposited into your Alipay account. At this moment, the mobile phone screen suddenly lit up. He looked down and saw that his good brother had an extra gift package coming. There is just a line of notes below. No matter what you do, $4,000 is enough. If it doesn't work, I will sell the 4th brother as a ditch. See you later. Gubei raised the corner of his mouth slightly. See you later. Chapter 3 Goddess, what are you standing there for? Cafes. As the sky gradually darkened in the sunset, a golden afterglow fell, enveloping the entire cafe and dyeing it with a layer of orange-red gauze. In the huge coffee shop, countless guests left one after another, disappearing over the horizon in the warm afterglow. Soon, Gu Bei was the only guest left. On the wall, 1830. It's time to get off work. After wiping the coffee utensils one by one, Li Weiwei untied her green coffee apron and walked towards the workroom with graceful steps. The last ray of crimson afterglow fell on the tall and slender figure, perfectly showing the graceful curves. But Gu Bei's eyes stayed on that fair face, with clear contours, beautiful lines, and a pointed chin slightly raised, with an innate pride and confidence. Gu Bei knew. She is always the most outstanding. After just a few minutes, Li Weiwei's long and firm thighs stepped out, and stopped for a second when passing Gu Bei. I'm leaving. Finally, the cold voice sounded. Gu Bei, who had been waiting, raised the corner of his mouth slightly and immediately stood up with a grin. Yes, Mandan. Li Weiwei turned her head away, ignored it and walked towards the door. At this moment, young Tongwei, who had hurriedly changed into a cycling leather jacket, rushed over. Xiaowei, wait a moment. You are going back to Jiangcheng University, right? I am going there too, how about giving it to you on the way? He stood straight, and with a gentle look on his face, he pointed at a cooler motorcycle parked at the door. Puff. Gu Bei took a glance and couldn't stop laughing. Where did this ghost fire boy come from? Does he think he can trick Li Weiwei away like this? Then why would he have to lick her for 2 years before becoming the first man to get close to Li Weiwei? You. Yang Tongwei frowned slightly and glanced at Gu Bei coldly, but when he turned to look at Li Weiwei, he was still peaceful. No, thank you. Li Weiwei didn't even turn her head and continued to walk out. Weiwei. Yang Tongwei widened his eyes, a little stunned. You know, your car is so cool, even if you are not tempted, you shouldn't be so indifferent. He. At this moment, Gu Bei stood in front of Yang Tongwei, chuckled, and immediately followed Li Weiwei's footsteps. Weiwei, what do you want to eat today? It's my treat. One in front and one behind, in the dim afterglow, the two figures gradually overlapped. Grass. An idiot and a bitch, just wait for me. When the two walked away, Yang Dongwei, who had originally had a gentle expression on his face, suddenly started cursing with an extremely cold look in his eyes. If you don't have the face I give you, don't blame me for playing dirty tricks. Immediately, he took out his cell phone and made a call, with an obscene smile on his face. Weiwei, what do you think of this little cake? It looks very appetizing. If cake doesn't work, how about chicken fillet? Sprinkle it with chili powder, it's so authentic. If all else fails, how about we have some barbecue? Sweet potato skin is a good thing, it tastes delicious. On the way back to school, Gu Bei recommended various delicious foods to Li Weiwei like a shopping guide. After all, I'm tired after working. Eat something good and reward your body. Unfortunately, Li Weiwei was not interested in any of them, but she did not refuse. She just smiled slightly and walked briskly. At this time, it was already late. The dim street lights were a bit dim, and the whole street looked a bit dark. Gu Bei followed behind Li Weiwei and picked up the flashlight to illuminate the road ahead. OL. Little brat. Shoot your uncle. What the hell, shoot it in my face. Suddenly, two cursing and roaring voices rang out, and they appeared in front of the light with arrogant steps. One has yellow hair and wears a black vest, and the one next to him has dyed green hair and wears a big gold chain. The person who comes here has no good intentions? Seeing this, Gu Bei quickly stood in front of Li Weiwei and protected her behind him. Today, I won't be so unlucky, right? Hey! Where did this beautiful lady come from? I'm going to book you for the night, come on. Boy, you were the one who shot us just now, right? Hand over all the money you have, or I'll kill you. Two rough voices mixed with the pungent smell of smoke came. Gu Bei frowned slightly and took a step back with Li Weiwei. I'm so unlucky today. Am I a born unlucky person? Gu Bei, feeling somewhat depressed, quietly reached into his trouser pocket. Shoot them. But at this moment, the silent Li Weiwei suddenly took out a can of anti-wolf spray from her backpack and took 3 steps forward with her long legs. Gu Bei did as he was told and swept the flashlight across. Court death. I suck it. The two gangsters subconsciously closed their eyes and raised their arms high, but just as they opened their eyes with anger. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A strong irritating mist instantly gushed out and filled the air. The two people's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. They covered their eyes in pain and fell to the ground, rolling around and screaming. Ah! Li Weiwei did not stop, and while the two men were lying on the ground, she went up and kicked them fiercely. Crack! Faintly, I seemed to hear the sound of broken bones. Gubei stood where he was, slightly opening his mouth, looking at Li Weiwei, who was walking like the wind, in some astonishment. Li Weiwei turned her head and met Gubei's perspective. A trace of surprise flashed across her face, but she quickly regained her composure. Walk! The pair of fair jade hands tightly grasped Gubei's hands, pulled them up, and rushed forward. Hold hands! First time holding hands! Gubei ran after Li Weiwei, his mind was filled with excitement. He could feel the coolness and softness on his palms, like a 1,000-year-old jade, making him unable to let go. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Hands clenched tighter. Oops. But suddenly, the graceful figure in front suddenly stopped, her feet became dizzy, and she was about to fall to the ground. Gubei came back to his senses, exerted force with his left hand, grabbed Li Weiwei, and took her into his arms with his right hand. What's wrong? Weiwei. He looked at her nervously and found that countless tiny beads of sweat were oozing out of Li Weiwei's fair forehead, and one of her hands was pressed tightly on her ankle. No. It's okay, let's keep going. Li Weiwei gritted her teeth, endured the pain, leaned on Gubei's body and slowly stood up, looking back with cold eyes. It seems that there are two figures. It's okay, leave it to me. Gubei said seriously as he felt the beauty in his arms, her fragrance filling his nose. Li Weiwei didn't say anything, but just looked at Gubei with some confusion. Just when Gubei wanted to explain. Boom! A cool black motorcycle suddenly rushed out from the side, and it spun and drifted very handsomely and stopped in front of Gubei and others. Xiaowei, what's wrong with you? Do you need help? The helmet was slowly taken off, revealing Yang Tongwei's self-proclaimed handsome face and 8 pure white teeth. Although there were some errors, it was still within his calculations. Hero saves beauty. Need. At this moment, Gubei also smiled, a bright smile, and he stretched out his hand and patted Yang Tongwei on the shoulder. Yang Tongwei? Who are you? Don't get involved. Call out. But the next second, Yang Tongwei only felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, and then his body tumbled uncontrollably towards the sky, spinning around, and fell heavily to the ground. He suddenly felt like a twisted shrimp in pain, his face flushed and he pointed at Gubei, wanting to say something. But Gubei still smiled brightly, turned over and sat on the motorcycle. Beauty, would you like to take a ride? From behind, there were the sounds of thugs cursing. Li Weiwei glanced at Gubei with a little surprise, and her pair of tight and fleshy thighs instantly straddled him, and her tight and round buttocks fell on the back seat. Gubei twisted the accelerator handle, turned around and gave a seductive smile to Yang Tongwei, who was still lying in pain on the ground. Thanks, brother. Boom. With a beautiful woman by your side, you can ride away from the others. Chapter 4 Goddess, enough. You are so bad. The wind was howling all around her. Li Weiwei unconsciously put her hands on Gubei's shoulders, glanced at the rearview mirror, and said something inexplicably. A smile appeared on that face that had been frozen for thousands of years. Because in the mirror, the originally aggressive gangster suddenly stopped and hurriedly helped Yang Tongwei up. Then, Yang Tongwei was anxiously jumping on the spot, pointing his finger forward and cursing something. He looks like a circus clown. Women don't love men unless they are bad. What do you think? Listening to the silver bell-like sound beside his ears, Gubei raised his lips slightly and said meaningfully. Various movie and TV scenes appeared in his mind. One break and throw yourself into his arms. His hand that was tightly gripping the accelerator loosened and silently fell on the brake, waiting for the opportunity to come. I don't think that's possible. But Li Weiwei seemed to be able to see through his thoughts. She said calmly and stuffed the bag in front of herself. Even though the distance is so close, there is an extra layer of barrier. Gubei suddenly felt unhappy, his face drooped, and he said weakly, why are you always so smart? This makes me look stupid. Behind Gubei, Li Weiwei did not answer, but just looked sideways at the beautiful street scene passing by quickly on the side of the road. As the breeze blew at dawn and fresh air fell, a hint of comfort appeared on her cool face, and her moist and pink cherry lips slightly lifted up. Unfortunately, Gubei couldn't see it at all. A trace of helplessness flashed across Gubei's face. He wanted to look back, but a slender, snow-white hand fell on his cheek. Straighten your head. Suddenly, a feeling as cold as jade came over him, and the silky touch instantly cleared Gu Bei's wandering thoughts. Don't look back, drive carefully, idiot. Gu Bei's ears instantly perked up, and he vaguely felt that the word fool was somewhat playful. But immediately, he denied himself. How could someone like Li Weiwei have such a cute voice? I must have heard it wrong. She should just be more careful. After all, if you are not careful, the gun may go off accidentally. The story turns into an accident. Call. Gu Bei let out a long sigh, focused his attention on the road ahead, and only thought about what happened today. I was in a good mood, but now I feel a little helpless. When I woke up, I had 2 grown-up children. The next 18 years of my life were locked up. How could I give Li Weiwei a bright future? You know, now he can't even support the 3 rebellious kids in his dormitory. Moreover, she had no contact and gave birth to 2 children while still a virgin. Even if this kind of thing was on the 1818 GoldenEye program, it would still be an extremely abstract and outrageous thing. But when Li Weiwei slowly moved her slender and tender hand, slid it down to Gu Bei's waist, and held it tightly, Gu Bei's worries suddenly disappeared. After all, when the child comes, the father will block him. When the girl comes, the body will cover her. Let's take it one step at a time. Half an hour later, Gu Bei drove Li Weiwei back to Jiangcheng University and stopped at the school gate in a handsome and elegant manner. After getting off the bus, I looked through the dim light. Gu Bei saw that there was a red and swollen spot with a small bulge on Li Weiwei's slender jade-like feet. It's heartbreaking at first sight. Weiwei, let me take you home. Gu Bei hurriedly stepped forward, stretched out his hand to hold Li Weiwei, and helped her out of the car. No, I'll let my roommate. Li Weiwei refused softly as usual, but she remembered that it was the weekend and her roommates would either go home or go out. There is no one in the dormitory now. She tried to jump up on one foot, but the fading adrenaline caused her beautiful and cold brows to frown slightly. Hiss. Your private car driver, Xiao Bei, has arrived at the designated location. Gu Bei raised the corners of his mouth slightly and rubbed his hands with a little excitement. He came directly in front of Li Weiwei, squatted slightly, revealing his strong back, waiting for Li Weiwei to get in the car. Sit down on the tight and sexy hip-hugging jeans. Although it was dark at night, it was only a few hours and there was never a shortage of spectators at the entrance of the university, with countless students casting curious glances. Some even took out their cell phones and turned on the flashlight. Li Weiwei pursed her lips and looked helplessly at Gu Bei, who was facing away from her and was extremely excited. This fool, how come he suddenly came to his senses today? I'm coming up. She nodded imperceptibly, half crouched down nervously, and her already plump breasts suddenly became tense, while her slender hands had already wrapped around Gu Bei's neck, refusing to let go. 2 people, close posture. Li Weiwei's cold little face suddenly turned sideways, a hint of embarrassment appeared on her face. Along the way, he took advantage of her from time to time and finally the goddess got angry. Then both of them fell silent. 15 minutes later. Downstairs in the women's dormitory. Gu Bei still kept his head down, looking at his hands, feeling a little ashamed. Why did he suddenly become so dishonest? He strongly suspected that someone was controlling him with a mouse. How should I explain this to the goddess? Gu Bei, thank you. But suddenly, a soft voice sounded. Gu Bei looked up and met Li Weiwei's big watery eyes. Gu Bei was stunned for a moment. Why does the goddess seem different today than usual? Could it be that today's disguised heroic act of saving the beauty has won me a lot of favor? Then I must not let the goddess misunderstand me. I must be a good person and not learn bad things from others. His mind raced in surprise, and he waved his hands subconsciously and blurted out, I don't know the woman in the cafe. I am most afraid of the sudden silence in the air. Snort! Li Weiwei's originally gentle face suddenly showed a hint of coldness, and she turned around and jumped into the girls' dormitory. A rotten tree cannot be carved. Silly Gu Bei, no brains. Just be single forever. Chapter 5 Cute School Beauty. Little Goozy, hurry up and tell Daddy about today's performance. You'd better spend the $4,000 wisely. When Gu Bei returned to the dormitory dejectedly, He Xiaoyu, the true ape god, came up to him and shouted excitedly. He walked forward and kept pulling with both hands, wanting to see if his older son had any future. Brother Bei, I heard that you carried the school beauty back to the girls' dormitory today. You are indeed a virgin, you are so strong. It's a pity that I was caught 3 years ago. TSK, Brother Bei. I saw someone on the confession wall say they want to kill you. The hatred of someone stealing your wife is irreconcilable. When can I get to know my sister-in-law? Lu Yanru and Xiaowei in the dormitory also put down the games they were playing and cast excited glances at him with gossipy eyes. You're just kidding. You've worked in vain today, bro. Gu Bei rolled his eyes, plopped down on the gaming chair, and looked at his 3 roommates speechlessly. Lu Yanru, the third in the dormitory, is a very warm-hearted man. Xiaowei, the 4th student in the dormitory, has fair skin and tender flesh. As for Xiaoyu from Patek Philippe, he is the 2nd in the dormitory, but this kid has always had the intention of seizing power and usurping the throne. That's not right. Boss, didn't you take the 4,000 yuan from the second brother? How come you can still return empty-handed? I don't think school beauty Li hates you. Lu Yanru was a little stunned and looked at Gu Bei in confusion. I can give this money to myself so that I can go out and give a warm embrace to these 4 girls. Hiss. Xiaowei also took a breath of cold air. Boss, you are at a loss. Xiaoyu's eyes widened, and he rushed to Gu Bei without any hesitation, shouting heartbreakingly, Little Gu, you are a loser. That's $4,000, and you just squandered it on me like that, and you didn't get any benefit at all? Gu Bei's face was full of black lines, and he pinched his eyebrows with his hand. You may not believe me, but I plan to use this money to pay child support. I already have 2 children. He was about to tell the story of the strange experience he had that day, but he was quickly met with 3 big middle fingers and a round of sighs. Shoo. Xiaoyu patted his shoulder distressfully. Although you are stupid, don't forget, go to the young lady for a job tomorrow. I have already told her about your expertise and she is very satisfied. If you get something for free, remember to pay it back. After saying that, he turned around and continued to indulge in the ape god. As for Jiang Tian and Xiaowei, one was a senior and the other was a wadi. The dormitory has a sense of being divided into 3 parts. Fortunately, Gu Bei was playing the game of 3 kingdoms kill, and he could tie up and kill everyone with 1 move of iron chains. The next morning, Gu Bei woke up early, not because he didn't like to sleep in, but because his wealthy employer asked him to meet her in the school playground in the morning. The last time I got up so early was because the school had an outdoor activity, and I boarded the bus to the neighboring province before dawn. Fortunately, I paid for it last time. Make money this time. Ha! The weather in the early morning was rather humid and cold. Gu Bei rubbed his hands together and exhaled a breath of hot air, then found a corner and sat down with great interest. Gu Bei? Suddenly, a weak shout came from behind. Gu Bei looked back and saw a little girl wearing a white shirt with cute braids falling freely on her shoulders. The little face is round and plump, and looks moist and tender under the morning dew, like chewy jelly. Now! She stood on tiptoe behind Gu Bei, trying to show that she was tall, but at a height of only 1.56 meters, she didn't look oppressive at all. A pair of big eyes stared at Gu Bei's face in confusion. His gentle appearance made her smile with satisfaction as she narrowed her eyes. This cute look, like a school loli from a Japanese comic, makes people want to rub it. Yu Wan'er. A wealthy employer, she is also a cute Lolita beauty in school, a beautiful 2-dimensional girl held in the hearts of countless otakus. Gu Bei was a little surprised. He had already prepared himself for the possibility that the other party was a perfect tank. After all, as expected at the beginning, who would a beautiful and rich woman need a bootlicker? But no, things were a little unexpected. Gu Bei quickly patted Gu Tuo and stood up. His 1.85-meter height instantly blocked out the sunlight. He smiled warmly and greeted him. Hello, I'm Gu Bei. But I started to wonder what the other party was going to do. He would never do anything illegal. After all, he is the father of 2 children now, and he can't let these 2 little cuties open their eyes just after they have learned to babble. The sky is falling and I can't pass the civil service exam. New age parents never cause trouble for their children. I heard you're good at fighting? Yu Wan'er clenched her hands in front of her, raised her head and widened her cute eyes, and said with a little excitement. Eh? Gu Bei was stunned and scratched the back of his head with a strange look on his face. It depends on what we are fighting for. Yu Wan'er glanced at Gu Bei's tall figure, slender fingers, and the 8 abdominal muscles that were revealed by the faint breeze. Flexible fingers, good figure, and great physical strength. I think you must be good. She didn't even think about it and nodded. It's you. Now follow me to the hotel and start fighting. Hotel? What kind of fight is this? Gu Bei widened his eyes and was stunned. What kind of lewd words was Yu Wan'er, who was known as the cute goddess of the second dimension. Serious people, who would go to a hotel? I didn't expect that Yu Wan'er is such a ruthless person. Seeing that Gu Bei hadn't reacted yet, Yu Wan'er grabbed the corner of Gu Bei's clothes and pulled it violently. What are you standing there for? Are you going to make this money or not? As soon as he heard the word money, Gu Bei's hesitant feet took a step forward unconsciously, and he followed Yu Wan'er with his head down. Every step is extremely heavy. It's like an old father carrying a family on his shoulders and walking forward with difficulty. But this old father is only 21 years old. Hurry up! Hurry up! I still need to sleep after the fight. At this moment, Yu Wan'er's gentle lowly voice came out silently, but each word did not quite match the voice. Gu Bei looked at the lovely, fair and tender face with a little baby fat, and fell into self-doubt for a moment. Really? Am I the only one in the whole university who is doing pure love? Just like this, Gu Bei was dragged all the way towards the school gate and came directly to the eSports hotel closest to the school gate. To be honest, Gu Bei hesitated for a second. This is a deposit. But the next second, Yu Wan'er took out her mobile phone and sent a huge red envelope. When Gu Bei opened it, his bottom line was immediately broken. If you are any more reserved, you are being disrespectful to the 4-digit number on your phone. As a father, he is willing to give up the most important thing for his children. Child, remember your father's greatness. Gu Bei looked up at the lobby, wiped away the non-existent tears from the corners of his eyes, followed Yu Wan'er's figure into the elevator. Father's love needs no words. Chapter 6 Personal Action. Keep going. Keep going. Don't stop. Come on, use all your skills and charge at me. It's almost there, we're almost on high ground, the crystal is about to explode, this feeling is so cool. In the huge esports room, a cute girl with a delicate and lovely appearance was leaning next to a gaming chair, staring at the computer screen with her eyes fixed on the constantly flashing images on it. All the time, she couldn't help but scream out loud, and that soft and tender voice resounded throughout the room at this moment. In front of the girl, Gu Bei was sitting upright on the gaming chair, rapidly typing on the keyboard with one hand and moving the mouse with the other. Snakeskin movement. Extreme reaction. His slender fingers fell on the keyboard as if dancing, continuously releasing skills, and each time he defeated the opponent under the tower. In the blink of an eye. Kill him to pieces. Every time this happened, Yu Wan'er would jump up on the spot excitedly and dance with joy. A pink little face, full of redness from the surging blood, looks extremely excited. As she watched to the depths, her slender hands involuntarily rested on Gu Bei's body, and she breathed heavily with the strength. Ha! Ha! I was too excited just now and did a little too much exercise. The black twin ponytails that looked like twisted pigtails fell on Gu Bei's cheeks, rubbing against them vaguely. Fuck you! While Gu Bei was typing frantically on the keyboard, he reached out to brush the ponytail away from his cheek. His attention was extremely focused. Because now, it's the last wave. There was only one opponent left, and the rest had already fallen under the big stick of Gu Bei, the weapons master. Top. Hurry up and get on top. Yu Wan'er was so excited when she saw this, she held Gu Bei's arm tightly with both hands, getting tighter and tighter. Because this game is very important to her. It's not just about the qualifying rounds, it's also a time to prove her strength to Xiao Haizi online, which is why she wants to hire an offline substitute. Because of the mismatch between combat power and rank, I happened to encounter a super annoying stress monster, and we quarreled with each other for a whole day. And on the scene, one match decides the outcome. Whoever loses is the grandson. Although she hired a substitute. But it's time to pay. Moreover, now she has transformed into the embodiment of top wisdom, like a Yao among the kings, and she leans directly over Gu Bei. To round it off, it's equivalent to her taking part in the game herself. Crackle. As Gu Bei watched the last wave, he became more and more focused, and various mechanical collision sounds were heard throughout the house. At least 10 times a second. The weapon master he controlled was also very powerful. He directly went over the tower and killed the last lone hero on the opposite side. Pentakill. In an instant, a loud announcement appeared on the computer screen, echoing throughout the house, and the next second the crystal exploded on the spot. The other party lost miserably. Handsome. You are so handsome, you are worthy of being the famous Gu master in the school, you are simply a fierce tiger. Seeing this, Yu Wan'er was so excited that her cheeks flushed. She hugged Gu Bei's head and jumped excitedly on the spot. Just when Gubei relaxed and was about to have a cigarette, he suddenly felt his neck go limp. A unique sweet fragrance of a loli kept spreading between his nose wings, making him feel a little embarrassed. Most importantly, the back of the head feels like it has fallen on a pillow, giving you a soft feeling that makes you want to fall asleep as soon as you lie down. Alright. Man and woman. Gubei spoke quickly, but Yu Wan'er was even quicker and let go of Lu Chang, pulling off the earmuffs on his ears. With the slender earphone pointed at herself, Yu Wan'er sneered with her cute little lowly smile, and immediately cursed loudly in a sharp tone. Call. Scream. You're a little upset, why don't you scream? You bastard, the only difference between you and a soldier is that you can bark and swear. Keep barking now. Yu Wan'er raised her head slightly, glanced at the computer screen with a hint of pride. One foot stepped directly on the gaming chair, and the crisp and loud sound was endless. Gubei widened his eyes and looked at Yu Wan'er in disbelief, with a strange expression on his face. Is this a legally adult little loli, or a 10-year veteran war god in Zon? He is simply an ultimate internet troll. The contrast is that they tend to be more sexy. But this Yu Wan'er really opened Gubei's eyes. Each of her toes is my Alps, leave the current channel. The more Yu Wan'er cursed, the happier she became, venting all her anger. However, the other party was obviously scared and ran away. Snort. She just laughed, snorted coldly, and shook her two braids, looking like a big sister. You bastard. How dare you challenge your aunt? I'll just call out anyone and kill them. But after she finished speaking, she looked down. Only then did he realize that the slender leg that was raised high and stepped on the gaming chair suddenly fell between Gubei's legs. Accidents are always so coincidental. Huh? Yu Wan'er was a little confused, her little face was as red as a freshly picked peach, and she quickly retracted her lowly jade feet, bent down and nodded embarrassedly. Sorry. I was a little excited just now. If I wasn't careful, I would have made a big mistake. She had enjoyed herself just now and almost cut off other people's offspring, which made Yu Wan'er lower her head lower and lower, unable to raise her head due to shame. Gubei reached out and wiped away the sweat from his forehead, then looked down and felt it was too thrilling. It was just 0.01 second away, and I almost rewarded myself with this kick, but unfortunately I don't have such a special hobby of sucking jade feet. It's okay, just give me a little more tip. But compared to an apology, Gubei still loves money. After all, he is very pitiful and has 2 children to support. Yu Wan'er heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Without saying a word, she took out her cell phone and sent another super large transfer. Ding! 10,000 yuan has arrived in your Alipay account, please. Gubei widened his eyes, looked up and down several times before he confirmed that this was not a joke. I'm so generous. If I tell this to others, I'm afraid no one will believe it. After all, this is a 10,000 yuan tip. The life of rich people is so simple and unpretentious. He forgave immediately. Even. I kind of missed that kick just now. It's so awesome, a few more kicks won't hurt, and of course the best thing is that the compensation will be several times more. Continue. You will lead me in this fight and protect me from all directions. And at this moment, Yu Wan'er took a deep breath, and in a second she entered the role and turned into that cute little loli again, shouting sweetly. Today, she must have a good time. Chapter 7 Father's love is great and needs no further explanation. No. You're so awesome, I can't do it again. I need to get some sleep and rest. After Gubei led Yu Wan'er to win several games in the alliance, Yu Wan'er's eyelids couldn't stop twitching up and down. I can't bear it anymore. She really couldn't bear it any longer. After playing games all night and arguing with others last night, Gubei took action to save his face this morning, and then a fierce battle broke out. Even though Yu Wan'er thought she was an internet addict, she couldn't do it a second time now, so she turned around with her tired body. The whole person was like a wounded deer. She instantly crawled onto the bed and covered herself with the quilt, leaving only a cute little girl face exposed. And this happened in just a moment. Not coming? Gubei just opened his mouth to ask, but found that there was no one beside him. He turned his head suspiciously and saw Yu Wan'er lying on the bed with one eye standing guard and the other eye resting. This look, coupled with that cute little face, makes her look so well behaved that people want to touch her and rub her. But Gubei knew that if anyone did this, then the little guy in front of you will immediately explode, enter combat mode, and increase verbal attacks by 10,000%. He had a deep understanding of this when he was playing the game just now. Internet trolls are just trolling. I am tired. Yu Wan'er waved her arms listlessly, indicating that Gubei could leave, then yawned, turned around and fell down. You can leave first. I will pay you the balance later. It's good to be young. Fall asleep right away. Okay. Gubei nodded, stood up and looked at the cute, white little face on the bed, the slightly raised nose and the thin, pink lips, like a princess from a fairy tale. It's so cute that you want to pinch it hard. Fortunately, Gubei only had the goddess Li Weiwei in his heart, so he turned around and left without any hesitation. Bang! The door is closed. Yu Wan'er, who had fallen asleep, slowly opened her eyes and found that the room was empty. She immediately started mumbling. I told you to go, so you left? Don't you know to stay here and help me rank up? You have the opportunity to make money right in front of you, but you don't cherish it, huh? After she finished speaking, she turned over, her white socks directly clamped the pillow like a pendant, and fell into a sweet sleep. Gubei took the elevator downstairs leisurely. He was thinking that he had made a big profit today. Not only had he solved his internet addiction for free, but he also made a fortune. Kids, you'll have more money for toys in the future. Dad, I love you so deeply. Thinking of this, Gubei stretched out his hand to pull up his belt, touched his waist, which was a little loose, and walked towards the hotel door. But as he walked, he found that the receptionist was looking at him with strange eyes, which made him confused. Hello, what can I do for you? Gubei subconsciously looked back and asked in a friendly voice, but the receptionist quickly shook her head and waved her hands. No. Strangeness. Gubei didn't take it to heart and turned around and walked out of the hotel. Call. After watching Gubei leave, the lady at the front desk breathed a sigh of relief and patted her chest. I almost provoked this pervert. Damn bad uncle, poor little loli. Previously, when the cleaning lady passed by the room, she heard many strange noises and informed the front desk. And the front desk clerk understood those voices immediately after listening to the first 2 paragraphs. And now the poor little girl is unable to get out of bed, and the culprit is the bad uncle in front of her. Although, he is quite handsome. But it was obvious at first glance that he wasn't a good person. After all, who would come to book a room so early in the morning? Looking at the itchy sunlight above his head, Gubei bought some food and thought about going back to take a nap to replenish his body. Ding-ling-ling. But just as he reached the school gate, his cell phone rang. He looked carefully and found that he did not recognize the number. However, it was not an obvious scam or harassment call, so Gubei answered the call anyway. A familiar female voice was immediately heard from the other end. Mr. Gu, the contract is effective, it's time to fulfill your obligations. Tang Qiuyue. The lawyer in the black stockings and hip skirt yesterday. This sudden phone call made Gubei a little confused. With drooping eyelids, he asked back, now? On the first day I learned that I had 2 children. The next day I was going to play the role of an old father. There is really no buffer time at all. Didn't he consider that he is still a fragile virgin? On the other side of the phone, Tang Qiuyue continued, yes, the contract states that you will be on call 24 hours a day. If you violate the contract, we will have the right to sue you. Sue? Just when Gubei was confused, Tang Qiuyue's playful and enchanting words rang out again. Oh, Mr. Gu, I forgot to tell you. The penalty for breach of contract is 1 million. 1 million. There was no such mention when signing the contract. The corners of Gubei's mouth couldn't stop twitching. Even if he sold Laoxi's ditches in bulk now, he couldn't raise that much money. People say that those who play tactics have dirty hearts. But I think lawyers have the dirtiest hearts. Gubei wanted to cry but had no tears, and could only retort in a depressed tone, but Tang Qiuyue didn't care at all, and instead laughed like a silver bell. Ha 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 ha. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Gu. I'll drive to the school to pick you up and arrive in 10 minutes. Don't. Before Gubei could say no, the other party hung up the phone, leaving him dumbfounded. He saw the car Tang Qiuyue was driving yesterday. BMW X8. In the entire school, she would be a dazzling presence. What if someone could take a photo of herself getting on the bus and post it on the campus wall? Then, his reputation would be ruined. Who made him have 3 older kids who liked to stir up trouble in his dormitory? Thinking of this, Gubei stuffed the pancake in his hand into his mouth, clapped his hands, and bought a mask to put on himself. Perfect. Who can tell now that it is him? In less than 10 minutes, a black BMW X8 slowly drove to the gate of Jiangqing University. Double flash. Seeing this, Gu Bei walked up like a thief, taking silent steps, with his head lowered and looking around every few steps. Bang! When he got closer, he just knocked on the car to signal Tang Qiuyue to open the door, and the car window rolled down. A charming and enchanting face poked out, and her red lips moved sexily. "Brother, I don't want it. Oatmeal is breaking the law. It actively spreads materials that are not suitable for children for profit. It will be punished. Lawyers, the law is engraved in their bones." But Gu Bei was so upset that he pulled off his mask and revealed his face. "It's me. Lawyer Tang, what are you thinking? What era is this? We're still eating cereal. Now the internet online browser is self-service." Chapter 8 Young Woman CEO, "Hello, I am the father of your child." Ouch. It turns out to be Mr. Gu. Why is he wearing a mask? If you don't know, you would think he is some creepy peeping man. Tang Qiuyue narrowed her eyes seductively, put her hand on her chin, and moved her slender fingers painted with red nails slightly, teasing with interest. "Sister, open the door." Gu Bei clasped his hands together helplessly and said weakly, "You know, playing games, especially playing in a duo with girls, is the most energy-consuming. Now give him a bed and he can sleep right into it." Boring. Tang Qiuyue shrugged, unlocked the car door, and said with a little regret that the little guy was full of energy yesterday. How come he became so depressed overnight? Could it be that? Are children so harmful to a man? Call out. Gu Bei opened the car door without even looking around, and slid into the back seat like a loach. The whole person just lay down naturally, which can be said to be the perfect implementation of the meaning of the 4 words, "fall asleep as soon as you lie down." "What are you doing?" Tang Qiuyue, who was sitting in the driver's seat, turned her head suddenly, her eyes widened, and she shouted in disbelief. "Sleepy. Let me take a nap." Gu Bei didn't even open his eyes, he just waved his hand lazily as if to send away a beggar and moved his body to make himself more comfortable. I have to say, the BMW X8 is not bad. This back seat is as soft as a pillow, and it is also very considerate and comes with a comfortable temperature. Give it a pinch. Silky, soft and tender, it slips as soon as you touch it. Oh shit. That's not right. At that moment, Gu Bei suddenly opened his eyes, and with a look of horror, he sat up with a bang, as if he had encountered a devil, his back leaning against the car door, his hands clinging to the window. This moment. He saw clearly that there was a 30-year-old woman sitting in the place where he had just lain down, looking at him with a smile. She was also wearing a slim-fitting business suit, with dark brown curly hair falling down her gentle side face, and fine long hair scattered on the somewhat exaggerated and tight buttons, presenting a charming direction. The short skirt of the suit stops just at the middle of the thigh, revealing a pair of long and straight beautiful legs. On the fair and smooth skin, a faint mark can be vaguely seen, which is Gu Bei Fangkai's masterpiece. This moment is so dazzling. I deserve to die. This thought had already arisen in Gu Bei's mind, and he looked at the delicate and charming young woman in front of him with tears in his eyes. I'm sorry. He nodded and bowed hurriedly, apologizing frantically for his behavior, but the young woman in front of him covered her mouth with her hand and chuckled. Lawyer Tang, am I that scary? She didn't look at Gu Bei, but instead asked Tang Qiuyue, who was acting as the driver in the front. Tang Qiuyue looked at Gu Bei helplessly, and quickly answered respectfully. No. Mr. Bai, you are so approachable, how could you be scary? It's just that Mr. Gu is too anxious. I think Mr. Gu was probably anxious because of yesterday's news and couldn't sleep all night, so he took a short nap in a hurry. At the same time, Tang Qiuyue also helped Gu Bei to explain, directly turning black into white. Gu Bei was a little stunned. He glanced at Tang Qiuyue, wondering why this little goblin suddenly spoke up for him. However, the situation is roughly the same. Although he was playing games with his sister, he was actually doing it to earn money for milk powder for his child. I see. The woman called Ms. Bai suddenly realized what was going on, and then she stretched out her white and delicate fingers that looked like mutton fat jade, and looked at him with a deep and scrutinizing gaze, and said gently, Hello, I'm Bai Yun. You can also call me Miss Bai, which is, your employer on the contract. After thinking for a while, Bai Yun said calmly with a gentle smile on her lips. Gu Bei was stunned for a moment. The woman in front of him gave people a feeling of extremely mature charm, and at the same time, she made people feel gentle as jade. Hello, my name is Gu Bei. He quickly half bent over, stretched out his hand and carefully touched it, saying with a little guilt. The corner of his eyes would occasionally sweep across a pair of white and tender thighs. My head hurts. Just as he closed his eyes and tried to escape the fact, his head suddenly buzzed, his pupils suddenly opened, and he looked at Baiyun in shock. The employer on the contract? That's it, the child's mother. Gurgle. Gubei couldn't help but swallowing hard. He knew that he would meet the two mothers who conceived her. But I didn't expect it to be so fast. Moreover, as soon as I came down, I left an extremely bad impression on the other party. I am going to die. Not to mention, he was bragging at the beginning. Yale Business School, PhD, heir to a billionaire family. Thinking about it now, Gubei only felt a somewhat burning pain on his face, and he stared out the window with a tense face in dead silence. He put in all his effort and used up all his wisdom in his life, and finally these words came out of his mouth. Boss Bai, since I have signed the contract, as long as you don't sink my body into the sea, I will definitely take responsibility to the end. As soon as these words were spoken. Ha 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 ha. Baiyun's charming, gentle, rosy lips couldn't help but curl up slightly, and she couldn't help laughing out loud. How interesting. Su Su will definitely like you. Tang Qiuyue, who was driving the car in the driver's seat, couldn't help but shake her head. Mr. Gu, let me tell you again, I am a serious lawyer. Who do you think I and Mr. Bai are? You don't need any pressure now. You just need to fulfill the terms of the agreement. At the moment. Instead, Gubei seemed a little embarrassed. He reached out and touched the wings of his nose to ease the tension in his heart. But he smelled a faint fragrance of milk. Following the smell, he looked at the fingers and found it was the little hand that he had touched just now. This is? The taste of Baiyun. Gubei quickly put down his hand guiltily, and sat upright like a primary school student who had just finished school. And this whole scene fell into Baiyun's eyes. Her long and curled eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her red lips smiled softly, thinking to herself, Su Su, I finally found your father. Although he's a little bit simple and honest, he's quite handsome. Chapter 9. When I woke up, the child was 3 years old. Have no idea. Will Su Su like this, Dad? Baiyun's red lips moved slightly, and her slender fingers tapped lightly on her white thighs, and she couldn't help thinking. She found many fathers for Su Su. But in the end, no one could last a week, and they were all driven away by the prank. That's why I found Gubei. Su Su's biological father. She didn't know whether blood relationship was reliable or not, but she had no choice but to give it a try. However, it's still a good idea to get vaccinated. Mr. Gu. She opened her red lips slightly, and a sound that softened her body was heard immediately, making Gubei even more nervous. No, Miss Bai, just call me Xiao Gu. He waved his hands quickly. Gubei felt a lot of pressure facing this CEO-level figure. The look in the other person's eyes was countless times more powerful than that of the terrifying dean of the school. That won't do. Baiyun smiled and shook her head, looking at Gubei with deep eyes, and deliberately spoke to test him. After all, you are the child's father, so Mr. Gu is better. Although, he knew Gubei's personality and life experience from the beginning, and thus chose his test tube. But the only thing that never changes in this world is that people's hearts will change. She was a little curious about whether Gubei would become too proud and forget himself when he saw this beautiful woman and knew that she was the child's mother. Miss Bai, you are joking. You are so polite. I am just an employee now. Gubei quickly shook his head and immediately straightened out his identity. At the same time, I feel deeply ashamed. I bought a lipstick for my goddess for just a few $100s, but I never thought that the information I compiled would become. He was lucky that the other party didn't kill him. But is this child called Su Su? It's a nice nickname. Baiyun kept looking at Gubei. Looking at this cautious and extremely reserved college student, she felt something was wrong. Is it because I put too much pressure on myself? But since it was on my way today, I followed him alone. Besides, I didn't say anything even though I was being taken advantage of. At this moment, the car was driving at a constant speed, and there was a dull silence inside the car. Gubei only felt sweat on his back. Not to mention, he was extremely anxious. After all, he was going to see his own child, and the restlessness in his blood made his heart confused. In particular, he became more and more nervous when he found that the car was slowly driving into a mountain of villa buildings. Finally, he couldn't hold it in any longer and asked the questions that were weighing on his mind. Lawyer Tang, Miss Bai, Su Su is a girl, right? How does she look? Is she well behaved and healthy? He couldn't help but put himself in the role of the father, even though he knew that he could probably only act as a pretend father. But in the end, my heart was beating. Instead, Bai Yun's deep and charming eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and she glanced at Gu Bei with a slight admiration. It's good that you know how to take the initiative to care about your children. At this moment, she felt a little relieved and thought that Gu Bei should be able to be a father. Tang Qiuyue, who was driving, looked through the rearview mirror at Gu Bei, whose calves were shaking with nervousness, and a smile flashed across her lips. No answer. After all, the real owner is here, and her heart is full of evil thoughts at the moment. Who let her know that Gu Bei has this goddess? Just ask. When her goddess finds out that Gu Bei got pregnant before marriage and has 2 children, will she still accept Gu Bei in the end? I really want to try it. If it weren't for some confidentiality agreement, Tang Qiuyue really wanted to expose the news. Pity. And at this moment, the memories in Bai Yun's eyes gradually faded away, and her face was filled with a tender and sweet smile. Su Su? Well, when you meet her, you will know what kind of child she is. In her eyes, Su Su is her life. But in Gu Bei's eyes, what if he is a burden? After all, this guy is still a little virgin. I'm following along today just to keep an eye on things. If there's anything wrong with Gu Bei, he will be fired immediately. Disappeared without a trace. The car slowly drove into a luxurious villa. Gu Bei couldn't help but be surprised. He could see that Bai Yun had a blessed face, but he never thought that she was so rich. Well, kid, life should be good. Thinking of this, Gu Bei's guilt faded a little. After all, it was good that the child was already billions of years ahead of others when he was just born. Mr. Gu, please. Tang Qiuyue parked the car, opened the door and got out. Bai Yun beside her also got out calmly. Call. Gu Bei took a deep breath, feeling uneasy, and already thought about what would happen inside the house later. In the cradle, a white, chubby, funny little beauty blinked her big eyes and reached towards him. Thinking of this, he became more and more excited. He opened the car door, got out, and followed Bai Yun into the house with increasingly rapid breathing. As soon as I arrived at the hall, I saw a nanny holding a pink little baby. The baby was wearing a pink and white princess dress and had a little bun on her head. Her little face was round and her head was tilted, which was very cute. My heart melted at first sight. When Su Su saw Bai Yun, her eyes suddenly lit up. She twisted her little butt and instantly got out of the nanny's arms. Mom! You're back so early today. As he spoke, he stepped forward with his little arms and legs, jumping towards Bai Yun, with a smile on his round face. Su Su! A smile suddenly appeared on Bai Yun's calm and delicate face. She picked her up, reached out to touch her smiling face, and called out in a doting manner. Look, who did Mom bring you today? At the same time, she turned in another direction, and Gu Bei, who was blocked by Tang Qiuyue, appeared in Su Su's sight. Su Su opened her smiling eyes, looked suspiciously, her nose twitched slightly, and she stretched out her cute round little finger to point at Gu Bei. This is Daddy! In an instant, Su Su opened her eyes, moved her limbs in ecstasy, and stretched out her chubby little hands wanting to be hugged. Dad? This is my daughter. But at this moment, Gu Bei stood there in a daze, looking at the baby in front of him who looked like he was 3 years old, and was dumbfounded. Everything that is happening now is completely different from what was expected. Shouldn't he be a newborn kid? Just take care of him. How? When he opened his eyes, he saw a 3-year-old cutie. Together. He had just finished the college entrance examination and went to the hospital to complete the PY transaction the next day. The lipstick he bought for goddess Li Weiwei was not even warm yet. The next day, the tadpoles were put into use immediately. At this moment, Gu Bei felt as if the sky had collapsed, and he seemed to be the tall man. Because the time for preparing the dowry was shortened by 3 years. As a stud, he is going to pour out his heart and soul. Chapter 10 My precious daughter, her youth. Daddy, hug me. Su Su's soft and cute voice continued to sound, and Gu Beifang came back to his senses from his confusion. The look he gave Su Su was filled with doting love, and he subconsciously opened his arms, wanting to go forward and hug this little cutie. But when he glanced at Bai Yun and others present, his hand froze in mid-air. Now. It seems that he hasn't done the blood test yet. At best, he could only be considered a fake father, so he quickly looked towards Bai Yun and found that the expression of this young female employer was a little complicated. Right. Su Su, this is your new daddy. When Su Su grew up, he came back from kindergarten and understood the concept of a father, and he would often feel sad that he didn't have a father. Therefore, she found some professional actors to play the role of the father, but unfortunately they were only just brought in every time. Su Su, pouting from time to time. They just turn their heads away, refuse to eat as if they are angry, or do some small actions. No new father can last 3 days. But now. As soon as Gu Beifong appeared, Su Su locked onto him with one glance and called out the words that had never appeared before. Dad. Is this the attraction of blood? Your name is Su Su, you are so cute and beautiful. Gu Bei let out a long sigh of relief, then took a step forward, walked towards her with a loving and doting look on his face, stretched out his little finger, and touched Su Su's nose. He. Su Su's eyes lit up, and she reached out to grab the finger, but she couldn't help giggling. Daddy, it's so itchy. There are absolutely no boundaries at all. It was as if everyone accepted Gu Bei in an instant. This made Gu Bei a little stunned. He thought that the other party would be extremely unfamiliar and timid. After all, he suddenly appeared, and movies and TV dramas were all shot like this. There was a trace of fondness in Bai Yun's eyes. She reached out and patted Su Su's little head, whispering softly into her ear to coax her. Su Su, do you like this, Dad? Su Su tilted her little head and nodded madly. She shin. This extremely adorable little princess, who looked like she had run out of a fairy tale world, instantly melted the hearts of everyone present. Gu Bei turned around and forgot about the hiring. Now all I can feel is unstoppable joy. That adorable little baby turns out to be my own biological daughter. Ancestors. My terrible mother, the Gu family has not been cut off in my generation. Su Su, this is our first meeting. Daddy will treat you to some candy. Gu Bei touched his trouser pocket with his backhand and immediately took out a malt lollipop, which he bought after specially searching online. Maltose is fragrant and nutritious. I originally thought it wouldn't be useful, but now it seems just right. Sugar Papa Candy. When Su Su saw the sweet and delicious yellow malt lollipop in Gu Bei's hand, her eyes suddenly lit up and she fluttered in Bai Yun's arms. The cute little nose can't stop sniffing. The little tongue couldn't help but stick out, and the lips were drooling like a cute puppy. For you. Gu Bei carefully handed the lollipop to Su Su's little mouth. Su Su's eyebrows immediately curved, and she grabbed Gu Bei's hand and started licking it. With every bite, my butt shakes. As a result, Bai Yun, who was holding Su Su, had her white shirt slightly twisted and deformed, making it particularly prominent. Gu Bei glanced at him and a hint of unnaturalness suddenly appeared on his face. He quickly shifted his gaze to the side and asked in a low voice. Bai Xiao, Sister Bai, can I hug Su Su? Just as he was about to say the 3 words Miss Bai, he paused, not wanting Su Su in Bai Yun's arms to notice anything. Such a simple and lovely child, all he needs to do is be happy. He didn't have a father before, but he will have his own company in the future. Since the first time he saw Su Su, Gu Bei fell in love with her. Okay. Bai Yun noticed the strangeness on Gu Bei's face. She looked down and a rare blush appeared on her face, but she was not angry, she just smiled as she felt it was interesting. Gu Bei, although he is the child's father. But it seems that he is still a young college student. He looks simple and innocent, but all his thoughts are written on his face. This is fine too. You can play with Su Su with peace of mind. Su Su, do you want a hug from Daddy? Bai Yun nodded slightly, then lowered her head and looked lovingly at Su Su, who was sticking out her tongue like crazy. Maltose tastes so good. This made Bai Yun feel more assured about Gu Bei. As expected, after careful selection, the product was still not as good as the original one. Qiuyue. When Su Su heard this, she blinked again, stopped what she was doing, raised her cute little face, looked at Gu Bei with a smile, and opened her arms. A long-awaited look. Hug. Gu Bei's heart melted again. Who could resist such a cute little thing with small arms and legs? He quickly opened his hands and prepared to take Su Su from Bai Yun's hands, but he never expected. Together hug. Just as his hand passed over the sensitive part, the little cutie Su Su suddenly stretched out her soft little hand and pulled Gu Bei's collar. The same is true for Bai Yun. The two people who were about to separate finally stayed close to each other quietly, as if they were a family, holding the cute child in their arms. Gu Bei could feel the unique mature fragrance of Bai Yun and the heart-stirring feeling of her hair rushing towards his nose. Swish! Gu Bei's innocent little face turned red instantly, and he quickly turned his head away. His fingers felt numb and he didn't dare to move at all. Bai Yun saw everything and couldn't help but find it funny. He is still just a child after all. But Su Su is such a clever little girl, really. She glanced at Su Su angrily, and the little girl immediately shrank her neck, smiled and let go of her little hand, then threw herself into Gubei's arms. Mom, you're so fierce. I want a hug from my dad. A chubby, cute little baby escaped into his arms, and the pair of round, soft and smooth little fingers gently touched his cheeks. For a moment, Gubei's breathing became extremely rapid. Hoo-hoo. An indescribable sense of familiarity came over him, and Gubei couldn't help but put everything behind him. He looked down at Su Su and reached out to touch her little face. Su Su, Dad will always be here. As if possessed by some unknown force, he suddenly said that, as if he wanted to make up for the regret of missing out on the past 3 years. Emoji Daddy is here. Su Su will start smoking. Su Su curved her eyebrows, put one hand on Gubei's face, and then kissed him directly with her little mouth full of the fragrance of maltose. Baji. This bite is so delicious. Chapter 11 Mature Female CEO. Mama, you come and kiss me too. Smack. After a deep kiss, leaving a big mark, Su Su laughed happily, swaying her little butt, and turned to look at her mother Baiyun. Her cute little paws were waving in the air, as if she wanted to grab her mother and give her to her father. Baiyun shook her head helplessly. Once again, I witnessed the power that comes from blood. Two strangers became extremely familiar with each other in the blink of an eye. The little guy Su Su wants to push his mother out. Cough cough. She quickly coughed lightly, glared at the clever boy, and then looked at Gubei seriously. I have work to do later. You can take care of the children here, and I will arrange a driver to take you back when the time is up. The words fell. Baiyun stepped forward, stretched out her hand and scratched Su Su's cute nose, signaling the kid to behave himself. Mama, eat. But Su Su, this clever little girl, raised her little fist and put the tightly clenched maltose into Baiyun's mouth. Looking at the cute little eyes that won't let you go unless you eat. Baiyun couldn't resist at all. In front of Gubei, she slightly opened her lips that were as red as jade beads. Her slender tongue formed a curve in the air and lightly embellished the maltose. It melts in your mouth, sweet and delicious. She couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth slightly, showing a touch of maturity, which made Gubaidu, who was standing nearby, a little stunned. Let's go, baby. Baiyun reached out and pinched Su Su's little nose, then glanced at Gubei, who was standing there with his body straight and a shy look on his face. She chuckled unconsciously, turned around and twisted her round buttocks wrapped in a professional suit. In fact, she was quite happy. Gubei's reaction as a college student shows that she has not aged yet and is still as young and vigorous as ever. The charm is still as strong as ever. Dad, Mommy has eaten, it's your turn. At this moment, Su Su's childish and lovely voice rang out in the quiet house. Gubei came back to his senses and looked down subconsciously. A funny little hand, tightly grasping the maltose, stuffed it directly into Gubei's mouth before he could react. Maltose, swallow it in one gulp. Pa. Su Su in his arms was laughing happily, her little hands clapping wildly, and she seemed to be shouting like a child. Daddy, Mommy, kisses. Gubei, who was savoring the aroma of maltose, changed his expression slightly. He immediately took out the maltose in embarrassment and reached out to touch Su Su's plump little meat bun with some helplessness. At the same time, Baiyun, who was at the corner, happened to hear these words. Her body trembled violently, her high heels shook, and she staggered and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, I reached out and held onto the wall. But when she was adjusting her high heels, she looked back with some resentment in her eyes and shook her head helplessly. This little girl Su Su is really. The old people always say that you can tell a child's future by looking at him at the age of 3, so now she can be sure that Su Su will be a troublesome person when he grows up. He is so naughty and mischievous. I don't know if Gubei, a simple college student, can stand it. She remembered that Su Su shouted for help in public in order to drive away a new father. In return, the other party was sent to the police station by a caring citizen. If I hadn't arrived in time, the white would have been said to be black by that little guy Su Su, and I would have been directly convicted. But this time, it seems really different. But I thought about what had just happened in the house, and the first time that little Su Su took the initiative to call Dad. She felt that blood was really a magical thing. But who did Su Su inherit her quirky personality from? As she was thinking, Baiyun had already walked into the study and started working with peace of mind. As for the fact that Lawyer Tang was watching outside, she was not worried. Not to mention, there were 108 1.8-meter-tall bodyguards outside the house, ready to guard Gubei if he made any unusual movements. The next second, 108 heroes attacked Gubei together. Children's words are without restraint. Children's words are without restraint. Tang Qiuyue, who had been standing aside, covered her mouth, stepped forward with a silver bell-like smile to smooth things over, and watched the scene in front of her with great interest. She is very familiar with Su Su, her young employer. She was really curious about how this young and handsome Gubei would deal with his naughty and devilish daughter. In the battle between father and daughter, she votes for Su Su. Dad. I want to take a nap. I want Dad to accompany me. Su Su held Gubei tightly, turned her head and glanced at Lawyer Tang warily, then rubbed her eyes sleepily. She almost forgot about Sister Tang. Dad, stay away from all beautiful women except Mom. Gubei looked at Su Su, who was clinging to him and seemed about to fall asleep in the next second. He quickly took out a tissue to wipe the saliva from the corner of her mouth and patted her back affectionately. Okay. As soon as Gubei finished speaking, Su Su suddenly waved her fists and twisted her little butt unconsciously. Woohoo! I like Dad. Seeing this, Tang Qiuyue couldn't help but admire the strength of her bloodline, and smiled as she went over to him. I'll take you to Su Su's nap room. Following Gubei was her inspection mission. After all, you can only know a person's face but not his heart, and Gubei is still a fragile college student. If something goes wrong, it will be bad. Okay. Being unfamiliar with the place, Gubei nodded subconsciously. No, Aunt Tang. But Su Su in his arms didn't dare to do that. She just widened her eyes, grabbed Gubei's arm with her chubby little hands, and looked up proudly. Su Su, take Dad away. At this moment, Tang Qiuyue understood that Su Su was jealous of her. She smiled helplessly, took 2 steps back and stopped talking. Sometimes, she really doubted. Did Su Su not finish drinking the mangpa soup? How could she be so cunning? She is like this at the age of 3. What will happen in the future? Let's go. Seeing that Aunt Tang had been forced back, Su Su raised her little head happily, pointed her finger forward and said. Gubei didn't notice the previous abnormality at all. He had already turned into a crazy child doting man and listened to Su Su and everything. Chapter 12, If you don't understand, ask. This work, it. Dad, sleep here. After Gubei followed Su Su's instructions, walked up the stairs and turned 2 corners, he stopped at the door of a spacious room. Su Su pointed at the door with her cute round little finger and laughed happily, then fluttered in Gubei's arms. No doubt, this is the nap room. Gubei pushed the door open and immediately a leisurely fragrance hit him in the face, giving him a relaxed and happy feeling. But inside the house, it was pitch black. Gubei fumbled for a while and pressed the switch. A warm brown light fell, illuminating the room, which looked extremely simple at first glance. A 1.8-meter high bed with a white silk quilt spread out on it, everything looks very abstinent. But on the unique big pillow at the head of the bed, there was a pair of bright red sexy panties. Just one glance. Gubei's heart couldn't stop beating wildly. He reached out to cover Su Su's eyes and quickly stepped back. Snap. Just turn off the light. He was still a college student, but this materialistic world had given him a huge shock. To be honest. Is this job serious? Just as Gubei was silently chanting the meditation mantra in his heart, trying to force his heartbeat down from 180 miles per hour. He didn't notice that the cute and chubby baby Su Su in his arms was chewing on his docile fingers with relish, his eyes rolling around quickly. Dad, go to sleep. She raised her little head and said slowly, with Mama. Cough cough. Gubei came back to his senses, coughed twice unnaturally, stretched out his hand to pinch Su Su's soft little face, and coaxed her, Mom has something to do, let's go back to our room, okay? Don't walk around. We went the wrong way. Daddy can't accompany Su Su for lunch break. Him. Now I don't dare to walk around anymore, for fear that I'll see something I shouldn't see, and that I won't be able to even leave the villa. 10 years later. News headlines, an innocent boy was imprisoned in an attic in a wealthy area and was finally rescued after many years. Okay. Hearing this, Su Su, who was so excited, suddenly became depressed. She pouted her lips, stopped playing tricks, and obediently pointed the way. After all, it's Dad's lunch break, and she's looking forward to it. When Gubei let out a long breath and tiptoed away with Su Su, Tang Qiuyue, who was at the corner, saw everything and was going to report this episode to her employer afterwards. Although I have already investigated Gubei's character, it is still necessary to supervise him secretly since it is the first time for him to serve. After all, you can't judge a person by his appearance. Tang Qiuyue had seen countless people and food of all kinds in previous contracts. But to be honest, this Gu Bei was really stupid. He was deceived by the 3-year-old rascal in his arms and almost fell into the tiger's den. How could such a stupid boy give birth to such a smart baby? It is really puzzling. Time flies. An afternoon passed in a flash, and Gu Bei, who played the role of father for the first time, also realized that today's little kids, no matter how well behaved and obedient they looked, but when sleeping, it is always a restless little monster. At this moment, 2 big circles were painted on Gu Bei's face with wipeable watercolor paint, one blue and one red, alternating between red and blue. And on the edges of his lips, there are a few vivid mustaches, which looks very funny. These were the prices he paid so that the little girl Su Su could have a nap. However, looking at himself in the mirror, he was not angry at all. Instead, he couldn't help but smile knowingly. My mom always said that I was naughty when I was little and never slept well. Now I understand. When I was a kid, I was really naughty. As he wiped the flour stains off his face, he couldn't help but recall some past events, and he found Su Su more adorable. This little girl looks just like myself when I was a kid. If I could bring it back home, my mother would definitely be extremely happy. Of course, it is also possible that she would chop it off for me on the spot. Pregnant with a child out of wedlock, that's unfaithful to her husband. Hiss. Thinking of this, Gu Bei immediately took a breath of cold air and thought it would be better to hide it. After all, he had not yet fully accepted this matter, and his actions were just faster than his brain. Mr. Hu, are you tired? Do you need to take a good rest? There happens to be an empty guest room in the villa. At this moment, a slim figure suddenly stood at the bathroom door. Tang Qiuyue, in her perfect black stockings, leaned against the doorframe, with her arms around her body, and asked softly. Gu Bei looked back. As soon as he saw that it was this little devil, he couldn't help but shudder, and decisively stretched out his hand and shouted, "Please respect yourself, I am a mother. Although, I am still a novice now. But fatherly love must stick to the husband's way." Puff. Seeing Gu Bei's serious look, Tang Qiuyue's red lips moved slightly. She couldn't help laughing and waved her hands charmingly. What are you thinking about? It's just that Mr. Bai is worried that you are tired, so he asked me to ask you something. You have a tough battle in the afternoon. As she spoke, Tang Qiuyue twisted her slender waist, turned around and left in her black hip skirt. Come on, Bai. Gu Bei stared at Tang Qiuyue's back, but what he was thinking about was the 8,000 yuan salary. Although it is considered as child support, can it be passed around in his hands first? Even if it's just for 2 or 3 days, that would be fine. For the future dowry of the children, even $1 is still money. After lunch break, Su Su was quiet for a long time, unprecedentedly. She held Gu Bei's hand tightly and watched the cartoons peacefully without making any noise. Dad. Until she left, Su Su snuggled in Gu Bei's arms, her bright little eyes sparkling with crystal tears, her little mouth pouting, her cute little hands pressed against Gu Bei's face, reluctant to leave. Bye. This made Gu Bei's heart melt. He immediately stretched out his little finger and said seriously, "Be good. Dad will come and play with you in a few days, okay?" Su Su's eyes lit up instantly. She nodded obediently, stretched out her cute little finger, and spoke in a baby voice. Hook. After doing all this, Gu Bei put Su Su on the sofa and walked out, looking back every few steps. Finally, he covered his heavy chest and got into the car. Everything today seems like a dream. Bai Yun stood in front of the window, looking down through the window at Gu Bei, who was reluctant to leave, and asked coldly to Tang Qiuyue behind her without turning her head. Do you think he can be Su Su's father? Su Su has grown up and needs a father. But whether it was her own hand or not, it made no difference in her eyes. What mattered most was whether it was beneficial to Su Su. Boss Bai, I think it's okay. Tang Qiuyue lowered her head and spoke respectfully. After observing him for a day, she found that Gu Bei was the perfect fit. He loved Su Su without any ulterior motives and from the bottom of his heart. Perhaps this is the love between bloodlines, which cannot be severed or blocked. Then the contract takes effect. Bai Yin nodded and spoke calmly, and at this time Tang Qiuyue added appropriately, Boss Bai, at noon, Su Su showed me the way and led me into the room where you rested. But it came out soon. For a moment, it was as if time had stopped. The scene was silent, leaving only an indescribable blush on Bai Yin's fair face in the mirror. Chapter 13 Gu Bei, I'm still just a child. Su Su, this damn girl, really is. In just a moment, Bai Yun understood everything. It must be that her daughter wanted to attack her, but failed. But on her bed, there was a pair of lace pants that her best friend had mailed to her. Not long ago, the bet was lost. Her best friend asked her to change the message, and after receiving it, she immediately threw it on the bedside, intending to destroy the evidence immediately. But before Lawyer Tang called, she went to the school to pick someone up, so she forgot about it. But now, Bai Yun, who was a big shot in the business world, felt a burning sensation on his face and his heart was beating rapidly. So shameful. So embarrassing. How come this little girl Su Su betrayed her mother as soon as she saw her father coming? Damn it. What would a simple college student like Gu Bei think? Would he subconsciously misunderstand what this was hinting at? The image of myself as a perfect mother seemed to be destroyed at this moment. Bai Yun pursed her lips and couldn't help shaking her head. Boss Bai, are you okay? At this moment, Tang Qiuyue also noticed Bai Yun's abnormality, nodded slightly, and asked respectfully. In my heart, I was worried about Gu Bei. She subconsciously thought that Mr. Bai didn't like others barging into his room casually, and that she seemed to have said too much just now. Nothing will happen to this idiot Gu Bei, right? Fine. Bai Yun shook her hands lightly, then turned and left the study, leaving Tang Qiuyue standing there stupidly, at a loss as to what to do. At this time, Bai Yun quickly came to her room and looked at her pants, which were exactly the same as they were in the morning, without any change. She quickly closed the door, walked forward with a guilty conscience, and stuffed it into a drawer beside her. Destroy the body at the scene. As for Gu Bei's words, she kept hypnotizing herself that he was only the biological father of the child and had nothing to do with her. However, her mind could not help but think of the young and immature look of the other party when they first met. Bite. Suddenly, the phone vibrated. Bai Yun took it out and saw that it was a teasing message from her damn best friend Chen Lan. Xiao Bai, how about the little puppy we found today? Bai Yun was both ashamed and angry. She angrily sent a voice message. What are you talking about? That's the father I found for Su Su, not my little puppy. How? It's just slander. What's the difference? Isn't Su Su's father your husband? He's still in college. Isn't he just a little boy? In just 3 seconds, the other party answered quickly. Very logical. Seeing this news, Bai Yun didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and immediately replied, Don't talk nonsense, the child has someone he likes. If it wasn't Su Su, I wouldn't want to disturb his life. The phone screen jumped, and a heroic voice came from the other side. What? We are the most beautiful young lady in Jiangnan, but we can't even compete with a big girl? It's too embarrassing. If you can't do it, let me do it instead. This made Bai Yun alert instantly, because she knew her best friend Chen Lan's character very well, and she knew she could really do that. Go away, stop disturbing others. Bai Yun quickly spoke out to stop him, he's just a child. Cut. A harsh mocking voice came from the other side of the phone, followed by a bold and boastful speech. Anyway, Su Su can't live without a father. If you can't handle it, then I, as Su Su's godmother, will personally take action. Bai Yun couldn't help but shook her head and ignored this crazy woman who had no serious mind. He even attacks children, what a beast. Zhengcheng University. The car stopped and Gu Bei walked down as if he was in another world. After taking several steps, he came to his senses. He really has a child. And she is an extremely well-behaved daughter. He was not dreaming about all this, it was all real. Whenever he thought of Su Su's soft little face, even though he was exhausted, Gu Bei couldn't help but smile. My daughter. That was my lover from my previous life, who came to me specifically in this life. He was so cute and lovable. The only bad thing is that the energy is too high. Gu Bei, who had been playing games for the whole morning, just wanted to go back to the dormitory and fall asleep. Gu Bei, where did you go today? Just as Gu Bei dragged his staggering body towards the men's dormitory, a familiar cold voice suddenly rang out. Gu Bei looked back and saw Li Weiwei wearing a simple white t-shirt and jeans, standing under a willow tree with her arms folded. The willow branches fluttered in the breeze at dawn. Li Weiwei's slender and smooth black hair echoes her perfect oval face, setting off her perfect oval face to the fullest, making people unforgettable at first sight. The only regret was that he frowned slightly and seemed a little unhappy, so Gu Bei ran up to him quickly. Weiwei, I went out to work part-time today. He explained with a grin, using his smile to cover up his guilty conscience. After all, he had a child outside without telling Li Weiwei, and not just one, but two. But he couldn't avoid this kind of thing at all. Thinking back to how happy I was when I bought the lipstick for 200 yuan, I felt so depressed when I was told yesterday that I was the father of 2 children. Thinking of this, Gu Beifang realized that the lipstick Li Weiwei applied was pink, smooth, and had a slight glow. Isn't this the one you bought that year? Broken. Gu Bei just stared at her straight, which made Li Weiwei feel a little embarrassed for a moment. Cough cough. Li Weiwei turned her head away, coughed twice, and kept her face cold. She asked pointedly, part-time job? We need to go to the hotel. Not long ago, her roommate came back mysteriously and told her that Gu Bei seemed to have cheated on her and had taken a little girl to the eSports hotel and booked a room this morning. I stayed in the house for the whole morning. And from time to time, some strange noises were heard. Why did my roommate know? Because she and her boyfriend were in the next room. She was wondering who was out so early in the morning, acting like a bull and risking his life, but she never imagined it was Gu Bei. Li Weiwei, the #1 bootlicker. He is also the only one. As for the others, they were either swept away by Gu Bei or rejected directly by Li Weiwei. Ha! Gu Bei was extremely nervous, but he never expected that what Li Weiwei was questioning was actually about booking a hotel room. Myself and Yu Wan'er. The two of them are fighting for innocence. Gu Bei immediately straightened his back and said with full energy, Weiwei, we didn't do anything when we went to get a room. We were just playing games. Chapter 14. My brother took me to play games, my sister. Play games? You went to the hotel early in the morning, and you told me that you were alone and wanted to play games. Who would believe such a thing? Li Weiwei's face suddenly changed, and a layer of ashen blue appeared on it. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Her cold voice sounded slowly, and immediately made Gu Bei's heart tremble, and he felt that something was wrong. After all, think about it carefully. It's so unreasonable, but who could have thought that Yu Wan'er was just a grumpy internet-addicted girl? I have evidence to prove it. Seeing that Li Weiwei's face was getting colder and colder, as if she was sure that he was lying, Gu Bei quickly took out his mobile phone and opened his handheld game account. He immediately swiped the screen, and on it were lines of game records from this morning, and every game was the MVP. Fly with strength. The second guy said someone needed an offline proxy player, and the reward was generous, so I took the job. I didn't expect the other party was a woman. Gu Bei immediately put all the blame on the second brother He Xiaoyu and said without blushing or beating his heart. Look at this timeline. I haven't had a break for even a moment. After all, a white lie is not really a lie, and anyone who has seen Yu Wan'er swearing would not be interested in it at all. Who could have thought that such a tiny creature could have such amazing fighting power that could surpass all his ancestors? Snort! Lin Weiwei turned her head and took a quick glance, and found that it was really as Gu Bei said, but her face was still cold, her arms folded, and she stood there without saying anything. This made Gu Bei feel at a loss. But he also knew the reason. In the past, he would never accept such a task that required him to be in the same room with a woman. Abnormal. It's really abnormal. But he couldn't tell the reason, so he could only ask tentatively, how about I make a phone call and verify it on the spot? Li Weiwei still didn't say anything, but her bright eyes looked Gu Bei up and down, as if she wanted to see through him. Just now, she clearly smelled. There was a faint smell of perfume on Gu Bei's body. What on earth had Gu Bei been doing all day today? Go out early and come back late. Could it be that? Is there a little fox outside? In fact, she was half right. There was indeed a person being raised outside, but it was not a little fox, but a cute little baby. Seeing that Li Weiwei still didn't say anything, Gu Bei called Yu Wan'er's cell phone and waited for the call to be connected. Ding! Yu Wan'er, who was sitting in front of the computer desk and fighting hard, stared at the screen in front of her intently and made low roars. Don't let me cue you, little guy, or I'll kill you. The keyboard in her hand made a clacking sound, but at this moment, the mobile phone next to the computer suddenly rang, and she subconsciously glanced at it. But at this moment of distraction, the computer screen instantly turned gray, and the character she controlled was directly hit by Q, and was taken away with a smooth combo. Grass. Who is this? You called me on purpose to disgust me. Yu Wan'er spoke without thinking, slammed the mouse on the table, and looked at the phone with a frown in anger. Gold medal substitute. Isn't this the handsome guy from this morning who was so good at playing games and always won the game? It's so late, what are you going to do? Are you asking me out for drinks? Yu Wan'er had encountered this kind of thing many times before. There were always some thugs trying to get close to her, this cute little rich woman. If I don't blast you to bits today, all my years of training will be in vain. Yu Wan'er's expression froze. She grabbed the phone and said with gritted teeth, then answered the call with her backhand. But he hasn't spoken yet. Gu Bei's slightly anxious voice came out immediately. Hello? I'm Gu Bei, the game's substitute this morning. Sorry to bother you. A friend of mine here misunderstood what happened at the eSports hotel this morning. We were really playing games at the time, right? Ha? This sudden question made Yu Wan'er, who was about to burst out in anger, stunned. But it became clear in an instant. What friend? I'm afraid it's an ambiguous partner. Since you have good skills, I won't scold you. But you dare to disturb me while I'm playing games, so you have to pay a small price. Yu Wan'er raised the corner of her mouth slightly, revealing a sly smile. She immediately raised her throat and spoke in a coquettish voice in a standard lowly voice. Yes. We were just playing games. We didn't do anything else. But you're really good at playing games, brother. Every time you play, I feel like I'm in heaven. It's so cool. I really envy you, sister. I wonder if you will be angry if you take me to play games. The last 3 words are still continuous and echoing. Yu Wan'er almost got goosebumps. When she thought of the impending storm on the other side, she immediately hung up the phone and couldn't help laughing. Ha 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 ha. I'm just telling the truth. If something happens, it's not my fault. It's your fault for looking for trouble. After laughing heartily, Yu Wan'er placed her soft and slender feet on the chair, humming a little tune, and her attention immediately shifted to the computer. The character is resurrected. Start killing. But at this moment, Gu Bei's face was black and messy. He looked at Li Weiwei in confusion, opening his mouth as if he wanted to say something. Why? Li Weiwei stretched out her hand and rubbed her brows, then immediately stopped Gu Bei from speaking inside. Don't worry. I know there's nothing between you and Yu Wan'er. With her washboard figure, you wouldn't be interested in her. Gu Bei swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue, raised his eyebrows slightly, and wanted to take a step closer excitedly. But the next second, Li Weiwei's cold voice came to my ears again. So, whose perfume are you wearing? A game fanatic like Yu Wan'er doesn't have time to wear perfume. Gu Bei's face froze slightly. Finished. We lost Jingzhou because of our carelessness. Could it be that the secret of a child cannot be hidden for even a day and will be exposed? Are you heading straight into the life of a single dad before your sweet love even begins? But I know clearly that I am still a poor virgin. Oi! Little devil, I finally found you, hee hee hee. Li Weiwei, don't think I won't be able to find you if you run away. Where's my motorcycle? Just when Gu Bei was struggling, several eerie shouts suddenly came from behind him. Gu Bei quickly turned around and immediately saw young Tongwei in the coffee shop. He looked ferocious, with 2 familiar thugs following him. Aren't these 2 the unlucky guys who were chasing us that day? In an instant, a gleam of light flashed across Gu Bei's eyes. It was a good opportunity for these 3 people to come. Once again, helping when times are right. Great guy. In that case, a broken bone will do. Chapter 15. Gu Bei, take my hit. Gu Bei, let's go. Li Weiwei frowned as she watched young Tongwei and the others appear. She reached out and pinched the corner of Gu Bei's clothes and said vigilantly. She pulled Gu Beiwei back a few steps with a cold look in her eyes. Everyone knows that these people have come with bad intentions, and no one knows why they came. It's okay, I'm here. Gu Bei looked indifferent. He gave Li Weiwei a look and raised his cell phone. Don't you even think about whose territory this is and how dare you come here? It's like looking for food with a light in a toilet. Besides, he urgently needs these 3 free guys to save his life. Li Weiwei rolled her eyes helplessly. In the dark night, on a relatively empty road, young Tongwei walked up with a lewd and obscene smile. Humph. Boy, let's see how you can run away today. Damn it. If you dare to take my motorcycle, I will kill you today. The other 2 were also ready to fight, surrounding Gu Bei from 2 other directions, ready for a good fight. It was a dark and windy night, the best time to beat people, and they had been waiting here for a long time. The ones they were waiting for were Gu Bei and Li Weiwei. Now these 2 can't run away even if they want to. It's fine now. I can't leave. Li Weiwei shook her head helplessly, but having said that, she reached into the bag she was carrying with her backhand. There are weapons inside. Gu Bei's pupils shrank slightly, and he sighed inwardly, wondering why they came out to find him with offensive weapons. Sure enough, the pain from her original family made Weiwei always vigilant. I will definitely lead her out of that dark abyss. But when Yang, Tongwei, and the other two saw this, they couldn't stop laughing. Liang Shipi, will we be fooled again in the future? I like to shoot, this time it's time for the brothers to shoot to their heart's content. Li Weiwei frowned, a hint of impatience flashing across her eyes. Gubei shook his head slightly, wondering if these three people were fools or just extremely daring. This place says such things. It's outrageous. Since Weiwei is unhappy, then do it yourself. I think the second brother is almost done with it. Do you want to know where your motorcycle is? Gubei stretched out his hand to stop Li Weiwei behind him, took a big step forward, and suddenly spoke. Where? Yang Tongwei paused in his complacent steps and looked eagerly. He bought that motorcycle specifically for picking up girls. It cost more than tens of thousands of dollars. Until now, he still had to pay back the loan every month, so he was so anxious that he went straight to the school. I originally wanted to use some force to scare these two students, but I never thought they would confess so easily. If you are so timid, can you? In your great-grandmother's grave. Go down and look for it. But suddenly, a 42-yard kick volleyed from the air and, amid the exclamations of others, instantly landed on Yang Tongwei's wretched face. One word. Cool. Gubei raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and stomped his feet harder and more viciously. Call out. Yang Tongwei's figure suddenly flew out in the air like a kite with a broken string and turned into a black shadow. Bang! It landed on the ground precisely. Ah! Yang Tongwei's shrill scream came as expected, and he fell to the ground in a mess. One face was covered with gray bloodstains from friction, and on the other face were Gubei's clear-size 42 footprints. It was extremely dark, like a brand, deeply engraved. Kill him. Kill him for me. Yang Tongwei climbed up tremblingly, with his hands dropped in front of his cheeks in mid-air, wanting to protect them but not daring to touch them. He could only stare at Gubei with a distorted face and roar at the top of his lungs. The sound is very loud. It spread all around, attracting the curiosity of a group of students who were playing with their phones nearby, and they all turned around to look. What? Stop it. If you use violence again, I'll call the police. What are you doing? Where's the security? Come here quickly, there's a disturbance here. Two thugs who followed with ferocious looks on their faces listened to the shouting around them, and beads of sweat immediately oozed out of their foreheads. Finally, I remembered that this is Jiangcheng University. This is the most prestigious university in the city, bar none. Anyone who dares to cause trouble here is simply courting death. They had wanted to proceed quietly, but Gubei's kick scared them silly. Run! They looked at each other and immediately made up their minds. Just as he was about to run away, he heard several loud voices coming from not far away. Yes. It's those two sneaky bastards. They want to go to the women's bathhouse. Beat them up, brothers. Damn it. You dare to touch Jiangcheng's people? Do you want to die? Everyone, go up and give them some strength. Don't let those PE students get there first. Subduing criminals in school is a great feat. Go ahead. A large number of tall and powerful men suddenly emerged from all directions. They were all students of Jiangcheng University. They were marching at their usual 100-meter sprint speed, like a mighty army, and the ground seemed to be shaking. In the first echelon are Gubei's three roommates. The second brother's connections are no joke. The gangster who had been so domineering before now felt his legs go weak. He forgot why he came here and felt extremely regretful. As for Yang Tongwei, who tried to shout, he opened his mouth wide and climbed back with a look of horror on his face. Don't come over here. He waved his hands in fear, but Gubei narrowed his eyes, walked up, and took out a big treasure from his pocket. So thick and big. And it can also output powerfully. Electric shock baton. He came straight to Yang Tongwei and poked the guy on the forehead with a stick. In the dark night, lightning flashed and instantly enveloped Yang Tongwei. Ah! A shrill scream was heard, and Yang Tongwei's body suddenly shrank and twitched, with his hands twisted deformedly like a dried corpse. Less than 3 seconds. He fell asleep immediately, and his sparse hair stood up, emitting thick smoke, and soon a pool of yellowish-brown liquid flowed on the ground. This surprised Gubei a little. He looked at the big treasure in his hand and couldn't help sighing. This thing is really powerful. If you have this thing, why didn't you take it out earlier? At this moment, Li Weiwei's cold voice suddenly sounded behind him. Gu Bei turned around and smiled indifferently, raising the big treasure in his hand. This thing is prepared for you. A trace of surprise finally flashed across Li Weiwei's calm face as she looked at the black and thick thing in Gu Bei's hand. Give it to me? Yes. The anti-wolf spray doesn't work. How about this? Even if I get wild, you'll be prepared. Gu Bei raised his eyebrows and said jokingly. Okay. Li Weiwei smiled, reached out and grabbed the stun gun, then pointed it at Gu Bei and spoke in a sinister tone. Confess and be treated leniently, resist and be treated severely. Where on earth did you get that perfume? Chapter 16. An angry woman is worse than a pig during Chinese New Year. Confess and be treated leniently, resist and be treated severely. Where on earth did you get that perfume? When the black, thick stick flashing with a strange blue arc of light was standing in front of him, Gu Bei raised his head at a 45-degree angle and felt as if the sky had fallen. Looking to the north, tears welled up in his eyes. This moment. He only felt that time stood still for a moment, but the speed of his brain's thoughts increased 1,000 times. My name is Gu Bei, and I'm ready to start lying. Although I have told countless lies in my life, I think this one is the most perfect. Li Weiwei continued to threaten, speak. Otherwise, I'll let you suffer the consequences and experience the power of this great treasure. As he spoke, he glanced at young Tongwei, who was lying unconscious on the ground. There was a foul smell in the air, as if he had realized something. Ha! Gu Bei took a deep breath, pretended to be unnatural, and lowered his head in shame. Sorry, Weiwei. Click. For a moment, Li Weiwei's hand holding the stun gun trembled slightly and she almost dropped it, but she was determined and still held on with a cold expression, hiding her choked tone. What is there to be sorry about? I expected this. I never believed that there is anyone in the world who will love someone forever. But that's fine, you don't have to accompany me for everything in the future. A stiff smile appeared on Li Weiwei's cold face, and she shrugged her shoulders, pretending to be relaxed. The next second, he put away the stun gun and turned away. Very cool and effortless, without any drag. Gu Bei's heart suddenly stopped for half a second, and an indescribable pain came over him. He knew he had gone too far, and quickly reached out and grabbed Li Weiwei's slender hand. Weiwei, what are you thinking about? I just found a part-time job to look after the kids without your knowledge. Why do you feel like I have someone else outside? He said this quickly, feeling somewhat amused and helpless, and was about to leave with Li Weiwei with her back to Gu Bei. Ha! The tears that were welling up in her eyes suddenly disappeared, the corners of her mouth twitched uncontrollably, and a nameless fire rose in her heart. Damn, Gu Bei! You are deliberately playing with my feelings. Snort! She turned around and snorted coldly, then exerted force and shook off Gu Bei's hand, which made Gu Bei dumbfounded. Where does so much strength come from? Weiwei, wait for me. Gu Bei hurriedly chased after her, but Li Weiwei's speed was like she was sprinting and he could not catch up with her no matter what. This can be said to confirm the saying on the internet. An angry woman is harder to catch than a pig during the Chinese New Year. As a result, a rather peculiar scene can be seen in the huge campus, that is, a group of strong men are beating up two tattooed men, kicking them one by one so that they can't even stand up. In this chaotic scene, a man and a woman were strolling leisurely among the crowd, without taking away any clouds, as if they were outsiders. She ran away and he chased her. Final. She was at the door of the girls' dormitory, unable to escape. All right. Stop chasing me. If you keep chasing me, the dorm manager will come out with a broom and chase me away. Li Weiwei stopped at the bottom of the girls' dormitory and looked back at Gu Bei, who had followed her all the way and was a little out of breath. She couldn't help but smile a little, feeling a little funny but also thinking that this guy seemed a little too stupid. I followed him all the way and caught up with him several times. But he was too shy to reach out and hold her arm, or to just hold her tightly. Sure enough, I have been waiting for Gu Bei to take the initiative in this life. There is no hope. Already here? Gu Bei slammed on the brakes and stopped, suddenly looking up. He saw colorful panties hanging out to dry. He quickly stepped back several steps. That was a close call. I almost stepped into the situation of death. The senior who mistakenly entered the girls' dormitory is now nailed to the pillar of shame and will be infamous forever. Weiwei, actually I. However, seeing that Li Weiwei was in a much better mood, he quickly came back to his senses and reached out to say something. I'm not mad at you. Li Weiwei spoke first, a rare smile flashed across her cold face, and she took out a beautiful, well-preserved lipstick from her pocket. For you. She threw it to Gubei with her backhand. Call out. In the darkness, a faint parabola fell. Gubei quickly raised his head and fluttered with both hands, tightly grasping it in his palms. Open it and take a look. Isn't this one of the 2 lipsticks I bought 3 years ago with the 800 yuan nutrition allowance from the hospital? What does this mean? Could it be that? What did Weiwei know? From now on, the song ends and everyone goes their separate ways. Gubei panicked immediately, his lipstick trembling in his hand, and he shouted with a hint of trepidation, Weiwei, what does this mean? Every innocent boy will never give up until he reaches the Yellow River. Fool! Li Weiwei couldn't help but rub her forehead, a trace of helplessness flashed across her cold face. You dared to secretly go out to find a part-time job behind my back, of course the punishment is that you continue to buy lipstick for me. Otherwise, what else can you do? As for the perfume, she believed that Gubei did not lie to her. After all, she also smelled a faint milky scent. Pity. When I go out to work part-time in the future, I won't see this fool anymore. Okay. Gubei was out of danger, and he was immediately relieved. He grinned foolishly and raised his hands to wave at Li Weiwei's back. This level is finally passed. But then again, I bought lipstick for Weiwei again this time. Would another child pop out from that corner? 2 of them were enough to give him a headache, and if there was a third one, Gubei would start to doubt himself. A sharpshooter who never misses a shot. After watching Li Weiwei enter the dormitory, Gubei retracted his gaze and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Today, I almost got myself into trouble. Gubei felt a pang of fear when he recalled that the electric baton was only 0.01 centimeter away from his waist. He bought this thing to give to Li Weiwei for self-defense, but the reason why he carried it with him today. It was because he was not sure whether Tang Qiuyue was a scammer sent by KK Park, so he used it for self-defense in advance. Don't be afraid of 10,000, just be prepared for the worst. Result. The child is real. Su Su is very well behaved and cute. Well. Gubei just smiled, but then he found that he was a little sad. The next time we meet will be in a week. Su Su is so smart, she should still remember me. As for the child's mother, she is a mature president. Her every move, every frown, and every smile demonstrates the demeanor of a strong woman. He didn't understand why the other person was single. Forget it. Anyway, as long as I'm good to Su Su, I'm a good mother. But as a father, I can't fall behind. Keep going, work hard. He murmured softly and couldn't help laughing. Fool. Just smiling and not taking action is like waiting for a pie to fall from the sky. In the girls' dormitory, Li Weiwei, who had gone out again to see if Gubei had left, happened to see this scene and laughed and cursed helplessly. Chapter 17. I just woke up and fed the obedient. Yo, yo, yo. As expected of a little lover, our beautiful lady must see if the other party has left. No, Gubei has already gone to the hotel with someone. Why are you still smiling like nothing happened? Our beautiful Weiwei, this Gubei has been pursuing you for 3 years. What on earth are you 2 up to now? Still being ambiguous? Watching Gubei leave, Li Weiwei returned to the dormitory, and as soon as she entered the door, she heard the chattering of her 3 roommates. Her pretty, calm face blushed slightly, and she felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by 3 pairs of naked eyes. What nonsense! There's nothing between me and Gubei. She waved her hand pretending to be calm, walked to the bed, crossed her hands, pinched the corner of her clothes, and took off her white t-shirt in one go. This immediately made the other 3 roommates' eyes widen. After taking a straight look, they lowered their heads and pulled open their pajamas to take a look, each of them extremely frustrated. Damn it! God is so unfair. Weiwei, please, give me 2 tails of meat. At this time, Li Weiwei had already taken off her smelly socks, revealing a pair of snow-white and tender long legs and slippers. She wanted to take a shower. She had just chased Gubei all the way and had exhausted all her energy. Now her whole body was wet and salty. But the 3 roommates who were irritated refused to give up and continued to ask questions to get to the bottom of the matter. My beautiful lady. What is your relationship with Gubei? You are already a junior in college, so leave it to me. Do you like him or not? How could I not like it? Otherwise, with Weiwei's temper, she would have been angry at such a dogskin plaster a long time ago. That's right. A lot of the money that Weiwei earned from working was used to buy gifts for Gubei, but when will you make the official announcement? They were extremely curious about Li Weiwei's feelings. After all, it was well known that Gu Bei had been pursuing Li Weiwei for 3 years. The hard work I put in over the past 3 years. The three of them all felt it in the milk tea and cakes they got, and Li Weiwei obviously didn't reject Gu Bei, and could even be said to like him a little. But it's been 3 years? The vocational college next door has already produced children, so why are these two people rarely even holding hands? What? Plato's pure love. They are so curious. Oops. Hearing this, Li Weiwei couldn't help but sigh and cursed, Gu Bei, you are just a fool. As for my relationship with him, let's wait until graduation. I don't have the heart to fall in love right now. The only thing that never changes in the world is that people are fickle. The shadow of her childhood scares her a lot, so when it comes to love, it's better not to pursue it, so that she won't be sad. When the three heard what Li Weiwei said, they immediately lost their temper like a deflated ball. Very good. I'm afraid I won't be able to have a feast during college. However, no one took Li Weiwei's statement that she didn't want to have a relationship seriously. After all, the whole school believed that Gu Bei was the boyfriend of the school belle Li Weiwei. I hope that after graduation, lovers will never end up becoming brother and sister. The next day, Sunday. Gu Bei slept in, then leisurely got up from the bed, washed up casually and prepared to go to the cafeteria for a big meal. Luxurious spicy hot pot, reward yourself. Just when Gu Bei was enjoying his meal, a cute but mischievous little face suddenly appeared in front of him. The boss's little face was puffy, and his originally small eyes were wide open, looking at Gu Bei as if he was examining a criminal. Puff! Gu Bei was startled, and the rice in his mouth spurted out like popcorn, and a few grains of rice happened to stick to the little face that suddenly came up to him. Sorry. Sorry. Gu Bei quickly covered his mouth and waved his hands to apologize, but when he looked carefully, his pupils shrank slightly and he was a little surprised. Lu Yanru, why is it you? Lu Yanru. Gu Bei grew up with the daughter of his neighbor across the street. From elementary school to high school, they both attended the same school and class. They can be said to be childhood sweethearts who couldn't be more perfect in the eyes of their parents. Everyone thought that the two would continue to be together and would get married as time went by. But in fact, Gu Bei couldn't muster any interest at all. It was because he knew that this girl, who seemed to be an innocent and obedient girl to the outside world, was actually a female driver who was full of dirty talk. I recall the first time I logged into the website. It was this girl who taught me step by step first. He was almost led astray. So when he was in college, Gu Bei was very excited and performed exceptionally well, and was enrolled in Jiangcheng University. I thought I could break up with Lu Yanru. I never expected that the other party also came to Jiangcheng. Although they were not in the same university, the two schools were not far apart. But how did Lu Yanru find herself? Gu Bei was stunned. At this time, Lu Yanru stretched out her delicate hands to take the rice off, put it into her mouth without any hesitation, and chewed it with big mouthfuls, her eyes slightly narrowed, revealing an expression of great enjoyment. It tastes good, it's imported rice, it tastes sweet and delicious. Don't! Gu Bei wanted to stop it, but it was too late. He could only cover his face helplessly. Brother, why did you come to see me again? He has a goddess. Eliminate all misunderstandings, not to mention that the person in front of me is a super sultry pervert. Imported things smell good. Lu Yanru did not answer, but just slightly opened her red lips, and a slender tongue flew out like a butterfly, sweeping across her mouth charmingly, and in an instant a grain of rice entered her mouth again. Gu Bei was scared. Compared to the last time they met, Lu Yanru's abnormality had increased, once again exceeding his imagination. Gu Bei felt like crying but had no tears. He picked up the spicy hot pot and wanted to change seats. But Lu Yanru suddenly opened her eyes, and a hint of excitement appeared on her face, which looked like the well-behaved girl next door. She took a deep breath and said meaningfully, "Me. I smell a lie." The moment the words fell, Lu Yanru's legs under the table were like sackcloth, rubbing against her ankles from time to time. Gu Bei suddenly shrank back, made up his mind, gave up the luxurious spicy hot pot in front of him, and wanted to turn around and run away. If he stays any longer, he will become a dish. But at the moment when Gu Bei stood up, Lu Yanru pretended to be mysterious and smiled slightly, saying meaningfully, "Brother, I know your secret. If you don't want the whole world to know, you'd better treat me to an imported meal at noon." Chapter 18: The Girl Next Door. Brother, I know your secret. In one sentence. Gu Bei, who was about to turn around and try to sprint 100 meters, braked suddenly and turned back. It was not because he felt guilty, but because he was reluctant to give up the luxurious spicy hot pot in front of him. After all, this bowl costs more than 20 yuan. From now on, all of that will be Su Su's dowry, and it must not be wasted here. Let us start saving food with me. I don't understand what you are saying, but I heard that a Japanese restaurant has opened nearby recently, and my mom asked me to treat you to a meal. Do you want to go? Gu Bei touched his conscience and said that he was not panicked at all now, which was why he agreed to treat him to dinner. Everything was arranged by my mother. The reimbursement limit is 200 yuan, and you can spend 150 yuan to buy a set meal, and you can pocket the remaining 50 yuan. He is so familiar with this operation. Puff. But after hearing this, Lu Yanru, who was sitting opposite Gu Bei and had baby fat like a New Year picture doll, couldn't help but laugh, revealing 8 pure white teeth. Brother, are you kidding me? Lu Yanru stretched out her fair and tender little hand and pressed it directly on the luxurious spicy hot pot in front of Gu Bei. She hugged her hands and pulled the entire plate back in front of her. I don't want to eat Japanese food. She said this meaningfully, and at the same time, without any disgust, she directly picked up the spoon that Gu Bei had used, and gently stirred the spicy hot pot, spreading the slightly spicy red oil one by one. Then he scooped a spoonful of clear soup, put it in front of her thin cherry mouth, curled the corners of his mouth, and blew it gently. Ha! It seems that everything is under control. Gu Bei's heart froze, but he pretended to be indifferent, shrugged and spread his hands. Are you hungry? Then you can have this spicy hot pot. I'm full now. Bye. He waved his hand, turned around and was about to leave. Past experiences told him not to get close to the evil woman Lu Yanru, otherwise his innocence would be ruined. Among the 36 strategies, running away is the best one. If I can't afford to offend you, can't I just hide away from you? As for the secret the other party told, just bring it out first. Gu Bei is the kind of person who won't give in until death is imminent. My dear brother. Lu Yanru didn't even raise her head, still blowing on the spoon in her hand, and a seemingly gentle voice slowly sounded. If Ansong knew that you didn't study hard in college and instead went to get a room with others, what would Ansong think? Gu Bei, who had just turned 180 degrees, turned another semicircle, waved his hands with a kind smile, and looked around. Yanru. What do you think of our school cafeteria? Doesn't it look great? Whether it's Longjiang pork trotter rice or Lanzhao beef noodles, they have everything, right? Gu Bei stretched his muscles while chatting intermittently, looking very flustered. But in fact, as steady as an old dog. The hanging heart finally settled down. Because at the beginning he suspected that Lu Yanru knew that he went to the hospital to earn nutrition money in pursuit of love when he was young, and now has 2 children. What is the end result? It's just a small thing like checking into a hotel with Yu Wan'er. It's safe. However, in front of a little demon girl like Lu Yanru, he couldn't act too indifferent. Otherwise, she would definitely notice something was wrong and then catch him and keep investigating. After all, he had suffered losses before. When I was young, every small supermarket on the corner would have a gold-eating slot machine, luring countless little kids to make a small fortune. Mother, I hate it deeply. A ban was issued. If anyone dared to touch that thing, Gu Bei would spank their buttocks into 8 pieces, so that they couldn't even find their buttholes. But where does the self-control come from, little kid? Gu Bei took advantage of his parents' absence and stole some of his father's pocket money, intending to spend as much as he wanted and become the boss among the other kids. I never thought that I wouldn't even be considered a petty bourgeois. So Gu Bei immediately thought of the small supermarket on the corner and walked in with 10 coins. He never expected that his luck would be so good that he won 100 silver coins with a small bet. Of course, all of it was spent in a small supermarket. But he also lived a wonderful life like an emperor among his friends, who came and went at will. But the good times didn't last long. Because Lu Yanru didn't play with him, she told her mother. Parents, questioning him if he touched something he shouldn't have touched. Gu Bei was so panicked that he quickly exposed the fact that he had stolen his father's private money, even though he was beaten up. But my butt was saved. But the little devil Lu Yanru noticed something was wrong, went to investigate, and caught him. That summer vacation. Gu Bei spent his time skipping rope and playing boring games like Playing House, which was a childhood nightmare. So, now this play must go on. My dear brother, this soup is delicious. At the same time, Lu Yanru slowly put the soup spoon to her mouth and started sucking it in small sips, occasionally revealing the pink core, looking at Gu Bei charmingly. Why don't you try it too? She drank half of it and then handed the other half to Gubei with a playful and slightly threatening look in her eyes. You don't give me imported food. Then why not try my imported soup? Gulu. Gubei stood there in a daze, swallowing his saliva uncontrollably. It wasn't because he was drooling, but because he felt a little scared. He felt that if this continued, one day, she will drain all the blood from me, turn me into a mummy, and stay by her side for the rest of my life. He had seen it last night when he was watching the commentary of a real case, and now he couldn't help but feel a chill running down his spine. I'm not thirsty. Gubei shook his head and waved his hand to refuse. Lu Yanru was not angry. She just looked at Gubei with a smile, playing with the soup spoon in her hand, and spoke in a calm tone. Since brother doesn't want to drink, then I won't make it difficult for him. But Aunt Song will probably be worried. I haven't even graduated from college yet, I don't know if a child will pop up from somewhere. Well. After she finished speaking, she even sighed in a pretentious manner. Bang! But Gubei's heart was actually shaken, even though he knew that the other party was talking about him and Yu Wan'er checking into a hotel. But the word child that was accidentally uttered was almost guessed correctly. It's not that he might give birth to a child, but he already has a daughter, and there is also a grandchild who he hasn't even seen. Gubei was sweating profusely. I was wrong. There was a prophet cheating, so he didn't want to play this rubbish game anymore and just admitted his mistake. Yu Wan'er and I are innocent, don't go back and make trouble in front of my mom. Lu Yanru frowned slightly. No. Gubei quickly shook his head and immediately complimented, I hope you can say more good things about me. The little girl next door bullies me because I have no position in the family. Chapter 19. Open your mouth. Sit down. Lu Yanru covered her mouth with her hand and smiled faintly, her cherry lips blooming, and she happily shook her legs under the dining table. Gubei looked up at the ceiling. It's so dark. Immediately, he sat down. I want a hot dog. Lu Yanru, whose little trick had succeeded, smiled as she glanced at the luxurious spicy hot pot in front of her and said softly. But her hands fell on her snow-white knees. There was no intention of taking action at all. If it were an ordinary person, Gubei would have turned his face away and cursed, Are your hands or brains disabled? Can't you have feet without hands? On Douyin, there are people who can become kings with their feet, can't you even eat a meal? But who let? Is the person in front of me the little witch Lu Yanru? I can't afford to offend. Gubei looked reluctant, but he still backed down. However, in the cafeteria, countless male students looked at the scene in front of them with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Lu Yanru is a top beauty. Her pretty face is small and delicate, with a little baby fat, just like a well-behaved kitten. I want to take a deep breath. A pair of clear and bright eyes, coupled with the charming curved eyebrows, give people a very down-to-earth and cute fairy-like feeling, which makes people want to hold them in their hands and protect them. But Gubei felt bitter in his heart. I'm hungry. Seeing that Gubei was slow to pick up his chopsticks, Lu Yanru gave him an appropriate reminder, with a hint of deep meaning flashing in her clear eyes. Gubei shuddered immediately, resigned himself to picking up the chopsticks in one hand and the soup spoon in the other, and picked up a hot dog. Come on, open your mouth. Gubei got into the role in a second and spoke softly. Hot. Lu Yanru's eyebrows were curved, and her hands were supported on her chin, with a look of great anticipation. Gubei had no choice but to blow on the hot dog himself to lower the temperature so as not to burn Lu Yanru. Ah! She bit into it directly, and the juice inside burst out. Woo woo woo! After dozens of seconds, Lu Yanru swallowed it with a little pain and glared at Gubei with some resentment. You are in such a hurry, can't you be a little gentler? Gubei suppressed his joy, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and said with a laugh, Go on. Go on. Come and eat. As he spoke, he continued to bring it to Lu Yanru's lips, and this time she didn't hold back. Crack. Just like that, Gubei watched in humiliation as the luxurious spicy hot pot he ordered was devoured bit by Lu Yanru's cherry lips. This witch always pretended to be charming and seductive every time she ate, making Gubei dare not open his eyes to look at her. Torture. The ultimate torture. Just when Gubei was about to cry but had no tears left, Xiaoyu, the campus celebrity, ran over with an anxious look on his face. Gubei, I finally found you. He ran up quickly, grabbed Gubei's clothes, and said in a panic, Let's go. Ah sir, come to us now to find out what happened. The brothers were too ruthless in what happened yesterday. Ah. When Gubei heard this, he stood up suddenly, turned around without looking back, and ran out with He Xiaoyu. That speed is comparable to a 100-meter sprint. Swish! In an instant, he disappeared from Lu Yanru's sight, which made her, who was thinking of ways to play with and tease Gubei, stand there in shock. What happened? Why would the police look for brother Gubei? She murmured to herself in doubt and surprise, and the boys around her who were waiting anxiously came up to her and showed their courtesy. Beauty! You don't know yet. Yesterday, this guy gathered a bunch of people in the school to beat up 3 people from outside the school in order to protect a woman. I heard that an ambulance came later. He was too cruel, he is not a human being. After saying that, the man did not forget to belittle her and at the same time moved his butt, wanting to sit opposite Lu Yanru. You are not a human being. You are a piece of trash. But Lu Yanru stood up directly, shouted at the man with an undisguised anger with a cold face, then turned and left. What kind of rubbish are you? How dare you insult brother Gubei? You don't even look in the mirror. You are uglier than a toad, but you want to eat better than a toad? Now, she is extremely worried about brother Gubei. Please don't let anything happen. The man with wide eyes and a pale face stood there in a daze, with mocking voices ringing around him from time to time. He quickly lowered his head and ran away quickly. However, he held a grudge against Gubei, feeling that he had lost all face because of this guy. Yawn. At this moment, Gubei, who was 180,000 meters away from the cafeteria, suddenly stopped and sneezed loudly. Who is it? He reached out and rubbed his nose. You cursed me behind my back. However, his face was not less panicked and worried than before. Instead, he gave a fist to He Xiaoyu beside him and said, "Thank you. This time, I really saved my brother from danger." This move was used brilliantly. He Xiaoyu was puzzled. He reached out and touched the back of his head, and said in astonishment, "How do you know it's fake? This shouldn't be the case." Originally, he wanted to tease Gubei. Let this guy be surrounded by beautiful women all the time. Gubei shrugged, waved his hand and smiled, "If it's true, sir, if he comes to me, then you will be the one calling me. Besides, didn't the school deal with those 3 scumbags last night? The 3 of them formed a gang, and they are all involved in organized crime." He Xiaoyu couldn't help but admire her and gave her a thumbs up. "Otherwise you are the only one in the school who can lick the school beauty, you are amazing." Gubei rolled his eyes helplessly, then took out his cell phone and transferred 500 yuan to He Xiaoyu. "I don't have much, buy some water for you guys, thank you guys for your bravery yesterday." He Xiaoyu's eyes widened, "Boss Gu, where did you go to make money?" "I told the second brother to sell hooks to serve them." Puff. Gubei looked down at the message on his phone and couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Then the second brother will definitely fight you to death." The words fell. He waved and walked out of the school. "Hey! Where are you going? It's the 5th row in the afternoon." He Xiaoyu shouted loudly at Gubei's back. Gubei waved his hands and shouted loudly, "Go earn money for diaper support for my sons." He Xiaoyu rolled his eyes, not believing it at all, thinking that Gubei was taking advantage of him again. Chapter 20. The black silk stockings are all covered with starch. "Hey! Lawyer Tang, you are as beautiful as yesterday." Familiar BMW X8. Gubei got in the car and sat in the back seat. With a glance, he found that today it was only him and Tang Qiuyue, the troublesome fairy wearing sunglasses and a professional OL black silk hip skirt. How? If you wear a set of black stockings for 7 consecutive days, they become patinated? In the driver's seat, Tang Qiuyue, who was wearing sunglasses, seemed to feel Gubei's gaze, and the corners of her mouth twitched uncontrollably. "What are you thinking about? I change my stockings every day. Men like you only know about black stockings, but you don't know that black stockings can be opaque, transparent, hollow, or have textured prints." Tang Qiuyue couldn't help but roll her eyes. Her round and slightly upturned buttocks lifted slightly, revealing most of her black stockings. Only then did Gubei realize that compared to the soft feeling of black yesterday, this time the black stockings were more shiny, with a slight more texture on them, extending along the direction of the fleshy legs, making people want to look forward to it. It seems like it's really different. This thing? Gubei's pupils shrank slightly, and he couldn't help but complain, "It's so complicated." In his impression, no, actually he had some impression of it in the learning files on the C drive of the tender and delicate 4th child. Aren't black stockings meant to be torn? There is no need to make it so complicated. You're a straight guy. Tang Qiuyue couldn't help but shook her head, thinking that it was no wonder that Gubei looked exactly like her, but he had been pursuing the goddess Li Weiwei from the same school for 3 years without any progress. This boy is a total loser. When Gubei heard this, he immediately became dissatisfied. He thought that he was not a pervert, so how could he tell the difference so clearly? He immediately took out his cell phone from his trouser pocket, found the group photo of the M78 Nebula in the album, and handed it to Tang Qiuyue. Please find Ultraman Tiga Dinah, Gaia and others in the picture and point out their differences. The words fell. He also raised his eyebrows, showing a provocative look. Tang Qiuyue just felt a headache at the moment, looking at the screen full of almost identical Ultraman. She really wanted to kick Gubei. He was really asking for death for this straight man who had not grown up yet. Can the difficulty of this choice be compared with that of black stockings? She just didn't believe that someone could find it accurately. It was simply a fantasy. But since Gubei wanted to play, she would accompany him to the end. A playful sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth. Do you have someone you like? She started the car and said calmly. What are you going to do? Gubei suddenly became suspicious. He took back his phone vigilantly and began to look Tang Qiuyue up and down. This demon wouldn't want to find something to hold against me and then make me sign a series of unfair contracts, right? Not a buddy? You are so rich, yet you still try to exploit me, a college student. You don't even want to give me $100, do you? Tang Qiuyue saw everything through the rearview mirror and couldn't help feeling a slight pain in her cerebellum. Was Gubei thinking about something bad again? Could it be that? Don't you know that she is a regular lawyer? It's annoying enough to take on cases, and now I have to act like a driver to receive that abominable straight man Gubei. What I mean is, if you keep on pushing me, you should say goodbye to the person you love as soon as possible, because I want me to step on the accelerator and leave this fucking world. Tang Qiuyue rolled her eyes, stepped on the accelerator, and the car speeded up instantly, rushing towards the distance. Boom! The push from the 100-meter acceleration made Gubei fall backwards involuntarily, feeling the roar of the engine all around him. However, he did not panic at all. Instead, he acted as if he was sacrificing himself heroically. Bring it on! With Lawyer Tang accompanying me on my journey to the underworld, this journey won't be boring. It's just a pity for my 2 hungry children. At the same time, he put on a show, pretending to reach out and wipe away the non-existent tears from the corners of his eyes. Puff! Tang Qiuyue, who was feeling a little irritable, couldn't hold back her laughter any longer after hearing these words. This Gubei. Doesn't he seem that boring? It turns out that boys are very malleable when they grow up. With a little training, they can be so humorous and interesting. I wonder how many girls he will bring trouble to over the years. Seeing Lawyer Tang smiling and the car slowly slowing down, Gubei secretly breathed a sigh of relief, hurriedly moved closer and asked softly. Lawyer Tang, do you have children? Tang Qiuyue raised her watery eyes slightly, a charming smile flashed across the corners of her mouth, and she deliberately moved her plump buttocks, teased her fluffy hair, and responded casually. How? We've only known each other for a few days, and you're already asking about my personal affairs? Could it be that you still want to pursue me? She has seen too many customers like this. No matter whether she is old or young, she is born with an irresistible charm. But Gubei was stunned, and quickly shrank into the back seat of the car, clasped his hands in front of him, and looked at Tang Qiuyue with extreme vigilance. Lawyer Tang. Please respect yourself. I'm still a college student. I just want to ask you, if you have children, how will they view a father like me who suddenly appeared? I am such an innocent little virgin. Lawyer Tang, how can you have the nerve to do this? Crack. And for a moment, Tang Qiuyue's heart seemed to be broken, and her face froze in place. If it weren't for the sunglasses covering her face, she would probably just want to find a hole to crawl into. A blush of shame and anger involuntarily appeared on that icy jade face. She pursed her red lips tightly and cried her heart out. Damn Gubei. Always leave words unsaid, otherwise you will be misunderstood. She gritted her teeth and glared fiercely at Gubei in the car behind her through her sunglasses, remembering the grudge today. Snort. Have no idea. Tang Qiuyue gnashed her teeth and said, clearly seeking revenge here, but if it were me, I would just castrate this kind of father and let him only know how to give birth but not how to raise a child. But this. Gubei felt a chill down his spine after hearing this and shrank back. Tang Qiuyue is indeed a lawyer and a ruthless person. It's better to stay away from it, so that you won't suffer any harm in the future and won't even have the chance to sue. It's too scary. You are such a filial son. Gubei gave Tang Qiuyue a thumbs up, and then turned into a transparent person to look at the scenery outside the window. You won't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. Oops. Oh shit. Where have I done all this? Suddenly, there appeared a 5-story building in front of me. It was pure white, so white that it was a bit creepy. On top of the building there was a huge sign with 6 big characters clearly written on it. Qingshan Mental Hospital. Chapter 21. Good news, he is a well-behaved child. Qingshan Mental Hospital. Gubei was a little panicked for a moment. He turned his head and looked at Tang Qiuyue with great sincerity. Miss Tang, if I have offended you before, I sincerely apologize to you here. So, Miss Tang, please don't take revenge on me. Send me to a mental hospital. Everyone knows. No matter whether you are a normal person or not, once you go in, you will definitely be abnormal, and you will become sick even if you are not sick. Being a 21-year-old virgin, that's not against the law, right? How come he ended up in such a horrible place? He hasn't even been with the goddess Li Weiwei yet. Puff. Tang Qiuyue was driving and looked at Gubei, who looked a little uneasy in the rearview mirror. She couldn't help but chuckle and teased him happily. You are afraid sometimes. I have to revise the contract when I get back. If you breach the contract, I will send you here to live out your retirement. Ha 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 ha. As he spoke, he also let out a silver bell-like laugh, which made Gubei's head full of black lines and his face looked messy. It is just as my mother said, the more beautiful a woman is, the more you should not mess with her, because they are all narrow-minded. Gubei couldn't help but shook his head slightly, regaining his composure and asking seriously, here, the mother of the child? Today he fulfilled the signed contract and went to look for his other child, but he ended up at Qingshan Mental Hospital. Gubei was indeed a little surprised and worried. But I soon came to my senses and accepted it all. No matter what the child's mother did, the child was innocent. He will fulfill his obligations. At this moment, his back was straight, and his whole body was faintly emitting a saintly aura. Bang! But the next second, Tang Qiuyue, who had parked the car, turned around, looked down at Gubei with her pink little fist, and said speechlessly, "Why turn on the lights in broad daylight? Don't you know how expensive gas is now? Backhand, turn off the lights." Then he rolled his eyes at Gubei and introduced himself calmly, "I'll go meet my other employer, Li Bingbing, later. From Qingshan Mental Hospital." When she said this, Tang Qiuyue paused deliberately, but she did not see the expected worry on Gubei's face. Instead, the boy looked like he was on a tour, staring out the window looking left and right. What? Check in. Tang Qiuyue's face was dark, and she continued coldly, "The chief psychiatrist lives here in the family compound. Walk." After saying that, she got out of the car first, then quickly went to the back door and pulled Gubei down. She was afraid that if the two of them continued to stay alone together, something bad might happen. Okay. Gubei shrugged lazily and jumped out of the car quickly. He was not surprised by this result. After all, if someone can afford a senior lawyer like Tang Qiuyue, he cannot be a patient. Then only a doctor in a mental hospital. I just didn't expect that the other party is actually a director and lives here. The child won't be affected since childhood, right? A trace of worry flashed across Gubei's eyes. He was somewhat concerned about the child's mental state, and followed Tang Qiuyue quickly. Soon, the two passed by one iron window after another and came to a bungalow at the end of the street. Tang Qiuyue took a deep breath. Ha! She tidied up her messy hair in the slightly shifted shirt in front of her, then moved her red lips slightly, showing her 8 professional teeth, took out the phone and started dialing. Gubei watched it from the side. This is called professionalism. If it weren't for that pair of straight, shiny black silk thighs that were too dazzling and disturbing, Gubei felt that he could at least learn a trick or two. When Tang Qiuyue hung up the phone, the old, yellow door with a large upside-down word "fu" on it was slowly pushed open. Crunch! The iron gate shook slightly. Then it drove out slowly. When Tang Qiuyue was about to take Gubei forward to say hello, her pupils suddenly shrank. She was a little stunned, and she stood there in a daze. Just see. Hanging on the door handle on the inside of the iron gate was a handsome boy with a head full of silver hair, a cold and resolute face, and only about 50 or 60 centimeters tall as Gubei's calf. At this moment, the face was flushed red, and the tender little hands were pulling the door handle tightly, using all the strength of the body to push it down. Bang! Bang! In just that instant, Gubei felt his heart beating rapidly, and the connection hidden in his blood kept reminding him. This is his child. As if he had realized something, the child with the red face subconsciously looked up and happened to see Gubei. Eyes met. The child opened his mouth slightly, a little surprised, and wanted to say something, but his hands began to loosen involuntarily. Careful! Tang Qiuyue was still in a daze, but Gubei had already rushed over, opened his arms and caught the child in an instant, then held the child in his arms and asked impatiently. Are you okay? Where's your mother? Why did she let you open the door? How old are you? Does your arm hurt? Do you want to go to the hospital? At this moment, Gubei looked like a real dad. Tang Qiuyue came back to her senses and looked at the scene in front of her. She could only sigh once again that blood ties were a fate that was difficult to understand scientifically. Gubei recognized his child immediately. Mumu, the son of her employer Li Bingbing, is, as far as she knows, a 3-year-old child who has been very obedient since childhood, never cries or makes a fuss, and has a stable personality. He is the dream baby in the hearts of countless parents. And her mother, Li Bingbing. She has absolutely no experience in raising children, and she is a hands-off boss. Fortunately, Mumu is naturally sensible and obedient, and she even makes milk powder for herself. What a well-behaved child. The only downside is that he has been here for too long, has few friends around him, and has a somewhat cold personality, just like his mother. Uncle, I'm fine. Can you put me down? Mumu looked at Gubei seriously and said in a respectful and composed tone. Then he turned to look at Tang Qiuyue, and after a few deep glances, he remembered and said in a gentle tone, Aunt Tang, Mom is waiting for you in the study. The words fell. He twisted his body, broke free from Gubei's arms like a loach, and stepped on the floor. He led the two people respectfully without any emotion. It seemed that Gubei was just a stranger. Chapter 22 Mumu, Uncle, let go of your. Inside the house. Mumu took short steps and walked in front, leading the way for Gubei and Tang Qiuyue. It looked as if it had been done more than once. At this moment, Gubei was a little stunned. He looked at Tang Qiuyue in confusion, blinking as if saying, Is this a 3-year-old child? Don't lie to me. At the same age, Su Su from next door kept rushing into his arms and happily calling him dad. But what about Mumu? Although she is short, her pink and tender face has not yet lost its baby fatness, but she gives people a feeling of being extremely calm and sensible. He was so calm that he didn't seem like a 3-year-old child. He doesn't look like his child, but rather like the male protagonist who didn't finish drinking Mangpo's soup and was reincarnated with the memories of 2 lives. Could it be that the world we live in is a novel, and I am actually the father of the protagonist? I don't have to do anything in the future, I can just lie back and be a rich second generation? At this moment, Gubei subconsciously reached out and touched his chin, and some bizarre thoughts couldn't help but burst out in his mind. After all, when he was 3 years old, he was still playing in the mud in the yard. How could he be like Mumu now, who not only speaks fluently and clearly, but also acts like a cold and taciturn little boss? Plus this bizarre background. Isn't this Pig's Trotter? Who is the pig's foot? Because of Dr. Li's education and environment since childhood, Mumu is much smarter and more precocious than the average person. He always has a cold face, even to his employer. Don't worry. At this time, Tang Qiuyue slowly leaned close to Gubei's ear and whispered to him. At this moment, Tang Qiuyue thought that Gubei was worried that the child was not familiar with him, so she immediately explained. But little do people know. Gubei is already dreaming of becoming a middle-aged rich second generation. Soon, Mumu led the two to a house at the end of the corridor, pointed at the brown door and said calmly, Mom said that when you come, go in and find her. The words fell. He looked up at the height of the door handle, then slightly turned sideways to give space to Tang Qiuyue and Gubei. Please. Gubei lowered his head and looked deeply at Mumu, looking at the handsome face that was 50% similar to his own, and the iconic peach blossom eyes. Even though she stood there with a calm expression, her long eyelashes fell on her watery, peach-like eyes, with the tails of her eyes slightly curled upwards, giving people a feeling of being half drunk. This look shows deep affection even when looking at a dog. This child didn't grow up to be a bad child, so why did his personality become bad? Gubei was puzzled. But for now, let us take a look at the child's mother first. After all, having children is not something that can be changed by his genes alone, so Gubei withdrew his gaze. Boom! Boom! Tang Qiuyue had knocked on the door but received no response. She hesitated and called out again, "Dr. Li, am I bringing Mr. Gu in?" The words fell. She placed her hand on the handle, then twisted it smoothly and easily, slowly pushing open the door, and suddenly a corner of the study was revealed. A whole bookcase was filled with countless medical books. Crunch! As the shabby old door was pushed open, the entire study room appeared before their eyes, but Tang Qiuyue was stunned. On the gray tiles, there was a tall figure lying, covered in a white medical coat, through which the figure was clearly visible, but the strand of white hair mixed in the long hair looked very familiar to Tang Qiuyue. The person lying on the ground is her employer, Li Bingbing. Tang Qiuyue's eyes suddenly widened, and with a horrified look on her face, she pointed her finger and shouted, "This is Dr. Li, no? How is this possible? Quick! 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 As for what's fast?" She was completely speechless and her mind went blank. But at this moment, a black figure suddenly flashed past her, like a shot arrow, and instantly landed beside Li Bingbing, slid down and squatted, looking at Li Bingbing carefully. This person is Gu Bei. He stretched out his hand, followed the slightly exposed profile of the woman on the ground, lifted up the silver white hair, and placed it on the pulse point on her neck. Hiss! When his hand fell carefully, a chill instantly came from his fingertips, making him gasp. "How's it going?" Tang Qiuyue also came back to her senses at this moment, and rushed to Gu Bei's side with rapid steps in her high heels making a tapping sound. Her charming and seductive face was now frowned and a little flustered. Mumu looked at everything in front of him with a calm expression. He just walked slowly and stood silently beside the desk. He looked at everything in front of him silently, without any emotion, as if the person lying on the ground was a stranger. However, Tang Qiuyue and Gu Bei didn't notice anything. Or maybe I just can't spare the energy to pay attention to anything else right now. No pulse. 10 seconds passed, and Gu Bei shook his head solemnly and ordered Tang Qiuyue beside him, "Dial 120, then call the police." Although Li Bingbing was cold, Gu Bei noticed that the tea kettle on the desk was still emitting bursts of white-hot mist. The childless mother, the accident happened not long ago. "Dr. Li, has she ever suffered from any illness, such as heart problems, or is she allergic to something?" At this moment, Gu Bei didn't care about anything else. He just took Li Bingbing's body gently and turned it over. Suddenly, a pale but cold and beautiful face appeared before my eyes, like a sleeping person in a fairy tale. This trip is enough to make countless people pay for it. But Gu Bei only had time to admire it for a moment before he reached out and patted Li Bingbing's shoulders, shouting, "Hey! Wake up, wake up!" At the same time, he lowered his gaze to Li Bingbing's flat white coat, without noticing any ups and downs or breathing. Finished. The childless mother seemed to be dead before she even saw him for the first time. Could it be that she has some kind of death god physique? No, no. Tang Qiuyue was also panicking at the moment, and answered hurriedly, quickly taking out her cell phone to call the emergency number. Beep. But what she heard was a busy tone. She hurriedly checked, her brows furrowed even more. "No signal here, I'm going out." Without even turning his head, Gu Bei stretched out his thick, warm hands and placed them on the pockets of Li Bingbing's white coat. Then he overlapped his hands, kept his arms and body upright, and pressed down quickly, relying on the gravity of his whole body. "Hey!" In an instant, a heavy gasp was heard in the room, and Mumu, who had originally looked indifferent, now had his pupils slightly shrunken, looking a little stunned and unexpected. All this happened so fast. It is fleeting. Stop. Mumu rushed to the front of Tang Qiuyue, who was running out, and shouted at the top of his voice. "Mom said that if she doesn't wake up when you guys show up, you should inject her with the stuff in the box." Immediately, he looked at Gu Bei coldly and shouted, "Uncle, please let go of your hands, take him out of my mother's body, and stop touching him." Chapter 23, Treating Dr. Li. "Uncle, let go of your hand and take it away from my mother." Mumu's clear and loud shout instantly resounded throughout the study, stunning Gu Bei and Tang Qiuyue in the room. "Mumu? What did you say? Repeat it again." Tang Qiuyue quickly half knelt down, placed her hands heavily on Mumu's shoulders, and asked anxiously. Young Mumu frowned slightly, but seeing Aunt Tang's anxious look, he kept shouting, "Let go of my mother, take your hands off my mother." When saying this, he pointed at Gu Bei. This made Gu Bei a little confused. At this moment, it was not good to do CPR, and it was not good not to do it either. He lowered his head and looked at his hands resting on the unconscious woman in front of him, feeling very upset. "No? You are such a filial son." A trace of coldness flashed across Mumu's eyes. He was about to walk over, but Tang Qiuyue pulled him back. Not this sentence, the previous one. Ha! Mumu stumbled back to her senses, and quickly pointed at a small box on the desk and shouted, "Mom said that if she hasn't woken up since you came, inject her with the stuff in the box." When these words were spoken, Tang Qiuyue, who had been feeling extremely strange at the moment, suddenly understood everything, and her tense expression couldn't help but relax. Ha! She quickly stood up and ran towards the desk. She looked at the small silver box and opened it. Suddenly, a needle filled with grayish-white medicine appeared in front of her. No need to think. This thing is the antidote. I'm afraid that as long as this thing is injected, her employer Li Bingbing will wake up, and this style of behavior is indeed in line with her employer Li Bingbing. Sure enough, people who can deal with mental patients are generally not ordinary and boring people. The city knows how to have fun. Open. Behind Tang Qiuyue, Mumu had already run to Gubei and repeated what he had said before, his tone even sharper and colder than before. And this was his third time shouting. Gubei looked at the child's eyes, which were as stubborn and determined as his own. The corners of his mouth just rose slightly, but he noticed that his hands seemed to have been forgotten and were still on Li Bingbing in a rescuing posture. Oh no! Sorry. Gubei felt his face turn red and he quickly retracted his hand. Just when the atmosphere was a little awkward, Tang Qiuyue walked over with the injection in her hand with a relaxed look on her face. She looked at Mumu, who had a solemn expression, and explained with a smile. Mumu, Mr. Gu was just too nervous just now. He's fine now. The medicine is here. How come an employer starts to hug and cuddle with you as soon as you meet him? Here we are. In less than an hour, it seemed that they had become enemies. It seems that being the child's father is not an easy role. Ha! Seeing Tang Qiuyue coming to rescue him, Gubei immediately took a breath and was about to step aside when he found that this goblin had stuffed the potion into his palm. Gubei looked at him in confusion. Tang Qiuyue waved her hand playfully and took 2 steps back. I'm afraid of needles. I can't do this kind of delicate work. You know a little bit about medicine, so it's your turn. Go ahead, give Dr. Li an injection and wake her up. Tang Qiuyue just stood there, urging Gubei. He was asked to give an injection to Dr. Li, who was lying on the ground in front of so many people, even children. Gubei had a messy face. Looking at the thick needle in his hand, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. It turned out that one should not underestimate this devil, Lawyer Tang. From time to time, a backstab. Uncle, if you can't do it, I'll do it. At this moment, Mumu's cold voice rang out, and a cute hand the size of a doll appeared in front of him. The corners of Gubei's mouth twitched even more violently. Man, how could you say no? And it happened in front of his own children, how embarrassing. It's just an injection, but he talked like no one can do it. If you haven't seen a pig climbing a tree, then you haven't eaten pork. For big words and control. It's okay, I'll do it. Gubei said to Mumu with a smile, then turned back and glared at Tang Qiuyue. He turned around with a serious expression and placed the thick injection in front of him. He pushed the syringe slightly to expel the air inside, then squatted down and reached out to turn the woman on the ground over. What? Mumu looked over warily. Gubei was somewhat helpless. Give me a shot in the butt. This way it will be absorbed faster. But shot? When Mumu heard that he was going to lift up his mother's clothes and expose her, but his face turned cold and he waved his hand immediately. No. Cough cough. Tang Qiuyue, who was hiding and watching the show, couldn't help coughing at this moment, and immediately came up to smooth things over. Just the arm will do, there's no need to strip and spank. This kid Gubei is not honest. Gubei lifted up the arm of the woman on the ground, looked at the slightly slender, white, and shiny arm, and slapped it twice. A chill came over him, and the green meridians suddenly appeared. Gubei didn't hesitate at all and directly inserted a needle. Then, inject at a constant speed. It entered Dr. Li's body in an instant, so not a single drop was wasted. Phew, done. After the injection, Gubei let out a long breath, stood up immediately, and shook his numb body. And the woman on the ground is Li Bingbing. At this moment, Zhang Yanli's pretty face was lying sideways, with her limbs twisted 90 degrees, presenting a special symbol-like shape. It looks a bit weird. Is there going to be any problem? Otherwise, we should just call 120 and ask professionals to handle it. Gubei took a step back and said worriedly when he saw that Li Bingbing showed no signs of waking up. There was some truth in what he said. And Tang Qiuyue couldn't help but nod. After all, if something happened to the employer, she would be in trouble too. Not to mention, Dr. Li has always been unpredictable. Mom is a professional. But Mumu shouted loudly, "Just trust Mom." Chapter 24, Iceberg Beauty Li Bingbing, pull me. Believe Mom? Right here on the ground, this crazy psychiatrist? Gubei couldn't help but narrow his eyes and looked over there. Now that he had calmed down, he realized that the other person had a cold face, giving people the feeling of an icy beauty, just like Ada Wong in Resident Evil. Beautiful and cool. At the same time, although she was lying in an incredible posture, the pair of slender legs hidden by the white coat could no longer conceal her natural charm. This instantly reminded Gubei of the Xiantian Longjiang pig's feet holy body that was widely circulated on the internet, if it was worn with a pair of yoga pants. I dare not think about it. I dare not even think about it. Why are there single mothers nowadays? Each one is so beautiful. Brother Mangda. Brother Mangda. It's a pity that you were not born in modern times. If not, you would really be happy and forget about your hometown. Gubei couldn't help but sigh in his heart, then half squatted down, stretched out his index finger and placed it under the nose of Li Bingbing, who was lying on the ground. Hey! There is breath, but it seems too weak. Gu Beibing was thinking about the possibility of a scenario in which the child's mother passed away without him ever seeing her, leaving him alone to raise the child. He turned around and shouted to Tang Qiuyue in the corner, "I think we should call 120. Follow the advice of the only adult present." As for him? Just a child. But he noticed that Tang Qiuyue's pupils shrank slightly, and she quickly pointed her hand behind her, with her lips slightly opened as if she was about to speak. Need not. Gubei suddenly heard a cold voice behind him, "If something really happens, we should call the funeral home and have a direct cremation." Oh shit. Who is it? Gubei was startled and was about to jump up on the spot to exercise, but he found that his fingers were tightly grasped by someone and a cool touch came over him. He had no choice but to look back, only to find that Li Bingbing had woken up at some point, her cold eyes staring at him with interest. A cold, delicate hand was now tightly holding his fingers, with no intention of letting go. Ha! Gu Beifang was relieved. It turned out to be Li Bingbing. He thought it was a female ghost from somewhere. It was too scary. Although the second brother often said that he would kill all the ugly ones and even female ghosts, but he obviously did not have such a habit. His eyes fell on his tightly clenched fingers, and he hummed meaningfully, signaling Li Bingbing to let go. Men and women should not touch each other. He still has to get married. Pull me up. Li Bingbing did not let go, but continued speaking coldly, as if a doctor was giving orders. As we all know, follow the orders of doctors and teachers. It can be said that this is a behavior marked in the genes of college students. Gubei didn't even think about it and just stood up. Then he tightened the one finger and used all his strength to perform it. Li Bingbing, who was lying down, also stood up. After she was away from the floor, a hint of blood appeared on her snow-white face. At this time, Gubei discovered the child's mother was actually 1.8 meters tall, only half a head shorter than him. She was standing in front of him with a strong aura. On the contrary, he felt a little guilty. After all, when I went to the hospital to deliver the benefits, I made up my identity and caused the other person to get pregnant for no apparent reason. Fortunately, this handsome face of his must be born from his mother, it's not fake. Just when Gubei was daydreaming, he found Li Bingbing standing in front of him, only a fist away, staring at him. And Li Bingbing's slender hands tightly grasped his muscles, with no intention of letting go. At the same time, the eerie chill made Gubei break out in a cold sweat on his back. Other side? Could it be a female version of the Thunder King? The reason he came to me was not just to take care of Mumu. After all, Mumu was so well behaved, why did he need care? Then there is only one answer. Revenge. To avenge myself for the sweet words I used back then. Run. Just when Gubei made up his mind that retreat was the best strategy, a soft and childish voice sounded. Mother. Mumu took small steps and slowly came to Li Bingbing's side. She stretched out her cute little hand and pulled Li Bingbing's white coat. Gubei stopped and looked down at Mumu. Although the little guy still looks calm at this moment, you can still see joy in his brows. Li Bingbing nodded calmly, then turned to look at Gubei and spoke directly without any warning. Call daddy. Gubei? Are the requirements for being a psychiatrist so high now? You need to integrate into the psychiatric community. Why do you ask people to call you daddy as soon as you come up? Just when Gubei was a little stunned, Mumu, who was standing next to his thigh, had an extremely complicated look on her cold face. Confused, puzzled, angry, happy. Everything changed in Mumu's eyes, but finally all returned to silence. He raised his childish yet stern face, and looked at Gubei with a pair of eyes calmly. This time, it was no longer a casual glance, but a deep scrutiny, as if he wanted to imprint Gubei's appearance deeply in his mind. Dad! Then, he shouted without any emotion. Ha! Gubei finally realized that it wasn't the child's mother who wanted to be perverted, but wanted Mumu to call her. Is the communication between mother and son so simple? But this time, hearing this cry, Gubei felt no waves in his heart, none of the feeling that Su Su had, which made him feel heartbroken. Because I could tell from everything that little Mumu was saying that he was cold and distant. But Gubei didn't make a fuss. He has plenty of time. He can't just go there and show off his power on the first day and force others to call him dad sincerely? This kind of thing only happens in games. Li Bingbing was very satisfied, and then she reached out and patted Mumu's head. Go watch TV with your Aunt Tang. Mumu heard this without hesitation, nodded heavily, and then walked towards Tang Qiuyue, who was watching the show in the corner. Aunt Tang, let's go. Tang Qiuyue understood immediately, and prepared to leave with Mumu by her hand, leaving Gubei and his employer alone in their own world. But Gubei was scared. He also wanted to go out, but he suddenly felt a pain and stopped with a breath. Stay, I have something to talk to you about. When Li Bingbing's cold voice sounded, Gubei felt his body soften and tears of regret flowed from the corners of his eyes. Chapter 25 Black Pigtails? Healing Spirit. Just as Gubei was looking up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, his eyes filled with non-existent tears, and he was regretting that he had coveted the 800 yuan. Hello, my name is Li Bingbing. Of course I prefer people to call me Dr. Li. Li Bingbing's cold and polite voice rang in my ears. Gubei did not answer, but he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, and spoke in a low voice with some resentment. Dr. Li, can you let go first? After all, there was news online that a female nurse stabbed her ex-boyfriend more than 20 times with a knife due to emotional problems. The knife avoided vital organs and the boy suffered great trauma, but he was still judged to have minor injuries. And Li Bingbing is a doctor who is an advanced nurse. He is also the king among doctors, an extremely terrifying psychiatrist who can drill holes in the head with his bare hands. Gubei was afraid that in the blink of an eye he would have had more than 100 wounds on his body if he hadn't accidentally removed his frontal lobe. One word G. I'm afraid I can only live off others for the rest of my life. Li Bingbing's scrutinizing gaze stayed on Gubei for a long time. She saw his black eyes flickering and turning slightly. She understood a little bit in her heart and a cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Good. She said softly and slowly loosened her hand. Gubei immediately took a few steps back. Create distance between the two of you. And all this happened in the blink of an eye, causing the curve of Li Bingbing's mouth to grow wider and wider. She rubbed her palms gently and said playfully. Sorry, I'm used to it. Some patients always like to move around, and this is the only way to calm them down. After listening to Li Bingbing's words, Gubei became even more panicked. This means that he treats himself as a patient too. Is he planning to lock himself up in this mental hospital for the rest of his life? Other people keep handsome men in villas. Why is it so miserable when it comes to me? Gubei subconsciously moved closer to the door, but waved his hand with a nonchalant expression. It's okay. But I wonder why Dr. Li left me here. Didn't he ask me to take care of the child? He wanted to use this excuse to run away. Oh. Li Bingbing stepped on the ticking steps, her cold white jade hands swept across the desk, and then her sexy hips sat on the desk chair, with her slightly raised buttocks and white coat hanging down safely. It seems that you are very satisfied with Mumu, Mr. Gu? Is this the magic of blood genes? When she said this, she looked straight at Gubei, and her eyes seemed to be able to see through Gubei's heart. Gubei suddenly became more flustered. He took over the conversation and nodded quickly. Yes. Then Dr. Li, you take a rest first. I will go take care of Mumu. The words fell. He tried to dodge and escape. Wait a minute. But the cold voice coming from behind made Gubei stop subconsciously and look back. Anything else? He forced a smile, but Li Bingbing acted as if she didn't see it and pointed at the sofa. Please sit down. Well, the child's mother has spoken. What should I do if I still can't do anything? Just sit down. Gu Bei sat down happily, but as soon as he sat down, he felt something uncomfortable under his butt. What is that thing that's pressing against my butt? Why is the sofa in the psychiatrist's house so ugly? Gu Bei reached his hand back and felt around, and suddenly he touched a long, thin object. You don't know until you see it, and you will be dumbfounded when you see it. Suddenly, a small black whip appeared in his hand. This thing? Cough cough. Li Bingbing, who was pretending to be profound in assessing Gu Bei, couldn't help but show a hint of nervousness on her fair face when she saw the scene. She immediately coughed lightly to attract Gu Bei's attention. Mr. Gu, this is the tool I use to treat patients. Please put it down. Her cold voice rang out immediately, making Gu Bei feel embarrassed, and he threw Xiao Baizi onto the sofa. Therapeutic tools? Can this thing also treat mental illness? However, Gu Bei couldn't help muttering, which made Li Bingbing clench her hands into a small fist under the table and glance at Gu Bei with suspicion. This guy? Are you pretending, or do you really not know? But looking at his silly appearance, it doesn't seem like he is pretending. After all, he is just a college boy who hasn't graduated yet. Thinking of this, Li Bingbing breathed a sigh of relief, and then without hesitation, she directly stated her purpose. What do you think of Mumu? Gu Bei looked up, sat up straight, and nodded quickly. Very good. Very sensible. Of course you brag about your own children. No. Li Weiwei interrupted coldly, this is too mature for a 3-year-old child. At the same time, don't you notice that his emotional fluctuations are very weak? He is gradually entering a state of emotional indifference. If he continues like this, he may develop multiple mental illnesses. Gu Bei? What the hell? I was still thinking about how to make fun of our good son? And now you're saying that our son is in danger? Gu Bei's pupils suddenly dilated and he looked confused. How come? Li Bingbing replied coldly, it's because of my personality and the current environment, and also because I lacked the company of a father figure when I was growing up. So? That's why I asked Lawyer Tang to find you. After she finished speaking, she picked up a glass of water on the table and took a sip, looking so calm and composed. It was as if the words just now did not come from her mouth. At this point, Gu Bei began to believe that Mumu, this good boy, might really be emotionally indifferent. After all. Here as an example. Then what should I do? Gu Bei took a deep breath and felt the burden on his shoulders suddenly become heavier. The pressure was huge. But the child's mother happens to have a professional background suitable for the job, so it shouldn't be a problem. But the next second, he heard words that made Gu Bei want to vomit blood. It depends on you. He is your child. No? Dude. Isn't Mumu your child? So, I am the only one who needs to do the work to give birth to a child? Chapter 26 You may not find one among 3,000. It's up to you. He's your child. Li Bingbing's casual tone and the carelessness on her face made Gu Bei doubt for a moment. Mumu. Is this really the child that this woman carried for 10 months? But thinking back to Mumu's unintentional protection of Li Bingbing, he knew that he was definitely overthinking it. Then there is only one answer. This woman is cold-hearted by nature. Thinking of this, Gu Bei couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He finally understood who Mumu inherited his personality from. So, is this woman in front of me serious? At this moment, Gu Bei's mind recalled the small braid that he had just thrown on the sofa. It didn't look like a tool for medical treatment. Instead, it seems like teaching aids. If you don't listen, you will be spanked. Hiss. Gu Bei had an unfathomable look on his face. He turned back and forth, couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, and took a step back silently. I have been a loyal fan of Bikuj for 10 years. This is often how it is portrayed in novels. Every psychiatrist who appears often has problems of his own. Since ancient times, a doctor doesn't treat himself. How? At this moment, Li Bingbing, who had been observing Gu Bei, crossed her legs leisurely, picked up a pen and notebook on the desk, and wrote something on it quickly. Looking at Mr. Gu, he doesn't seem to want to take responsibility. Is he afraid? Or does he think it's troublesome? A playful yet scrutinizing tone gradually sounded, bringing Gubei back to his senses from his confused thoughts. No. He didn't think much about it and just shook his head. What a joke. After all, Mumu is his biological son. He can still be saved, so how could he just abandon him? Besides, even if it is really infected, then of course you should treat the disease actively. Besides, in this unreasonable and cannibalistic world, it seems more relaxed to live with a certificate of mental illness. In any case, it's just 4 words: just be happy. At the same time, Gubei also noticed that Li Bingbing was writing something on the notebook in front of him. Out of curiosity, he quietly took a few steps closer. The eagle-eye skill accumulated from years of exams allowed him to successfully glimpse some of the content, but unfortunately, they are all ghost paintings. The unsolved mystery of mankind doctor's font has not been solved by anyone except medical staff. But Li Bingbing noticed it, leaned back slightly, looked up and glanced. Her cold eyes instantly made Gubei stop. Cough, cough. He coughed awkwardly, then turned sideways in panic, touching his head, and asked awkwardly, "What do I do?" It can be said that there are 5 fake moves in 1 second. Li Bingbing's face, which looked as cold as a dead body, was slightly raised at this moment, revealing a smile that was invisible to the naked eye. You are a mentally healthy adult. You will find a way, right? Otherwise, I wouldn't spend 4,000 yuan to hire you. She continued writing in the notebook in front of her, speaking with a hint of cold amusement in her eyes. Mr. Gu, it only costs 3,000 yuan to recruit a college student now. He. This joke is so cold. Gubei couldn't help but roll his eyes. He could see that Dr. Li had a natural bad taste and always liked to tell some jokes. What does it mean to hire yourself for 4,000 yuan? In the end, this money was turned into alimony and returned to Li Bingbing herself. It seems that she was just transferring it from one hand to the other, and she saved money on paying salaries. And I, a poor man, can only accept it. If you don't accept it, you'll have to go into a brothel and learn how to operate a sewing machine quickly. It's the same model as Fanfan's, you deserve it. Mr. Gu, let me reiterate that I never force anyone. It's okay if you refuse. Li Bingbing seemed to have a pair of eyes that could see through people's hearts. In just a moment, she said coldly. Every word hit Gubei's heart. Don't worry. I won't let lawyer Tang Qiuyue. This made Gubei couldn't help but frown slightly. He subconsciously reached out to touch his head and took a few steps back. This doctor, can't he read minds? What will Mumu do if I leave? Gubei took several deep breaths, quickly suppressed his inner fear, and said calmly. Can't be timid now. The more timid you are, the more the other party will see through you. Although he didn't know much about psychiatry, he had watched countless movies about psychologists. Little Li Bingbing, so easy to handle. When he finished speaking, the whole house fell into silence for the first time. Li Bingbing also stopped writing with her pencil, leaving a drop of thick ink on the white paper. Gubei tilted his head and snorted. Li Bingbing turned her head and said in a calm voice as usual, but it made people feel a little creepy. Transfer him to the mental hospital and start physical treatment in advance. Gubei's pupils suddenly dilated slightly, and he was a little stunned, but he felt that everything was reasonable. Otherwise, is there any other way? The air turned cold again. I won't let this happen. Gubei slowly raised his head and said this with a firm look. Immediately, Gubei no longer had the desire to continue chatting, he just nodded and turned around and left. Li Bingbing is too rational. Leave the rest to him. Sitting at the desk, Li Bingbing was leisurely crossing her legs and looking at the person and the closed wooden door that disappeared before her eyes. Her pretty face, which looked like a painting by Al, was serious and lifeless, with her red lips slightly curled up and her silver teeth slightly exposed. It was a rare moment of happiness for her. Gubei, 21 years old, male, Mumu's father. He looks handsome, about 1.85 meters tall, and seems to have been training for a long time. Mature, with normal values, stable emotions and no bad habits, but with mixed thoughts and too much thinking. And the content of the notebook in front of her that looked like scribbles was actually like this. The conversation just now was actually an observation and evaluation of Gubei. Even the scene of her fainting was also under observation. She had injected herself with a new type of sedative in advance in order to observe Gubei's various behaviors and attitudes when facing such things. The good thing is, the kid passed the test. In addition to the previous conversation, Li Bingbing was sure that the other party could take on the responsibility of being a father. but the bad news is, she seems to have suffered a loss. Chapter 27 Tang Qiuyue, Be Gentle. Ha! Gubei walked out and stood at the door. He couldn't help but shudder. I will never stay in the same room with this woman again. She's too scary. Just now, I complained silently in my heart. The other party could see it, it was like a worm in the stomach, it was really scary. You know, men's secrets are like the browser in a mobile phone, they are things that cannot be exposed. It's not an exaggeration to say that it will die in the light. But he soon calmed down and walked towards the hall leisurely following the sound of the TV. My name is Hang Dolly. I thought that playing with abstract ideas would make people like me. If no one cared after I finished playing with them, I would have almost believed it. Before Gubei even walked into the hall, he was already listening to the dubbing of Han Dolly, and the corners of his mouth twitched as if they were dancing. What on earth is this enchantress Tang Qiuyue showing to Mumu? He quickly quickened his pace and walked upstairs, and when he arrived in the living room he found that Mumu was not watching TV. He was sitting on the sofa, holding Tang Qiuyue's phone and watching videos, swiping away every 5 seconds. Seems a bit focused. Gubei walked over quietly, looked down at Mumu from behind, and felt his eyes go dark. On the mobile phone screen, there are either waists or legs, with black and white stockings one after another. It can be said to be the legendary top-notch account. Of course, for boys. You have to know that this phone belongs to Tang Qiuyue. 9 out of 10 videos are of beauties, and one is difficult to tell whether it is androgynous. Gubei's eyelids twitched wildly. He covered his face with his hands and came to Tang Qiuyue's side with a look of despair. What are you doing? Gubei lowered his voice and spoke with slightly gritted teeth, wanting to punch Tang Qiuyue viciously in his heart. Let her know that she shouldn't teach children bad things. If he hadn't thought about Mumu's personality problems and the need to build a good relationship with her, he really wanted to go up and snatch the phone away and give it a reincarnation. Eat so well? Brother, I have never seen so many beauties. Shoo! Seeing that Gubei's face was full of anger, Tang Qiuyue immediately reached out and grabbed his clothes and pulled him back in front of her, then moved closer and spoke in a weak voice. This is one of Dr. Li's treatments. Therapy? What kind of bullshit therapy is this? Gubei's eyes widened with disbelief, and Tang Qiuyue was afraid that Gubei would protect his child, so she hurriedly continued, Really? Dr. Li said that the 7 emotions and 6 desires are the best way to stimulate emotions. I think it will definitely be useful to start from this aspect. Tang Qiuyue looked very serious. Seeing Gubei's face getting darker and darker, she still patted her chest shamelessly. I am practicing what I preach. Every time I go home, the little kids at home, both boys and girls, are so happy to see my black stockings, laughing and running up to me, hugging me, and holding me up high. Thinking of this, a trace of heartache flashed across Tang Qiuyue's face. Many of her black stockings were damaged because of this. Some kids just don't take things seriously. Hiss. Gubei was completely speechless. He glared at Tang Qiuyue with gritted teeth and thought, how can it be the same? Your family is full of idiots, but Mumu is several times more mature than his peers. Do you want to destroy him? Gubei suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed Tang Qiuyue's arm, holding it in front of him, looking down at her with cold eyes and shouting. He himself does not care about the attitudes and behaviors of others. But for children. No. At this moment, feeling the extreme oppression and rapid breathing, Tang Qiuyue's pupils widened and she looked at Gubei in disbelief. When did this boy become so domineering? This is fatherly love. It's so unreasonable. However, Tang Qiuyue also realized that she seemed to have done something stupid. She felt a little guilty, frowned, slapped Gubei's hand away, and snorted coldly. Be gentle, you're hurting me. I'll go get the phone back right away. Hearing this, Gubei slowly let go of his hand. But the cold eyes that appeared for the first time were still staring at Tang Qiuyue, making Tang Qiuyue couldn't help but mutter in her heart. You stinky man, you don't even know how to be gentle with women. I will never let you go until you are dead. My clothes are all messed up, how can I go out and meet people? Tang Qiuyue reached out to tidy up her clothes, pouted and gave Gubei a blank look, then walked towards Mumu. Mumu, can you give my phone back to me? Tang Qiuyue was extremely gentle to her employer's child. Let's just watch cartoons. What do you think? Besides, this phone is what Mumu wants to play with. She originally planned to play cartoons for the child, but the child disliked the cartoons because they were too childish. 2 words don't watch. Tang Qiuyue naturally used the second most useful magic weapon for children, the mobile phone. As for the first one, it was naturally the cigarette card. I don't know which bard spread this thing all over the country, but it has become popular among primary school students all over the country. Just as she was thinking about how to find the right words to convince Mumu, she saw Mumu nodded, and a hint of relief appeared on that stern face. And Tang, you are finally here. Watch less of this stuff in the future. As my mom said, it's bad for your physical and mental health. The pictures in it are either photoshopped or fake. They're even more boring than my cartoons. Mumu's tender and gentle voice gradually sounded, and instantly fell on Tang Qiuyue like a whisper. Critical hit. Crazy critical hit. Tang Qiuyue widened her eyes and stood there in shock. Looking at the phone returned to her hand, she felt dizzy. Who I am? Where am I? What just happened? I felt like I was being mocked by a 3-year-old kid, and was being lectured about my physical and mental health. Call out. In an instant, a layer of embarrassment turned red on Tang Qiuyue's fair face, and her entire neck seemed to be stained with color, frighteningly red. My brain was red and hot, and everything was blank. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Gu Bei's hearty laughter resounded throughout the living room. He walked up quickly, patted Tang Qiuyue on the shoulder, and mocked her jokingly. Lawyer Tang, please go down to Makabaka. You devil, you forced me to sign an unfair treaty without any kickbacks, and now you're getting your retribution. You are shooting yourself in the foot. Tang Qiuyue came back to her senses. With a rosy and charming face, she bit her lips and glared at Gu Bei fiercely. Snort! She snorted coldly, picked up her phone, stepped back, and sneered, it's not me who should have a headache. Mumu was not an ordinary child. At this moment, Gu Bei moved closer to Mumu, sat next to Mumu, raised the remote control in his hand, and asked with a smile. Mumu, how about we go see Big Bear and Little Bear? Just ask? Which little brat can resist Baldy Chang? I don't want to watch the performance of two idiots. Just as Gu Bei confidently turned on the TV, Mumu's cold voice suddenly rang in his ears. Gu Bei's hands suddenly froze. Ha 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 ha. In an instant, a burst of silver bell-like laughter suddenly rang out in the living room. It was Tang Qiuyue. Gu Bei? My name is Hang Dali, and I thought being a father was easy. If Mumu hadn't opened his mouth and said critically, I would have almost believed it. Chapter 28, Mom, you need my help. So what do you want to see? For a particularly mature 3-year-old child, Gu Bei found it a little tricky for the first time. After all, Susu only needs one step of Makabaka to happily clap her hands on the spot, and then touch her cheek and give her a kiss. But when it came to Mumu, Big Bear and Little Bear have successfully upgraded from animals to become human idiots. If these kids were put in kindergarten, there is no need to think, in less than 3 seconds, the whole class will burst into tears, that little mouth is so sharp. But with a respectful attitude, Gu Bei did not have any intention of forcing her. Instead, he was curious about what Mumu would like. Mumu was also a little surprised by this. For the first time, he turned his head and looked Gu Bei up and down with a serious look, and said in a low voice, You don't have to try to please me deliberately. I know you are my father, just my blood father. Every word seems perfectly normal. But when others heard it, it always felt unpleasant. He knew that Mumu was not speaking harshly, but was used to this way of speaking in attitude. Ignore emotions. He is really a problem child. Ha 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 ha. Gu Bei shook his head and laughed. A trace of memory flashed across his eyes. If my mother heard you say this, I'm afraid she would immediately pick up the chicken feather blanket and give you a good beating. According to your mother's parenting experience, if a child is disobedient, it is probably because he is naughty. A spanking will make him behave himself. However, his buttocks suffered a lot when he was young. But Gu Bei didn't feel any resentment at all. After all, who told him to always like to use firecrackers to blow up human feces pits when he was a kid? Are you going to hit me? But at this moment, Mumu's cold and indifferent voice slowly sounded, making people's hearts tremble. This kid is so stupid. Tang Qiuyue, who was watching the battle from afar, pricked up her ears with interest. She was curious about how Gu Bei would deal with Mumu. This child was the strangest child she had ever seen. Although he is sensible, he gives people a lifeless feeling, just like a robot, operating according to the program. Won't. Gu Bei shook his head, turned to study the cartoons on TV, pointed at SpongeBob SquarePants and asked, What about this one? Mumu turned around after hearing this, looked at the extremely exaggerated smile of SpongeBob on the TV screen, and said indifferently, a fool, a madman, and a miserable worker. Cough cough. Gubei couldn't help but cough lightly, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he nodded in agreement. The summary is very insightful, so what do you think is good? Mumu turned around and looked at Gubei again, a little surprised. He stopped avoiding the question, touched his nose, and shook his head seriously. No. My mother didn't let me come into contact with complicated cartoons too early. Gubei raised his eyebrows. Is she afraid that you will learn bad things? He is already emotionally indifferent. If he watches some cartoons with incorrect values, I'm afraid he will turn evil, right? Just as Gubei was thinking about Li Bingbing's intention, Mumu shook her head and said calmly, no, Mom thinks it's troublesome. She's not on TV and I'm too lazy to look for her. Forehead. Gubei's speech was stuck in his throat at this moment. He couldn't help but look back at Tang Qiuyue, as if to say, man, this job is hard. Mumu is my son, blood is thicker than water, flesh and blood, I have to pay more. Seeing this, Tang Qiuyue crossed her arms over her chest, raised her head and looked at the ceiling around her, as if she couldn't see Lu Chen at all. Add money. That is absolutely impossible. After all, as a middleman, all the money saved would go into her pocket, regardless of how much the two employers gave her. 2 words, keep it confidential. Seeing Tang Qiuyue pretending to be stupid, Gubei rolled his eyes, then turned to look at Mumu and said with a smile, I know a very philosophical and interesting cartoon. How about you take a look at it first? In this day and age, children really eat very poorly. When they were young, there were many cartoons, and there were many excellent ones. Mumu, who was always quiet, showed some interest at this moment, and a hint of expectation and suspicion flashed across his cold eyes. What cartoon? In his opinion, there is really nothing worth watching in the cartoons on the children's channel, they are too childish. Gubei smiled mysteriously, and then said meaningfully, A Feast of Mechas. Ultra Beast Armor. He may not understand children, but he definitely understands boys. Which boy can resist the charm of mecha? When the Super Beast weapons came out, they directly controlled Mumu for the entire afternoon. His lifeless eyes were shining with light and he looked a little more lively. Gubei stood in the corner of the hall, and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. He thought to himself that no matter how Mumu pretended to be mature, he was still a child at heart. How can you not be happy when you come across something you like? But I can't believe what kind of crappy life this kid had before. It must have been hard for him. But it's okay. Dad is here. Gubei smiled with a sense of accomplishment, and at this moment Tang Qiuyue came up and asked in confusion, No? You really know how to amuse children? Su Su was won over by him as soon as they met. Mumu, who was thought to be difficult to deal with, also surrendered at this moment, which really surprised Tang Qiuyue. It's just the beginning, and there is still a long way to go. Gubei shook his head and said softly, while glancing at Tang Qiuyue out of the corner of his eye. She was not here just now. Where did you go just now? The videos in this fairy's phone, showing women in black stockings and long legs, are comparable to those in a Victoria's Secret show. A woman, is that normal? So this guy might have some deviation in his orientation, so he went to see Dr. Li for treatment. Thinking of this, Gubei subconsciously took 2 steps back, but was noticed by Tang Qiuyue, who sneered, What are you afraid of? Will I eat you? I have no interest in children. She raised her proud chest, and her graceful curves showed off her perfect figure to the fullest. That pair of shiny black stockings sparkled with sexiness, and the whole person looked like a secretary from a Korean comic. But in Gubei's eyes, it looked even more suspicious. You don't have a boyfriend, right? Of course not, that stinky man is not worthy of me. Tang Qiuyue flicked her hair with her hand, a fragrant breeze blew, and her sexy and charming profile instantly appeared in front of her eyes. It was beautiful, but Gubei felt nervous. Because he had completely confirmed what he was thinking, he stepped back and said softly, Brother, life is only as good as living it happily. Don't worry about other people's opinions. What the hell? Tang Qiuyue was puzzled, but she didn't pay much attention to it and pointed at the wooden door behind her. Dr. Li wants to see you, come in. Mother of the child, looking for me? What are you doing? Chapter 29, finished. Beautiful doctor. Boom. Boom. Gubei stood at the door of the study, knocked on the door, and called softly, Dr. Li, are you looking for me? At this moment, he felt inexplicably nervous. After all, the other party was not only the child's mother, but also a psychiatrist who could see through people's hearts. When he is alone, he always feels like he is being spied on, and he doesn't want the secrets hidden in his heart to be exposed. In particular, the son of the third brother of the cousin of the eldest uncle's younger brother's sister-in-law is from Chengdu. Enter. A familiar, cold voice was heard from the study. Ha! Gubei put his hand on the door handle, took a deep breath, and pushed the door open. Who made him the one at fault? But as soon as he entered the door, Gubei was stunned. He stood there with eyes wide open, at a loss as to what to do. In the center of the study, Li Bingbing was wearing a black leather jacket. The texture of the silk was like dark night, reflecting some light under the light, outlining her graceful curves from the side. You're here. At this moment Li Bingbing turned around and faced Gubei. Dr. Li, I just happened to want to talk to you about Mumu's matter. Why don't we go out and talk together? It's too dangerous for a man and a woman to be alone. No hurry. But just as Gubei stepped back and wanted to turn around, he suddenly heard a series of steady and powerful sounds in his ears. Bang! Bang! In the blink of an eye, Li Bingbing rushed in front of Gubei, scaring him so much that he quickly retreated. Boom! Until Gubei's body was leaning against the door, he had to stop. She was only 0.1 centimeter away from Gubei. At this moment, Gubei could feel the coolness left by the leather jacket on his cheek, and he couldn't help swallowing. Gurgle. I never thought that one day I would be pushed against a wall, and the other party would be a mother? This is not good. Gubei opened his lips slightly and pretended to be calm, then tried to slowly turn around and escape from Li Bingbing. This posture is so domineering. At the same time, outside the living room, Tang Qiuyue pricked up her ears when she heard the strange noise coming from the study, a playful smile on her face. He. You are so cool, just accept the baptism of Dr. Li. But at this moment, Mumu, who had been watching TV, suddenly asked, and Tang, will he marry Mom? Ever since he was old enough to understand, he knew where he came from. He was not averse to Gubei, but he also had no feelings for him. At the moment, he was just evaluating what it would be like to have one more person in the family. Hey! Tang Qiuyue was stunned for a moment, then shook her head. I don't know, your father actually has someone he likes. Speaking of this, she thought of the beautiful and fresh Li Weiwei, and couldn't help but sigh. This is so ridiculous. Gubei, this guy, can hide it for a while but not forever. But as he spoke, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly and shrugged his shoulders with a smile. To be honest, I'm really looking forward to the day when the thunder will explode. Mumu's expression remained unchanged after hearing this, without any change in emotion. He just nodded calmly, yeah. It seemed like it was just a casual question just now. And now in the study. Gubei tried to escape but found a black shadow flashing before his eyes. He subconsciously closed his eyes and turned his head to the side. Suddenly, I felt a rough friction on my neck, which was so hot that I couldn't help but gasp. Hiss. He opened his eyes subconsciously, only to find that Li Bingbing, who had been oppressing him, had disappeared from his sight. She looked at Gubei with a slightly raised red lip, shaking the small whip in her hand, and asked with interest. Mr. Gu, how do you feel? Gubei reached out and touched his burning neck, feeling a strange sensation between pain and no pain. He frowned slightly, stared at the small whip in Li Bingbing's hand, and questioned directly. Dr. Li, I'm not your patient. His job is just to take care of the children. There is absolutely no obligation to the child's mother. Unless. Add money. Gubei couldn't help but roll his eyes and said with gritted teeth, Mumu lacks popularity, that is, communication with the outside world. Can I take him out to play next week? He was afraid of Li Bingbing. This woman is so fierce. Now she just wants to solve Mumu's psychological problems. After all, she is his child. As long as Mumu agrees, that's fine. Li Bingbing was not angry. She walked slowly to the desk, picked up a cup, slightly pressed her red lips together, raised her head to drink the white water, then narrowed her eyes and looked at Gubei with a sharp gaze. You are under too much pressure, Mr. Gu. A cold voice gradually sounded, like a gust of cold wind, causing Gubei to shiver uncontrollably. Don't come here. If you do this again, I will reveal all my secrets. Thank you for your concern. Gubei answered perfunctorily, and immediately turned around and prepared to leave. It's almost time, I should go back to school. Li Bingbing did not answer, but the ethereal voice with a hint of coldness continued to ring out, I can give you a free psychological consultation. Gubei's legs almost went weak, and his feet moved even faster. If I don't leave now, I don't know what kind of torture I will suffer. Chapter 30. How can I, who smells so bad, be worthy of? Gubei fled in panic and sat in Tang Qiuyue's car. He was relieved when he felt that his body was still intact. Ha! Everyone says that nurses play with tricks, but in fact, doctors play with tricks even more. Mr. Gu, why do you look so exhausted? Sitting in the driver's seat, Tang Qiuyue raised her head slightly and looked at the clearly visible bloodstain on Gubei's neck in the rearview mirror. She raised the corners of her mouth slightly and asked in a teasing tone. She became more and more curious about what had happened in the study that made Gubei, a young man, so tired and breathless. Just now in the study, what did Dr. Li want to see you about? She narrowed her charming eyes slightly and asked directly what she thought of. After all, in her eyes, Gubei was just a college student who hadn't even grown all his hair yet, a little brat who hadn't yet entered society. Although, he is already the father of 2 children. Hiss. Listening to Tang Qiuyue's question, Gubei's eyes were dazed and he recalled everything that had just happened. He couldn't help but take a breath. He felt that his 3 views were shaken and shook his head quickly. Nothing. From today on, he is no longer clean. Now he finally understood why the 4th brother was always reluctant to let them peek into the learning materials on the computer. It turns out that it is another world. Such a secretive look made Tang Qiuyue even more curious. She licked her lips and asked meaningfully, "Are we going back to find your girlfriend now?" Click on the girl named Weiwei and see how that silly boy Gubei would react. Don't. Gubei's pupils shrank slightly, and he quickly shook his head. Just send me back to school, and I'll go straight back to the dormitory then. How can he, who is now covered in the smell of money and humiliation, be worthy of meeting a goddess full of youthfulness, tenderness, and innocence? He needs to go back and watch SpongeBob SquarePants 30 times to cleanse his polluted young mind. Okay. A strange color flashed across Tang Qiuyue's eyes, and the playful look under the sunglasses became even weirder, and the gossip fire in her heart was burning fiercely. This kid, I wonder if he is actually doing the fake thing? Or maybe, Dr. Li is up to some new trick? Thinking of this, a hint of red ripples appeared on Tang Qiuyue's charming face, and many embarrassing scenes emerged in her mind. Dr. Li, you're popular with both men and women. Lawyer Tang, did you drop your keys? At this moment, a light cough was heard, and Gubei asked in a puzzled voice. You've been here for so long, why don't you leave? What was this enchantress Tang Qiuyue thinking? Could it be that she was sad and disappointed because she didn't go to find the goddess Li Weiwei? Thinking of this, Gubei became extremely alert. Ever since he learned that Tang Qiuyue's phone was full of black stockings, yoga, and JK lowly long legs, he felt that he had to be careful. After all, there is something wrong with this account. So, from now on, we must never let this enchantress Tang Qiuyue come into contact with the goddess Li Weiwei to eliminate any possibility of accidents. Nothing, I'll leave now. Tang Qiuyue quickly came back to her senses, immediately laughed, started the car and leisurely drove away along the alley. After a while, it disappeared without a trace. In the room behind him, Li Bingbing appeared at the window at some point, wearing a windbreaker, and watched the 2 people walk away. Gubei, a young and immature guy, I really want to teach him a lesson. The innocence of youth is better than any temptation. What do you think of Dad? Li Bingbing looked down at Mumu, who was standing next to her, and asked calmly. Mumu was like a little adult. He rubbed his chin with his hand, and his childish tone carried a hint of calmness. The cartoons are great. Puff. The moment she heard this, a rare bright smile appeared on Li Bingbing's cold face again. Then she shook her head slightly, reached out and touched Mumu's little head, and said with emotion, "It seems that it was the right idea to find your father for you. Now your tone is like that of a child. Keep going and Mumu's problem should be solved." But isn't the effect too slow for 1 day a week? Zhengcheng University. 2 street corners in front of the school gate. Arrive. Tang Qiuyue stopped the car and turned around with a puzzled tone and asked, "Why don't you just let me drive the car into the school?" She didn't understand. Wouldn't it be more convenient that way? Sister, if I get off your BMW X8, rumors will be flying everywhere the next day. Gubei couldn't help but roll his eyes and complained, then waved to Tang Qiuyue and thanked her. "Thank you. See you next week." Tang Qiuyue wanted to say something, but she found that Gubei had already run away. She couldn't help but pout and said in dissatisfaction, "What are you talking about? Would it be so embarrassing to be seen with me? How much money do you want to beg me to support you? This brat is so ignorant. However, when she thought about making a profit as a middleman, a smug smile appeared on her face. Snort! You kid, just work for me until you die. She raised her eyebrows, happily started the car and disappeared in the busy traffic. At this moment, Gu Bei was dragging his tired body back to the dormitory. Pushing open the door, Gu Bei slowly walked in, dragging his dying body as stiff as a zombie. What happened? Why do you look like someone has sucked all your blood and energy out of you? Did you run into something dirty? In the dormitory, Lengyu, the third child who was closest to the door, glanced over with some suspicion, activated the passive skill of a warm man, and took the initiative to show concern. Fuck! This made the fourth brother Xiawei turn around and was shocked. You're short of money, so you're selling blood? Gu Bei is short of money. Everyone in the dormitory knows that, after all, a living expense of 1,000 yuan a month is not enough for one's own consumption. What's more, Gu Bei is still pursuing the goddess Li Weiwei, and goes out to work part-time every weekend to earn extra money. But there has never been a time when I looked so haggard. Ha! But He Xiaoyu, who had been observing the candidates, shook his head suspiciously and instantly noticed the subtle bloodstain on Gu Bei's neck. No! Gu Bei, what's that thing on your neck? Why does it look so much like a hickey? You wouldn't. Countless thoughts burst into his mind, and He Xiaoyu slapped his thigh in ecstasy. Boy, did you succeed today? It won't go straight to the stomach. Gu Bei, what? What step to the stomach? Chapter 31 Li Weiwei, Gu Bei has a girlfriend. My child, you have finally grown up. As your father, we are so relieved. It's all worth it that the brothers helped you a few days ago and you were able to perform a heroic act to save the damsel in distress. Quick! Brother, here is a bottle of Lu Dihuang pills. Don't be disgusted. Take it and replenish your body first. In an instant, countless laughter broke out in the dormitory. The three of them ran quickly to Gu Bei and patted his shoulders with great comfort as if they were elders. Go! 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 Gu Bei was full of black lines, waved his hands with a messy face, and said in a daze, What are you thinking? What growing up? He was clearly an adult, so why were these three nonsensical things having fun here? Looking at the Lu Dihuang pills that were about to be stuffed into his mouth, Gu Bei's mouth corners couldn't stop twitching. Who eats this stuff? Just finish a bottle. You are a powerful pill. What hickey? Where did the hickey on my neck come from? At this moment, he quickly broke through the encirclement of three people, rushed to the seat of the tender-skinned fourth brother, picked up the boy's mirror and looked at his neck. He raised his head and looked left and right, and immediately found a thin, faint bloodstain on his fair neck. At first glance, it looks as if someone had sucked and planted strawberries. Gu Bei's face stiffened instantly. He immediately thought of the whip that horrible woman Li Bingbing had given him, and he felt like crying but had no tears. What the hell is this? Gu Bei put his hand on his face. He felt like the sky had fallen down. At the beginning he only said to take care of the child but didn't say that he had to take care of the child's mother as well. This time, his innocence is really gone. I have classes tomorrow, how can I go out and meet people? Quick! He immediately shouted, think of a way to cover it up for me. Li Weiwei must not see it. In a while, he has to pick up Weiwei from get off work. This scene made the three people in the dormitory dumbfounded. They looked at each other, with a lot of thoughts in their mind. What are you doing outside, kid? Lengyu asked first, with a hint of inquiry in his eyes. The other two also quickly turned to look at Gu Bei, hoping that he was out for an affair. After all, there was already Lengyu, a very warm-hearted scumbag, in the dormitory. They were almost sick of hearing about how I'm not a scumbag, I just want to give a home to all the women in the world. It's just a part-time job, what else can I do? Gu Bei rolled his eyes and kept looking around, trying to find a way to cover up the bloodstain. In an instant, the three people in the dormitory breathed a sigh of relief. Use a band-aid and then say that you accidentally bumped into it while working. Lengyu quickly took out a band-aid from his pocket and stuffed it into Gu Bei's hand. Good idea. Gu Bei's eyes lit up, and he immediately covered the dark red bloodstain with a band-aid and gave Lengyu a thumbs up. Of course. Lengyu puffed up his chest proudly and began to impart his experience. This method is tried over and over again. If there are too many strawberries, just scrape them to confuse the audience. Shoo. But after hearing this, Gu Bei and others raised their middle fingers and booed. But Lengyu was not angry. He just shook his head, propped one hand on the wall, and said in a very casual manner, Young people, you don't understand. I'm not fickle, it's just that my heart is broken into many pieces, and each piece falls in love with a different person. Cut. 6 middle fingers were raised in unison. Chihiro flower language flower art. In a flower shop on a pedestrian street, Li Weiwei carefully looked at the contents of the order and wrapped up the bright and beautiful flowers, but her eyes occasionally glanced at the alarm clock on the wall. There are still 5 minutes until the end of get off work. But there was no sign of Gubei outside the door. She couldn't help but slow down her movements. How come it was already this late? Where was Gubei? Usually, I would have been waiting for a long time. Could something have happened today? Just as Li Weiwei was lost in thought, the proprietress suddenly came up to her with a smile. Weiwei, what are you thinking about? You look so engrossed. Ah. This momentarily frightened Li Weiwei, and she subconsciously denied it. No. I didn't think anything. Seeing this, the proprietress raised her lips slightly, looked outside the store, and said meaningfully, Oh. Why didn't I see the boy you usually come with today? Aren't you classmates? What were you doing today? Were you wondering why he didn't come? The exaggerated words hit Li Weiwei's heart. Her pretty snow-white face turned red and she quickly lowered her head and shook her head frantically. Nothing happened. Sister Xia, please stop joking with me. Sister Xia covered her mouth to hide her laughter and continued to tease him, pretending to be serious and said, As for me, I think that child is pretty good. It just so happens that there is a single child in the family. Don't you know that child? Can you help me introduce him to someone new? Don't worry, Sister Xia won't let you miss out on the red envelope. As soon as these words fell, Li Weiwei raised her head quickly, and her usual calm tone was filled with a hint of nervousness. No. No. Sister Xia's eyes flashed with a hint of amusement, and she continued to ask, Why not? Could it be that he has a girlfriend? Li Weiwei nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, he already has a girlfriend, and she's very beautiful. The last few words were emphasized. Sister Xia saw through it but didn't say anything. She just shook her head pretending to be regretful and said, That's a pity, but that's the case. It just so happens that there are some flowers in the store that are about to wither. You can give them to the boy and let him give them to his girlfriend. The words fell. Sister Xia looked at Li Weiwei, who was a little nervous and silent, and continued to ask with a smile, What's wrong with you? Forehead. Li Weiwei was stunned for a moment, and didn't dare to look up. She just kept nodding with a red face. Okay, thank you Sister Xia. She subconsciously covered her cheeks with her hands, her heart filled with embarrassment, and wondered if Sister Xia had seen through something. But in the past, there were no overly intimate scenes between Gubei and me. And at this moment, Sister Xia's melodious voice slowly sounded, with a hint of different meaning. Weiwei. Sometimes, flowers don't have to be given by boys to girls. If you meet the right person, you must grab him her in time. If you miss him her, you will regret it forever. The words fell. Sister Xia walked out of the store. When she first hired Li Weiwei, the kid named Gubei was there, but it has been almost 2 years and the two are still not together. She was getting a little anxious. At this moment, Li Weiwei's heart couldn't stop beating wildly. She twisted the flower rope in her hand with a confused look on her face, and pursed her lips, feeling more and more nervous and embarrassed. Suddenly, a tall and handsome figure appeared outside the door. It was Gubei. He raised the milk tea in his hand and held it up with a bright smile. Weiwei, are you off work? Look what I brought. Your favorite mango sago. And it's a big cup. You'll have a feast today. Chapter 32. What if someone outside of you has a child? Puff. Li Weiwei looked up and saw Gubei appearing at the door of the store facing the setting sun. The uneasiness in her eyes gradually faded away, and a melodious smile appeared on her pure and fair face. I don't know why, but all the fatigue of the day disappeared at this moment, and I just felt happy in my heart. Her hand subconsciously fell on the roses that Sister Xia had just brought over and placed on the table. Although it is about to wither, it is still bright and beautiful beyond words. Today, it seems that Gubei is going to get the upper hand. Wait for me. She shook her head slightly, smiled brightly, then looked up at Gubei, moved her pink thin lips, and made an exaggerated lip shape. It's not time to get off work yet. Gubei looked at the graceful figure appearing in his eyes, smiled heartily, immediately made an okay gesture, raised his eyebrows, and quietly hid beside the shop. In the distance, the setting sun was falling like a burning cloud, and a white cloud shaped like a heart slowly floated by. Gubei stretched out his hand to block the dazzling light of the setting sun, looked up, and Li Weiwei's pure smiling face appeared in his mind. 1, 2, 3. He looked down at the time, and couldn't help but start to silently look forward to it, hoping that time would pass faster. Most. The next second, Li Weiwei was standing in front of him. Fool. Seeing Gubei hiding beside the store entrance, the smile on Li Weiwei's face became more and more brilliant, and she couldn't help but curse softly with her head down. This fool, doesn't he know how to come in and sit down? Would Sister Xia chase people away? Yo! Just as she was thinking about losing consciousness, the playful voice of Sister Xia, who had gone to the warehouse, suddenly sounded out, as if she hadn't known when. So Xiao Gu went to buy milk tea for you. Sister Xia's playful eyes fell on Li Weiwei's face, and she couldn't help but cover her mouth to hide her smile, as if she saw her former self. Love! What a wonderful thing! Ah! But Li Weiwei was startled and quickly lowered her head, a blush on her pretty face and her heart beating fast. Sister Xia, when did you come? It's so embarrassing. Ha 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 ha. Looking at such a cute little girl, Sister Xia couldn't help but chuckle. She glanced at the time when she would get off work in a few minutes, and immediately snatched the bouquet she was making from Li Weiwei's hands. You've worked hard today. Go home early and have some fun with Xiao Gu. Sometimes you need to balance work and rest. Li Weiwei came back to her senses and was about to say something when Sister Xia waved her hand and said, Go away, don't make Xiao Gu wait anxiously. Li Weiwei felt a little embarrassed, her face flushed, she pursed her lips and nodded heavily. Thank you, Sister Xia. Immediately, she quickly took off her bib, picked up her small bag, and rushed out of the store with brisk steps. But when she was halfway through her run, she suddenly remembered something, and quickly turned back to the workbench, took the bouquet of bright roses in her hands, stuck out her tongue mischievously, and said obediently, Sister Xia. I'll treat you to cake next time, thank you. The moment he finished speaking, he immediately turned around and left, disappearing in front of her eyes in the afterglow of the setting sun, which made Sister Xia couldn't help but admire him. Oops. It's still good to be young. Young youth should be so passionate. At the same time, Gubei still had his back to the flower shop, nodding slightly outside the door, muttering to himself, 48, 49, 50. But suddenly, a slender hand gently touched his shoulder. Gubei turned around abruptly and was greeted by Li Weiwei's beautiful and pure face and the shallow dimples on her face. What are you talking about? Are you playing hide and seek here? In the setting sun, the pink glow spared no effort to cast the most beautiful light, appearing on Li Weiwei's face like transparent silk. So beautiful. The beauty is so natural and so refreshing. Gubei was distracted for a moment, but he reacted quickly, raised the milk tea in his hand high and handed it over with a smile. Come. The mango sago you like to drink. After he finished speaking, he was very considerate and helped Li Weiwei to insert the habit first, and Li Weiwei took it with a smile, pursed her lips, and took a light inhalation. The fragrant fruity flavor burst in her mouth, and the sweetness was just right. She glanced at it and saw that it was 70% sugar and very little ice. Gubei still knew her preferences as always, and the corners of her mouth, which were already slightly raised, were now difficult to suppress. Fortunately, it's not obvious when I'm drinking milk tea. Gurgle. After swallowing the yellow milky white milk tea, Li Weiwei took out the bunch of bright red roses hidden behind her and handed them directly to Gubei, adding a touch of brightness to this dark world. Here you. Gubei's pupils shrank slightly, and he pointed at himself in disbelief, and asked softly, Is this, for me? Roses are the symbol of love. Could it be that after 3 years of running alongside each other, I will finally achieve success today? For a moment, Gubei felt his heart beating rapidly, as if it was about to jump out in the next second. Excited, so damn excited. I do. Without giving it much thought, Gubei blurted it out, with a shy look on his face from time to time. It was as if the roles were reversed. What are you thinking about? Li Weiwei couldn't help but laugh, a hint of helplessness appeared on her face. She stuffed the rose into Gubei's arms with her backhand, and snorted coldly, This is something that is about to go bad in the store, Sister Xia asked me to give it to you. Whatever I want to do, there's nothing serious on my mind. Gubei was not angry about this. He smiled and took the rose carefully in his hand to examine it carefully. Suddenly he put his face close to it and asked meaningfully, Beautiful girl, will you? The rose swayed and spun in the air, and returned to Li Weiwei's eyes. The fragrance of roses filled the air. Li Weiwei looked at the scene in front of her, her body tense, her fingers clasped tightly behind her back, and her heart was moved for a moment. But suddenly, I thought of something. The ripples in her eyes were gradually suppressed. She shook her head slightly and said calmly, "No. We haven't graduated yet." Hearing this, Gu Bei's face suddenly drooped, but he did not show the slightest bit of loss or anger. Instead, he nodded heavily. "Yes. But there's still 1 year left. After 1 year, you won't be able to escape from my grasp." After saying this, Gu Bei raised his chest confidently and raised his eyebrows at Li Weiwei, as if he was sure of victory. Snort! Li Weiwei looked at the confident guy in front of her, snorted coldly, then turned her head and left. "You can't be sure about this. What if someone out there has a child?" Chapter 33. Your Gu Bei seems to be cheating. A few strands of black hair appeared at dawn, and the soft hair ends brushed across Gu Bei's cheek. The air was suddenly filled with a faint fragrance of a girl blended with the scent of roses. Everything is so youthful. But this fragrance, which was supposed to bring peace to people's hearts, now made Gu Bei's heart beat wildly, like a little kid who had done something wrong. But it seems like he really did something wrong. Gu Bei looked at Li Weiwei's departing back, his heart twisted and twisted. He felt extremely uncomfortable, but he made up his mind. Absolute. I must never let Weiwei know that I have 2 children outside. I must keep it a secret, even if it means death. Thinking of this, Gu Bei subconsciously wiped the wound on his neck that was covered by the band-aid. It was originally a small wound. Now I felt an inexplicable pain. "Gu Bei, what are you doing standing there like an idiot? Let's go." At the same time, Li Weiwei turned around with a smile on her face and saw the scene. She stopped, a trace of worry flashed across her beautiful face, and she ran back quickly. "What's going on?" She took 2 steps as she took 3 steps and came to Gu Bei, tilted her head, and stretched out her slender hand to check. At first, she saw the band-aid. "But I thought it was just a minor wound, so I didn't take it too seriously. I would just go back and disinfect Gu Bei later. But now something doesn't seem right. Let's go to the hospital." Without thinking too much, Li Weiwei continued to shout, and Gu Bei felt extremely guilty at the moment and was sweating profusely, so he waved his hands quickly. "Need not. It's just a minor injury. No need to go to the hospital. I've already asked my roommate to take care of it. It's just that your joke just now accidentally tugged at my nerves." Gu Bei immediately grabbed Li Weiwei's soft little hand, fearing that she would easily open it. "The way I look now is not very presentable to others." Although he was innocent, it was better to avoid unnecessary suspicion. Li Weiwei felt the warmth on her hand and quickly retracted her hand, turned her head away, and kept repeating it. "I'm glad you're okay. I'm glad you're okay." Immediately, she turned around quickly and left in embarrassment, a blush appearing on her face. "Hey, hey." Gu Bei couldn't help but laugh. Li Weiwei was still so cute and sensitive. She became shy when she was just touched a little. Is this an allergy to myself? Or was there some chemical reaction between me and myself? He couldn't help but start looking forward to what the scene would be like when the 2 of them were completely together in a year. It will definitely be fun then. However, looking at Li Weiwei walking further and further away in front of him, Gu Bei suddenly waved his hand, wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, and immediately waved and hurried over. "Beauty, wait for me. I bought a coupon for barbecue at the mall. You just happened to be craving for barbecue recently. Why not do it today?" As soon as these words fell, Li Weiwei couldn't help but slow down her pace. Gu Bei couldn't help but scratch his nose, thinking to himself that he was truly a genius. The best way to deal with a foodie like Weiwei was naturally to cater to her preferences. "I've been licking for 3 whole years, and it wasn't in vain." After a barbecue dinner, Gu Bei made Li Weiwei laugh continuously, and then he took the bus back to school in a good mood. Under the dim streetlights, 2 people walked briskly on the dim yellow fallen leaves, one on the left and one on the right, making a rustling sound. The arms seemed to touch lightly in mid-air. Although there was a layer of clothes between them, it was enough to make the 2 young men and women who were not well versed in the world feel extremely excited, and the smiles on their lips could not be suppressed. But good times are always short-lived. Soon they arrived at the girls' dormitory. Gu Bei didn't react for a moment and wanted to follow them upstairs for some unknown reason. "Hello? Do you want to be scolded by Nun Miju?" Fortunately, Li Weiwei stopped him. Her cold voice immediately brought Gu Bei back to his senses and he looked up. As luck would have it, he happened to meet the female dormitory manager who had just come downstairs, who was also the number one nun in Jiangcheng, Miju. Gubei shuddered and quickly took a step back. This nun Miju can be said to be the last line of defense of the girls' dormitory. Once, a senior student didn't believe her and sneaked into the girls' dormitory to meet with his girlfriend. But the end result was that he was stripped naked except for his underwear and thrown directly on the playground. It happened that many colleges had physical education classes that day, and I was watched by 1/5 of the students. I was so embarrassed. From this, the title of Master Miju came into being. Goodbye. I'll bring you your favorite dumplings tomorrow. Gubei turned around, waved goodbye immediately, and then ran away as if he was sprinting a 100-meter race. Hey, hey. Li Weiwei looked at the somewhat funny Gubei, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and she couldn't help laughing. Then she rubbed her slightly bulging belly and prepared to go upstairs. Young man, be careful. Some things also need to be used in moderation and well protected, otherwise, a single misstep will lead to eternal regret. Just at this moment, passing by Master Miju, an old but philosophical voice suddenly sounded in Li Weiwei's ears. Forehead? Li Weiwei was a little confused and looked back with a look of doubt. Only then did she realize that the dormitory manager was staring at her slightly bulging belly, and she immediately understood everything. Dormitory manager, this is a misunderstanding. Nothing. Li Weiwei's face turned red and she explained subconsciously, then she held her breath and rushed upstairs without looking back. Little girl nowadays. You say one thing and mean another. I hope that no more people will cosplay as Sunny dolls in the dormitory. I am too old to see such novelties. The dormitory manager watched Li Weiwei leave, shook her head helplessly, then opened Douyin, looked at the handsome face in the live broadcast room, and typed immediately. Brother Xiucai, I love you till the end of time, you know that? Let's sing another song, The Love of the Boatman. Backhand, a rocket is sent out. At the same time, Li Weiwei had returned to the dormitory. She was breathing heavily and told everything that had just happened with a depressed look on her face. Ha 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 ha. Master Miju has good taste. When are we going to have the wedding banquet? Yeah. You've been dragging it out for so long, when are you going to officially confirm the relationship? We can't wait. After hearing this, all the roommates couldn't stop laughing. Then the conversation turned to her and Gubei, who kept joking with them. Li Weiwei joined in with a helpless look on her face. After all, if you can't beat them, just join them. But as they chatted, Li Weiwei mentioned that Gubei's neck seemed to be hung and had a band-aid on it. From Yunnan Baiyao? But suddenly, Wang Yun in bed number 1 interrupted and asked, which made Li Weiwei stunned for a moment. She recalled something in her mind and then nodded. You know what, it's really Yunnan Baiyao. A trace of deep thought flashed across Wang Yun's face. As Li Weiwei's military advisor, she spoke in a deep voice with a hint of sadness. Weiwei. Bad news. It seems your Gubei has cheated on his wife and has another boyfriend. Chapter 34 Band-Aid? What? Wang Yun, are you kidding? We have seen Gubei have someone else outside for the past 3 years. That's right. Wang Yun, this kind of thing is not something you can joke about. Even if you break up with Lang Yu, you can't involve Gubei. In an instant, when Wang Yun said that Gubei had cheated on her and there were other bitches out there, the whole dormitory exploded. The other 2 roommates immediately shouted loudly. Gubei cheated? This is such a huge joke. Looking at the entire Jiangcheng University, especially their class, everyone knows that Gubei is Li Weiwei's loyal bootlicker. For 3 years, rain or shine. They watched everything Gubei did, and their love for him was as deep as the sea. Throughout the school, there are many people pursuing Li Weiwei. But in the end, they all failed, only Gubei remained, always by Li Weiwei's side. Is that possible? Did Wang Yun break up with Lang Yu and then transfer her anger to Gubei, who was in the same dormitory with Lang Yu? Injustice. It's so unfair. Li Weiwei herself did not believe it at all. She looked at Wang Yun with suspicion and said hesitantly after a little consideration, Wang Yun, why do you say that? She always felt that Wang Yun seemed to know something. And Gubei did seem a little strange recently, and at one point there was a strange smell of perfume still on him. The smell is not pungent at all. It doesn't look like a cheap perfume that costs 1 or 200 yuan, but rather like a big brand perfume that costs thousands or even tens of thousands of yuan in the counter. Wang Yun's expression became more serious, a trace of painful memories flashed in her eyes, and she sighed and said softly, "When Long Yu and I were together, he used this trick before, and more than once." Long Yu. He was in the same dormitory with Gu Bei. I heard that his central air conditioning was famous, and he just dumped Wang Yun not long ago. Everyone's eyes and throats were raised. Wang Yun continued with cold eyes. Every time he came back from vacation, he had a Yunnan Baiyao band-aid on his neck and lied to me that he was injured. It would be fine if it happened once or twice, but it happened every time. I started to get suspicious. Later I found out there were no wounds at all, they were just strawberry marks. Lang Yu, this bastard, has tricked me into a loop. At the end, Wang Yun was somewhat gnashing her teeth and wanted to rush directly to the boys' dormitory and kill Lang Yu with her own hands. After hearing this story, the three roommates looked at each other in bewilderment. Gu Bei, you can't do such a thing, right? What if it was just a coincidence, and Gu Bei happened to be injured, and Lang Yu saw it and just happened to give him Yunnan Baiyao? The other two were somewhat unconvinced. After all, Gu Bei usually gives people the impression that he is not the type of scumbag, but Li Weiwei did not say anything. She just pursed her lips, lowered her head and thought for a second, then took Wang Yun's hand and comforted her. "Thank you, Wang Yun. I will pay attention. As for that scumbag Lang Yu, you don't have to worry. God will punish him. Scumbags will be scumbags." He gently opened his hands and embraced Wang Yun in his arms. Seeing this, the other two roommates also hurried over and the four of them hugged each other. Wang Yun's eyes turned red and she couldn't help crying. "Weiwei, I hope you won't be like me, and I hope Gu Bei won't let you down." Achoo! At the same time, the boys' dormitory had just started a game, and Lang Yu sneezed and killed the big dragon. He couldn't help but curse, "Fuck. Who is thinking about me behind my back?" He Xiao Yu laughed directly, "Missing you? Let me see how much he misses killing you, a damn scumbag." Xiao Wei nodded in agreement, "That's right. I taught my elder brother bad things today, didn't my sister-in-law notice anything?" Xiao Wei's words made Gu Bei, who was already a little uneasy, frown slightly and said hesitantly, "No." In a moment of guilt, he added, "I was seriously injured. Although, the reason for the injury is a bit strange." Whoa! There was an immediate burst of boos in the dormitory, but people in their hearts believed it 90% because after all, the words came from Gu Bei. They couldn't imagine how Gu Bei would spend his days without Li Weiwei, and they had long regarded Li Weiwei as their sister-in-law. Resurrected. Stop talking nonsense and just follow me. The next second, Lang Yu's eyes suddenly became sharp. He stretched out his hand and rubbed his nose, and immediately a deafening sound came from his nose. But suddenly, a message came from the public channel. "Brother on the other side, I am the younger sister, it's the promotion match, can you let me go? I will send you a photo of my beautiful legs in black stockings." Lang Yu's eyes suddenly turned into 1,000 tenderness and he shouted, "Everyone, raise your hands high and get off the keyboard. I'm going to start delivering grass." Gu Bei and the others cursed angrily, and immediately rushed forward, pinned Lang Yu under them and beat him up. Where does the central air conditioning come from? The next day, Gu Bei got up early for class and came to the classroom with a hot breakfast. At a glance, he saw Li Weiwei, who had long flowing hair and a beautiful temperament. He immediately sat down next to her. "Eat quickly. It's still warm now." Gu Bei immediately opened his clothes and took out a steamed dumpling and a cup of soy milk from his chest. Li Weiwei took it casually, but her eyes were always on Gu Bei, which made Gu Bei somewhat confused. "What's wrong? I went out to wash my face today." Gu Bei subconsciously reached out and touched his face, but didn't find anything wrong. Could it be that he was too handsome today? Just when Gu Bei raised his lips slightly and was about to show off, Li Weiwei suddenly said coldly, "Gu Bei, can you show me your wand? I happen to have an ointment that can remove scars. I'll apply it on you." After saying that, Li Weiwei raised the scar removal cream in her hand, and her cold eyes fell completely on Gu Bei's eyes. Forehead. Gu Bei was stunned for a moment, then immediately waved his hand and smiled, "Don't worry, there is no wound, the swelling will go down in a few days." Hesitated. Declined. There is something fishy going on in my mind. Li Weiwei's eyes darkened slightly. After looking at Gu Bei deeply, she started to eat breakfast and became silent for the whole morning. No matter what Gu Bei said, the only perfunctory responses were and okay, which left Gu Bei dumbfounded. "Li Weiwei, did you guess something?" Ding-ling-ling. Time flies, and the lunch bell rang, and Gu Bei, as usual, nervously invited Li Weiwei to have lunch together. But Li Weiwei just looked at him deeply again and said, "I'm eating with my roommate today. Turn around and walk away." His attitude is completely different from yesterday. Gu Bei's heart was completely panicked. He subconsciously reached out to touch the band-aid on his neck, wanting to explain something. Li Weiwei has disappeared into the crowd. At this moment, Wang Yun walked past Gu Bei, said this lightly, and then chased after Li Weiwei. Cheating is shameful, no matter what the reason. Chapter 35, Best Friend Advises to Break Up but Not Reconcile. Finished. The sky is falling. At that moment, Gu Bei's breathing stagnated for a moment, and a chill ran down his spine and he couldn't stop sweating. Li Weiwei, you don't know everything, do you? No. But the next second, Gu Bei's eyes froze, he came to his senses and quickly shook his head, frowning as he began to analyze. Li Weiwei definitely doesn't know about Su Su and Mumu. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as simple as keeping a cold face. I'm afraid he would strangle me to death in the next second. After thinking about it, the only thing left was the wound on the neck. Gu Bei subconsciously reached out and gently stroked the band-aid. He felt so regretful that he should not have been so foolish as to listen to Long Yu's trick about the central air conditioner. Scumbag, unreliable. I have been too busy recently to think about some things. When Gu Bei thought about this, he frowned. At the same time, Long Yu and others also witnessed what happened just now. Long Yu hurriedly stepped forward and slapped his thigh. Oh no! Brother, you are finished. Wang Yun must have seen through my trick, otherwise she wouldn't have stayed until the end to criticize you. As he spoke, Long Yu shook his head slightly, looking like an experienced person, and patted Gu Bei on the shoulder. Listen to my brother's advice, confess and be lenient, resist and be strict. Gu Bei turned his head slightly and cast a resentful look, and Xiaoyu and Xiaowei also understood and were surprised. That's not right. I didn't notice it yesterday, how come he became Sherlock Holmes overnight? Hearing this, Gu Bei turned his head and looked at Long Yu with a scrutinizing gaze. Long Yu quickly scratched his head guiltily, then touched his nose, turning left and right, making 500 fake moves in 1 second. At first glance, there is a ghost. Superior. At Gu Bei's command, Xiaoyu and Xiaowei took action directly, controlling Long Yu's arms on the left and right and pressing him in front of Gu Bei like a prisoner. Brother, I was wrong. Long Yu hurriedly shouted in panic, and said with resentment, you also know that my heart is broken into pieces, and one of the pieces happened to be in a relationship with Wang Yun. It can be said that I know her well, and she knows my strengths and weaknesses. It seems that she has exposed this trick, but I didn't do it on purpose. It's just that sometimes there are too many people who need care and love, and I just remembered it just now. As he spoke, Long Yu's tone became more and more serious, and he gradually lowered his head, looking extremely guilty. Second brother, fourth brother, take this human-shaped teddy bear back and castrate him, and deflower this bastard. Gu Bei couldn't help but roll his eyes, raised his middle finger and said viciously to Long Yu. Yes, sir. Xiaoyu and Xiaowei suppressed their laughter, saluted immediately, and then seriously dragged Long Yu back to be punished. In the air, Long Yu's miserable scream was suddenly heard. Brother, I was wrong, please let me go, please, I will pay for all the water cards in the dormitory from now on. Watching his son being dragged away, Gu Bei rubbed his brows and felt that it was time to explain everything. But first, let's look at the wound. Don't let the strawberry mark still remain after a day. Otherwise, there will be no way to defend yourself and you will be sentencing yourself to death. RIP. Gu Bei immediately pulled off the band-aid on his neck, picked up the camera and pointed it at his chin to take a picture. On the fair neck, there was a wound of neither big nor small that was extremely bright, a little black, but you could still see that the skin was broken. There were 5 layers that looked like strawberry marks, but Gu Bei couldn't wait that long and chased straight towards the cafeteria. A canteen that can accommodate thousands of people. It was too big, and it was dinner time, so there were so many people that it was hard to breathe. Gu Bei looked around but couldn't find any trace of him. Mobile message, no reply. Fortunately, there were still classes in the afternoon. When Gu Bei saw Li Weiwei, he hurried over and was about to beg for mercy shamelessly. Wang Yun took a step forward and stood in front of Li Weiwei, holding her head high. Weiwei doesn't want to pay attention to you now. The corner of Gu Bei's mouth twitched, it really was true to that old saying. My best friend advised me to break up, but it's not a complete reconciliation. Fortunately, he was well prepared, so he could only make his brother suffer. Long Yu, I have something to tell you outside. I don't know what to do. Wang Yun, who originally had a cold face, was now gritting her teeth and clenching her fists. Her emotions were instantly out of control. Okay. How dare the scumbag come to me? He stood up instantly and headed towards the corridor outside the classroom. He didn't see what happened next, but he heard a shrill scream that pierced the sky. Ah! Oh my kidney! Smelling the sorrow and hearing the tears, it attracted the attention of the whole class, and they all rushed out to watch the fun. Gu Bei's quickly sat down next to Li Weiwei, but found that Li Weiwei actually lowered her head and laughed. Her eyes curved into crescent shapes, sparkling with a playful light, completely different from her previous cold image. For a moment, Gu Bei was slightly distracted. The words of explanation he was about to say were stuck in his throat, and his eyes were fixed on Li Weiwei. It has been 3 years, and I never get tired of looking at it. It is still incredibly beautiful. But the next second, Li Weiwei looked at Gu Bei, her smile suddenly stopped, and she immediately returned to being indifferent, ignoring the whole thing. Weiwei, Gu Bei suddenly panicked and kept explaining, but no matter what he said, Li Weiwei pretended not to hear him and ignored him. Gu Bei, everyone is dumbfounded. I know that Li Weiwei is really angry this time. After all, what she hates most is being deceived by someone. After an afternoon, Gu Bei just felt dry mouth and tongue. At this moment, Li Weiwei suddenly took out a bottle of mineral water from her pocket and placed it directly in front of Gu Bei's seat. Although she didn't say anything and still had a stern face, Gu Bei couldn't stop laughing and said playfully, Weiwei, I know you have me in your heart. Li Weiwei, her expression remained the same. Gu Bei smiled and twisted the cap off the bottle. Without thinking, he drank the whole thing. But when he took the first sip, his face instantly became distorted and his cheeks bulged like a frog. Acid. So jealous. Tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. He turned to look at Li Weiwei, only to find that the corners of Li Weiwei's mouth were slightly raised. Snort. If you dare to lie to me again, it won't be so easy next time. As she spoke, Li Weiwei raised her little fist. But Gu Bei, whose expression was complicated and twisted, laughed when he saw this, not angry anymore. Those handsome, sunny big eyes were looking at him pitifully with tears in them. Li Weiwei, who was angry, looked at him, her heart trembled, and she quickly turned her head away, a trace of redness running across her neck. Damn Gu Bei, why is he so handsome? Here, don't leave a scar. In a panic, she immediately took out the scar removal cream from her pocket and stuffed it directly into Gu Bei's hand. I don't want you anymore if you're ugly. Gu Bei smiled without saying anything. He glanced at the bottle of mineral water in his hand and couldn't help but sigh that it was a great pity in the entertainment industry that he didn't go into acting. After all, there isn't a drop of vinegar in this. It was all a show. Wang Yun was a spy, and the only one who got injured was Leng Yu. Chapter 36 Yu Wan'er, I heard you have good physical strength. It's finally Friday again. Where are we going to play tomorrow? You guys have had a hard time these past few days. Time flies and soon it's Friday. Leng Yu sat sickly behind Gu Bei, his weak voice mixed with the sound of the teacher's class. He has been miserable these days. That crazy woman Wang Yun left indelible scars on him, and all this was for Gu Bei's love. Don't worry, I'll take care of your weekend expenses. Looking at the pale and skinny Leng Yu, Gu Bei subconsciously touched his nose and advised with a little shame, but even rabbits don't eat grass near their nests. I think you should restrain yourself in the future. In the past few days, Wang Yun has been trying hard to persuade his good brother in the dormitory by betraying him, and has also been pestering him. I thought it would take half a month to complete this task, but now it can be done in just 4 or 5 days. Harmful. Leng Yu sighed and patted his forehead with his hand. Who could have thought of that? Immediately, he took out a bottle of Luwei Dihuang pills from his pocket, picked up a bottle of mineral water and drank it. Brother, you have risked your life for me and almost been squeezed dry. Don't forget me when you become rich. Leng Yu slowed down a little, then reached out and patted Gu Bei's shoulder heavily, looking like he had suffered a great loss. Gu Bei couldn't help but laugh, and made a solemn promise, don't worry. When I open a club, you will definitely be the #1 model, brother. Hiss. Leng Yu shuddered immediately, his eyes seemed to be vague as if he remembered something, and he shook his head quickly, don't. If my father hadn't been nagging me about how the Leng family must stay with me, I would have wanted to go to a temple and become a monk. Gu Bei looked back and couldn't help shaking his head and laughing, and at this moment his cell phone under the table lit up. Big money owner Yu Wan'er. Leng Yu leaned forward slightly, took a quick look, and couldn't help but move closer to Gu Bei, teasing in a low voice. TSK, Big brother is worthy of being the big brother. He even found a sponsor. Don't forget your brothers when you marry into a wealthy family in the future. Gubei simply stretched out his hand and gave a thumbs up to Leng Yu behind him, then quickly opened his mobile phone to check the message. Last time you said you were very powerful, had great stamina, and were super invincible? Gubei looked at the message sent by Yu Wan'er and his brows couldn't help but frown. Where did this violent little loli offend anyone again? From this news, it seems that they are planning to find someone to take action? But why did she find me? This violent little Lolita is not short of money, so where can she find someone? I know some martial arts, but why are you looking for me? Thinking of this, Gubei asked the question with a little caution. After all, he is a father now and needs to be steady. On the other side of the phone, Yu Wan'er, who was wearing a clown girl avatar, quickly responded, I'm just a rubbish that I'm not convinced of online and is ready to expose my true colors offline. When the time comes, you will not only have to beat the opponent into submission in reality, but you will also have to kill him in the game to let him know how powerful I am. Gubei's pupils shrank slightly and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. This really matched his opinion of Yu Ruqiu. She has a lowly face and does all kinds of social things. What happened? For safety reasons, Gubei continued to ask and went downstairs, ready to find out the whole story so as not to get cheated accidentally. Last time, the kids were all embarrassed. Don't let Yu Ruqiu use you as a gun this time. A link was directly sent to me from the other side of the phone. When I clicked on it, it was all the chat history between the two of us. All hatred is contained therein. Gubei glanced at it as quickly as possible, and felt sweat all over his forehead, his face full of shame, and his eyelids twitching wildly. 1/14, based on this record, those who know will think it was you who played it, and those who don't will think it was a bot, developing I-14 from behind. After reading it, he really couldn't help but complain, but who is he, now he is extremely short of money, and Yu Wan'er is a big money sponsor. But Gubei always felt like he was selling his soul to the devil, which was more or less against his conscience. However, if you continue to check the chat records, you will find that the other party also has a very bad temper, and his performance is almost the same as Yu Wan'er's. He suddenly felt that taking this order was like doing justice for the heavens. Miss Yu, please rest assured. I will make this arrogant man convinced and kneel on the ground and call you daddy. Gubei typed quickly and complimented Yu Wan'er at the same time. Good. If I'm happy, the money won't be less from you. The deposit has already been sent to you. Now hurry up and take a taxi directly. I've already made an appointment. Yu Wan'er answered with satisfaction, and then a payment message suddenly popped up on Gubei's mobile phone screen. Byte. Congratulations on receiving 5,000 in your Alipay account. Gubei couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. The life of rich people was so simple and unpretentious. They liked to spend money from time to time. The next second, an address popped up on the phone screen. Gubei raised his head and took a look at the drowsy old teacher who was sitting on the podium, holding his reading glasses. He turned around and gave instructions to Leng Yu. I'm going to run away first. When the roll call comes, just tell them I'm on leave. Then I'll ask Xiaoyu for a fake note. Leng Yu glanced at his phone out of the corner of his eye. There was still half an hour before the get out of class was over. Why are you in such a hurry? You just played a game and the get out of class was over. Are you planning to go out for a private meeting? After saying this, Leng Yu's suspicious look disappeared. He did not forget the news that Gubei had just received. Who hasn't heard of the name of the internet-addicted wealthy woman Yu Wan'er? Could it be that Gubei really came to his senses? What are you thinking? Yu Wan'er is stupid and rich and asked me to teach a real netizen who came offline a lesson. Gubei couldn't help but roll his eyes, then slowly and quietly squatted down. Taking advantage of the moment when the old professor turned his head, he disappeared from the back door at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. But this is an elective course, no one knows each other, no one cares, those who play games continue to play games, and those who read novels continue to read novels. After Gubei went out, he quickly rushed to the school gate and hailed a taxi online. His destination was the Dolphin Esports flagship store. In less than 20 minutes, Gubei arrived. As soon as I got off the car, before I had time to look at Yu Wan'er's figure, a violent and soft voice suddenly rang out. Here. When the time comes, I'll just kill him and let this noob know how powerful I am. As soon as Gubei lowered his head, he felt a branch as thick and long as his arm stuffed in his hand. This is? Arms. As for Yu Wan'er, her cute pink round face was gritting her teeth at the moment. She stood next to Gubei. Although she was a little short, she looked extremely arrogant and aggressive. Gubei couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, and he almost wanted to ask directly in his heart, "Miss Yu, are you going to beat up the kid?" Dream back to 4399. Chapter 37. The beautiful wife Zhuang's mother comes to visit. Are you really going to do it directly? Looking at Yu Wan'er, who was angry in front of him, Gubei raised the branch in his hand with a helpless look. Yu Wan'er was slightly stunned. She looked up at Gubei, her big eyes revealing a look as if she was looking at a fool. As if to say, "Are you stupid?" She is not some second-generation rich girl who would start a fight over something she disagreed with, even though she appeared very angry and violent during the conversation. But after all, the opponent can't kill us through the internet cable. If we talk offline, we still need to see our strength first. This is to give you courage. If you can't defeat the opponent, just run away. It's just rubbish, come on. Yu Wan'er's eyes sparkled. As a veteran offline real player, she already had her own set of skills. In short, if you can't beat him, then you can compare your skills with words. The loser will have to kneel down and sing the Song of Conquer. If you can beat him, you will be crushed both mentally and physically. Just kneel down and call daddy. Thinking of this, Yu Wan'er was so excited. She looked down at the time, licked her lips, and murmured to herself, "It's almost time. Don't let me down." Gubei glanced at it and shrugged helplessly. Okay, internet addicted, violent, rich, lowly. I really don't understand how these words can be associated with Yu Wan'er. It's too incongruous. The two of them just stood on the street, the afterglow of the setting sun fell on the street like a fiery cloud, and a depressing atmosphere filled the air. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening roar of engines filled the streets, making numerous piercing noises. Where did this pretentious guy come from? Yu Wan'er sneered in disdain without even looking up, while Gubei looked up curiously, only to find a black sports car speeding from a distance like lightning, like an arrow shot from a bow. Wrong. 10 out of 9 points are wrong. Gubei subconsciously pulled Yu Wan'er beside him and quickly retreated, before Yu Wan'er could start to rant in anger. Crash. The black car did a cool and elegant tailspin, and the wheels sent up countless pungent smoke on the ground. It turned sideways and landed in front of Gubei, raising a cloud of dust. Fuck, cough cough cough, where did this idiot who rented a car come from? Does he think he can do whatever he wants just by driving a sports car? I have more than a dozen at home, but none of them are as arrogant as you. Yu Wan'er couldn't help but burst into cursing, but her body subconsciously leaned towards Gubei, her small hands tightly grasping the corner of Gubei's clothes. It's okay, don't be afraid. Gubei reached out and patted Yu Wan'er on the back, comforting her softly, and at this moment the door of the black sports car opened instantly. Crack! A pair of black high-heeled shoes appeared first, followed by the slender black silk legs, and then a mature and charming lady appeared in front of him. Instantly, it gives people the feeling of a heroine. Who among you is so arrogant that what can you do to me? The woman in front of him, with her delicate makeup, had a pair of deep eyes that instantly swept around and locked onto Gubei and Yu Wan'er, who were holding wooden sticks, with a playful smile crossing her lips. A noble and majestic sister, with full aura. Gubei's pupils shrank slightly, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He knew without thinking that such a domineering name as Yanru must be Yu Wan'er's masterpiece. But the other party is actually the person I was soloing with offline? Not a buddy? You rich people, do you like offline reality so much? You are the beautiful wife and Zhuang's mother in Turning Garden 308. I will kneel down when I see my grandfather. Otherwise, I'll beat you so hard that you'll go back crying and missing your mother. While Gubei was still amazed at the other person's beauty, Yu Wan'er had already jumped out from behind Gubei, raised her head arrogantly, scratched her nose with her hand, and shouted arrogantly. As he spoke, the small wooden stick in his hand pointed directly at the noble lady in front of him. Just a little girl, shouldn't Gubei take advantage of her? He. The noble and domineering sister sneered, glanced at Gubei, and then her eyes fell on the small girl Yu Wan'er, who was much shorter than her, and she just laughed. Who did I think it was? Turns out it's just a little brat. Today I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your mother. The words fell. The noble lady turned around, opened the car door, half bent down and kept groping, and her beautiful buttocks with charming curves were immediately revealed in front of Gubei. The air has a touch of charm. Grass. Where did this vixen come from? Yu Wan'er started cursing and stood in front of Gubei, using both hands to stop her thugs from being bewitched. But he forgot that he was too short and couldn't stop it at all. Fortunately, Gubei's eyes were not on the black, golden, soft and glowing butt. Instead, he felt there was danger and pulled Yu Wan'er back 2 steps. And the next second, the noble lady slowly turned around at this moment, and suddenly there was a silver-white metal baseball bat in her hand. In the afterglow of the setting sun, it flashed with cold light, which was chilling. Gubei couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Damn! What a great hatred! Aren't you two both idiots in the game? The others didn't shout first, but you guys started a commotion. Although he thought so in his heart, Gubei did not hesitate to pull Yu Wan'er behind him, forced a smile, and said lightly, "Hello, I think there seems to be a misunderstanding between us." The noble lady said nothing, but raised the metal rod in her hand, then looked at the wooden stick in Gubei's hand with amusement and sneered. Puff! Gubei threw away the stick in his hand without even thinking about it. He clapped his hands and was about to use his eloquence to convince the other party. Yu Wan'er reached out and rubbed Gubei's lower back, and gave an order without any hesitation, "Go. Kill this bitch for me, and I'll reward you handsomely." He. The noble and majestic sister laughed and laughed. Gubei's mouth twitched and he rolled his eyes, thinking that it was a metal rod and he would be obedient if he was hit by it. Although, he is not afraid. But if it could be done without bloodshed, he really didn't want to do it. He stopped Yu Wan'er, who was about to rush out, and said very seriously, "Things in the game have to be resolved in the game. How about a solo match, where the loser admits his defeat and calls me daddy?" Chapter 38. Don't come over here, I'm screaming molest. You guys are worthy? The noble lady sneered, and the heavy metal baseball bat flashed in eerie cold light in the afterglow of the setting sun, and the powerful aura made people breathless. Fortunately, Gubei had already experienced this with President Baiyun, and his expression remained the same. Besides, he was not afraid at all. After all, under the strict discipline of his father, he had made some achievements, not to mention being invincible in Zhangcheng. But for a woman wearing blood-red sky-high heels and swinging a metal baseball bat with some difficulty, it's an easy task. I am not worthy, so how can you, a guy who keeps resurrecting, be worthy? Gubei, hurry up and beat her up, beat her so hard that she won't know where to go. But the irritable Yu Wan'er simply rolled up her sleeves and pointed at the woman in front of her without any fear. That aura is just like that of a little bully. Of course, it would have been better if she hadn't pushed Gubei again and just stepped back quietly. Gubei couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He had to admit that although rich people had different habits, none of them were fools. But who made me take the money? We are all civilized people. Let's solve it in a civilized way. What do you think? Gubei took a deep breath, shrugged his shoulders, spread his hands, and said calmly. The noble and domineering lady had a nonchalant smile on her face. She clenched the baseball bat in both hands and immediately pointed it at Yu Wan'er. Handsome boy, I wanted to agree because you look good, but your employer is a little guy who hasn't even grown all his hair yet, barking at me. So? Don't blame me for being rude, sister. The moment the noble lady finished her words, her eyes suddenly turned cold, and she raised the baseball bat high in the air with both hands, making a hitting gesture. You haven't even grown all your hair yet. Gubei, why are you talking so much nonsense? Come on. This made Yu Wan'er furious. She couldn't stop stabbing her arms and screaming like thunder. Call out. But suddenly, Gubei, who had been shaking his head slightly, moved directly. He turned into a black shadow on the spot and rushed to the front of the noble lady in an instant. Under the other party's shocked eyes, Gubei chopped down sharply with his knife, accurately landing on the wrist of the noble sister. Ah! A tender sound of pain was suddenly heard, followed by the crisp sound of a metal baseball bat falling to the ground. Ding ding dong! You! The noble and royal sister covered her arm in pain, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. She pursed her red lips and looked up at Gubei with a slightly charming and resentful look. Where on earth did the little brat across from him, whose hair hasn't even fully grown, find such a handsome and skilled little brother? Pity! Why is this little brother not one of my own? Ha 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 ha. At this moment, a sarcastic laugh sounded in the air, and Yu Wan'er appeared in front of the unarmed woman with her hands on her hips, her nose in the air, and exaggerated steps. You rubbish wanted to meet me offline, but you were knocked out by my little brother. Do you know how powerful your dad is? Although height is not an advantage. But Yu Wan'er managed to package herself with a powerful aura of 1.85 meters tall, and looked up at the woman with pride and disdain. The man pointed at the ground arrogantly. Now, get off your grandpa and sing Conquer 100 times, or you won't be able to leave here today. Gubei stood aside and took everything in. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch twice. This style of behavior really fits Yu Wan'er's online name. What can you do to me, my lord? But Miss Gu, we are not gangsters, is it necessary to say such harsh words? As expected, all little brats love to brag. This is true whether they are rich or poor. Little brother, do you want me to kneel down too? The noble and majestic sister didn't even look at Yu Wan'er. She was not in a hurry at all. Instead, she licked her red lips and spoke to Gubei teasingly with interest. Those big eyes with long eyelashes were crystal clear at this moment, looking at Gubei charmingly. Gubei raised his eyebrows slightly, thinking that he was indeed a character who could stand on the opposite side of Yu Wan'er. What era was it now, and he was still trying to seduce her? Could it be that every man on the street is a pig? In the internet age, the thing that is most lacking is electronic selection of concubines, and everyone has long been immune to beauty. Not to mention, Gubei only has Li Weiwei in his heart. He took a step back and came in front of Yu Wan'er, leaving the task of beating the downtrodden dog to his employer. The first rule of the service industry: if the sponsor is happy, then there is money to be made. That's right, Xiao Guzi, I really didn't misjudge you. You are worthy of being able to fight out of tens of thousands of applicants and become my little brother. At this moment, Yu Wan'er nodded to Gubei with satisfaction, and subconsciously wanted to imitate the scenes in movies and TV dramas to pat her subordinate's shoulder to comfort him. But I found that there was indeed a big difference in height. Her hands suddenly froze in mid-air. When the noble lady saw this scene, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, a hint of sneer flashed across her face, and her red lips were about to open slightly in sarcasm. Miss Yu, it's an honor to serve you. Gubei half knelt down, his shoulders parallel to Yu Wan'er's and even half an inch shorter. Good. Good. Okay. Yu Wan'er's eyes lit up, and her lovely slender hands fell heavily on Gubei's shoulders, with satisfaction all over her face. Sensible little brother, there is money to be had. Ha 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 ha. The next second, Yu Wan'er laughed wildly, pointed her finger at the noble lady's face, and said coldly, "You old thing, you still want to steal my girl? Dream on. Now sing Conquer obediently for me, otherwise I will let Gubei take care of you." The words fell. Yu Wan'er looked up proudly and took out her cell phone to record everything and post it on the forum to show off. What can I do to you? My arrogance makes me the best in the world. Oh? The noble lady was not afraid. Instead, she shook her curly hair and looked at Gubei expectantly in a lazy posture. Then I don't know how you are going to deal with me, little brother? Gubei's head was full of black lines. This is the first time I feel so speechless taking orders from primary school students. No slutting. Yu Wan'er opened her hands with a vigilant look on her face and shouted loudly, pointing at the woman in a somewhat frustrated manner, "Gubei, come on, take her, take her." But as she talked, she racked her brains but couldn't think of any solution. After all, although she was a little crazy, she was still just a student. Ha 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 ha. The noble and majestic sister couldn't help but let out a silver bell-like laugh, but seeing Yu Wan'er's brain working rapidly, she remembered some scenes in the game and immediately laughed and shouted. Press her directly onto the car, and then I will get in and step on her. I will start collecting stamps from today. Ha 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 ha. The noble and royal sister who was originally smiling suddenly froze in her face. She subconsciously took a step back and looked at Gubei with a horrified look. Don't come over here, I'm screaming molest. Chapter 39 seems to have really become a villain. Shout. This is my territory. No one will pay attention to you even if you shout until your voice is hoarse. Looking at the frightened expression of the old woman in front of her, Yu Wan'er couldn't hide her inner feelings and laughed wildly with her hands on her hips and toward the sky. Ha 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 ha. The more frustrating I felt in the game before, the more enjoyable it is in reality now. Gubei had already started covering his face with his hands at the back. He was really too embarrassed to watch. Now Yu Wan'er had transformed from a violent little loli into an evil villain. If it were in a novel, the death would be as miserable as it could be. As for myself, I would be pure cannon fodder and I'm afraid I wouldn't have a good ending. But before, it was a close call. It seems that the protagonist is about to make a brilliant appearance. Gubei, his mind distracted, subconsciously scanned the surroundings and immediately discovered that many burly black men in suits and sunglasses had appeared on the streets without him noticing. Okay. It seems like I have really become a villain. Gubei, go ahead. At this moment, Yu Wan'er, the black-bellied little lowly, was still immersed in her inner joy, and was arrogantly preparing to roll up her sleeves and do it herself. Gubei patted his forehead with his hand, then hurried over to stop her from behind as she looked agitated. If a fight really comes, I and others can kneel down and sing Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf. What are you doing? Yu Wan'er turned around suddenly, reached out and slapped Gubei's hand that was pulling at her clothes, and shouted in annoyance with a slightly frown. But when he saw Gubei, his expression was a little solemn, and it seemed that something was not right. She was stunned for a moment, and a hint of suspicion flashed in her eyes. Could it be that Gubei was really seduced? Then she would be attacked from both sides, and her advantage would be reversed in an instant. She immediately hugged her hands across her chest to cover the long fist that was coming from all directions, and stretched out 2 fingers in panic. I'll give you double the money. No, triple. But the next second she felt it was too low, and the 2 slender hands instantly turned into 3, and only then did she feel relieved. 3 times, that is 30,000 yuan. If he were in the school, he could win over 10 college students. But now Gubei deserves this guy. But behind Yu Wan'er, a charming voice gradually sounded, "Handsome boy, no matter how much money she offers, I will double it for you." Yu Wan'er turned around and immediately saw the hateful old woman. She moved her red lips slightly and cast a seductive glance at her. Vomit. Yu Wan'er frowned and was about to curse when Gubei came up to her, grabbed her skirt and spoke solemnly. Brother, look around. Now it seems like we are surrounded. Having said that, there was no sign of nervousness on Gubei's face, and he looked as calm as ever. But Yu Wan'er looked up casually, and at the burly men coming from all directions, she glared at them angrily. You also brought an ambush? The voice was as gnashing as it could be, but he didn't dare to move his hands anymore and retreated quietly behind Gubei. The tender little hand tugged at the corner of Gubei's clothes imperceptibly, raised her head and looked slightly nervously, and then glanced at the Dolphiny Sports Arena behind her. Are you running away? She is very familiar with it. Although it is impossible to get everyone to respond at once, it is not a problem to call some people to cause some minor trouble and then run away. It's okay, I'm here. Gubei smiled slightly, revealing a reassuring look, and then raised his head to look at the charming and noble lady in front of him. Again, let's solve the in-game problems in-game, how about that? The casual words sounded slowly, as if Gubei didn't notice the bodyguards slowly surrounding him. His eyes were fixed on the neck of the noble lady in front of him. It would be a shame not to use such a clean and white neck to make Juawei duck neck. The noble lady was just about to smile and slowly raise her jade-like hand with distinct knuckles, but she happened to hear these words. She was just about to sneer, but suddenly she felt a hint of chill entwined around her neck. Hiss. She frowned slightly, feeling unavoidable in her heart, and happened to meet Gubei's eyes that seemed to be looking at a dead object, and her heart suddenly skipped a beat. This boy? What's the origin? But thinking that I was just here to have fun today, I didn't plan to do anything, it's just that Yu Wan'er's mouth stinks. Okay. The noble lady smiled charmingly, nodded happily, and then looked down at Yu Wan'er. Since the handsome boy has spoken, do you dare to play a solo game with me, little brat? As for Yu Wan'er's rubbish operation, she just killed people indiscriminately. Forehead. Yu Wan'er, who was feeling guilty and ready to run away, was stunned when she heard this. She was just about to crouch down Haikao, saying that she was known as the king of one-on-one duels in Jiangcheng. But then he remembered that the person on the opposite side seemed to be a little bit stronger than him, so he hesitated and looked up at Gubei. Originally, she came to Gubei today to ask him to fry the fish. Besides, she trusted Gubei's skills. Let me do it. No way. The noble lady chuckled and shook her head, saying meaningfully, this is a bet between you and me, just you and me solo. Little brat, if I don't make you sick today, I won't be called Chen Lan anymore. Yu Wan'er hesitated, but found that the bodyguards were approaching her from all directions. She was so panicked that she didn't know what to do, and some sweat oozed from her forehead. Superior. Gubei slowly squatted down, put his hand to cover Yu Wan'er's ears, and complimented her softly. I think your level is higher than the opponent's. Just fight normally. Even if you lose, just deny it and I'll take you away. In fact, he did have confidence. Because the knife strike at the beginning of the meeting was not just as simple as making the noble lady on the other side disarm. As long as the other party starts playing the game for a while, your elbows will start to hurt when you get used to the operation. Good. Gubei's words immediately gave Yu Wan'er 100% confidence. She couldn't afford to lose face in front of her younger brother, so she folded her arms and raised her head proudly. I'm solo with you. But the loser needs to call the other person dad. But since you are older, you don't need to kneel down. As she spoke, Yu Wan'er pouted and uttered a sarcastic and harsh remark, as if she had already secured victory. He. Being provoked again and again by a little brat, Chen Lan, no matter how good-tempered she was, became a little annoyed at the moment and sneered. If you lose, you little pudding, just squat and sing conquer until you make me happy. Immediately. She waved her hand, and the bodyguards around her stopped instantly and looked at Yu Wan'er with disdain. I hope that when someone loses, he won't cry and deny his mistake, and spread the news that I bullied a child. Yu Wan'er really wanted to jump up and hit the woman's knees. Don't worry, I will definitely kill you. Gubei took in all the farce, suppressed a smile, pointed to Dolphin Esports Arena and said, please. I'll ask the boss to open a private room right away. 3 people, 2 women and 1 man, went straight to the box for a solo battle. Chapter 40. The adult world is so scary. Old man, take my arrow and I'll chop you to death. You little guy who hasn't even fully grown your hair, just kneel down and watch me use my Kui combo. Go back to the fountain and revive. Dream on. Golden body, stand up straight. Wait for me to fuck you to death. Inside the box, Yu Wan'er and Chen Lan sat face to face with each other, their hands on the keyboard and mouse, operating them intently, and occasionally spitting out some trash talk. The air was filled with saliva. If Gubei had not been there in person, he would have found it hard to imagine that the 2 beauties, a legal little lowly and a noble lady, could have such a simple and natural scene. It was really the simplest way. This made Gubei think of the mother of one of his children, Dr. Li Bingbing from the mental hospital. Ha 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 ha. You can't take it anymore. If you can't take it anymore, just admit defeat quickly. Stick your butt out and let me kick you. Maybe I'll be happy and exempt you from the punishment of calling you daddy. Of course, if you want to shout, that's totally fine. At this moment, Yu Wan'er's wanton and rampant trash talk suddenly overwhelmed the entire audience. She stood up on the gaming chair and slammed the keyboard with her slender hands. That soft and cute little face was now full of brilliance, with a smile on the corners of his mouth, looking like he was the best in the world. Opposite her, Chen Lan, who originally had an air of nobleness and pride on her face, with an indifferent look, as if she didn't care about anything she saw. But now, sweat was oozing out of his forehead, his face looked extremely ugly, and the hand that was controlling the mouse felt extremely awkward. Just now, the heavy blow from Gubei began to take effect, causing Chen Lan's movements to become somewhat distorted. The mistakes doubled, and Yu Wan'er became more and more excited as the game went on, even arrogantly raising a big middle finger. Damn it, kill people indiscriminately. Gubei saw everything and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch twice. He felt like running away. You know, all the people outside are Chen Lan's people. However, Yu Wan'er completely forgot about her arrogance and did not even think about what would happen if the other party turned against her. Besides, the competition between the 2 noobs was like a world competition, which made Gubei feel speechless. If he goes up, he can beat 10 Yu Wan'er and 10 Chen Lan, and they will be defeated one after another. Even the spring water will not be able to withstand it and will be ruthlessly harvested by him. Woohoo! In the end, Yu Wan'er successfully won the competition with a slight advantage of 2 heads. In her excitement, she completely lost her ladylike image and jumped onto the computer desk. I'm the champion. Yu Wan'er raised her hands high, shouted to the sky, and her whole body exuded an excitement that could not be concealed. After shouting with her arms raised, she suddenly lowered her head, pointed at Chen Lan, and gave a direct order. Quick! Call me daddy. After she finished speaking, she put her hands on her hips and faced Chen Lan, almost peeing 3 feet into the wind, showing her invincibility. Arrogant! Arrogant! Gubei felt a dull pain between his eyebrows as he watched from the side. He could already foresee the scene of him running away carrying this brainless little lowly. Therefore, he immediately focused his attention on Chen Lan, the noble and royal sister. As long as she showed any sign of regret, he would kill her directly. But no one would have thought that this woman, who had a little sweat on her forehead and a cold face before, now had an uncontrollable weird smile on her lips, and her appearance looked more or less creepy. What the hell? He won't kill her directly. Gubei immediately sank his legs and silently approached Yu Wan'er, who was still indulging in unrealistic arrogance. Hurry up! Open your mouth now. Yu Wan'er laughed wildly towards the sky. Her 1.6 meter height was made to look like 2.6 meters by this guy. Standing on a gaming table, I don't even know my own weight. Just as Gubei was about to go forward and carry him away, he suddenly heard the sound of a camera taking pictures in the quiet room. Crack! The image was extremely clear, and it brought Yu Wan'er back to her senses a little. She looked down at the camera facing her in confusion. What are you doing? She pointed her finger and shouted in confusion, mistakenly thinking that the other person was taking a picture of her invincible heroic figure, so she deliberately struck a handsome pose. Gu Bei was stunned. Is this Yu Wan'er a single-celled organism? There is a problem at first glance. He. At this moment, Chen Lan's mouth curled up slightly, a sarcastic smile flashed across her face, and she raised the mobile phone in her hand. Yu Wan'er, the youngest daughter of the Yu family, what do you think would happen if I sent this photo to your sister? A playful tone sounded in the box, like a death curse, which instantly froze Yu Wan'er's arrogant face. Yu Wan'er's eyes widened, her pupils suddenly contracted, her face full of panic, and she stammered, You know my elder sister? As he spoke, he staggered backwards uncontrollably, but after only 2 or 3 steps his feet suddenly lost balance and he fell directly to the floor behind him. Ah! A shrill scream echoed throughout the house. But it came to an abrupt halt halfway through. Because Gu Bei was right beside them, he took a step forward and easily held the fallen Yu Wan'er in his arms. Feeling the warm yet stiff body in his arms, Gu Bei felt that it was no different from holding a bag of rice. However, the rice exudes a faint milky aroma. But Yu Wan'er, who was already nervous, felt the heavy palms on her waist and buttocks, and the solid chest, and suddenly felt her heart beating wildly, especially when she looked at that handsome jaw. She was originally in a state of dismay, but her thoughts suddenly went astray. She couldn't hide the blush on her face and subconsciously curled herself up into a ball. In my heart, I felt ashamed and angry, yet a sense of gratitude rose up. After all, this was her first time. From childhood to adulthood, no man had ever been with her except her father. But in such a hasty occasion and a simple place, her first time was taken away by someone. But if it weren't for Gu Bei, I would have fallen badly, maybe even been disfigured, and to be honest, this feeling is actually pretty good. Crack! But the sound of the mobile phone camera rang out again, followed by Chen Lan's playful words, Yo? You're holding me now? I didn't expect the Yu family's little daughter to play so wildly. It's really an eye-opener. Yu Wan'er's face suddenly changed, and she came back to her senses in an instant. She suddenly raised her head and pointed at Chen Lan, You. But she hadn't finished her words yet. Gu Bei let go directly, and Yu Wan'er felt a sense of emptiness behind her, a chill came over her, and she fell down instantly, falling directly onto the gaming chair. Grass! An angry shout echoed throughout the box. Chapter 41 I am still young, I refuse this rich woman. Grass! Yu Wan'er, whose soft and tender face was blushing, now had a distorted expression. She covered her waist with a cold and painful look on her face and staggered onto the gaming chair. She stretched out her resentful finger and pointed it directly at Gu Bei, her eyes filled with rage and a hint of tears of excessive pain. Damn! Her old waist was ruined by Gu Bei's hands. Deduct money, she must deduct money. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Chen Lan's mocking laughter could not help but ring out, and she fixed her eyes on Gu Bei with interest. Why, are you starting an internal conflict right now? Handsome boy, are you planning to come to me? I don't mind supporting a gigolo. Immediately, Chen Lan cast a charming look at Gu Bei, as if she was killing him. Looking at the tall and handsome Gu Bei in front of her, she swallowed her saliva. He has pretty good skills and doesn't look like one of those bodybuilders who takes drugs, so he must have good stamina. Hiss! Yu Wan'er, who had just taken a breath and had not yet recovered, looked cold and gloomy when she heard these words. But before she could speak, Gu Bei waved his hand, stepped back, and put on a distant attitude. I'm sorry. I think you have misunderstood something, ma'am. There is no special relationship between Miss Yu Wan'er and me. It is limited to the relationship of employer and employee. If the photo just now was seen by goddess Li Weiwei, it would be really troublesome. You know, this trouble has just been solved. At this moment, Yu Wan'er's face turned even darker. She felt her face burning, and she had brought shame upon herself to her family. Little brother, talking is fun. When Chen Lan heard this, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and the interest in her eyes became more intense. As she spoke, she prepared to take a step forward. But suddenly, Yu Wan'er supported her slender waist and stood up all of a sudden. She jumped in front of Gu Bei and looked at Chen Lan coldly. Who are you? Why do you know my eldest sister? As she spoke, her eyes fell on Chen Lan's mobile phone, her eyes slightly narrowed, as if she was rehearsing something in her mind. How? Want to take it back? Chen Lan smiled sweetly, raised her cell phone, raised her eyebrows slightly and said with a hint of provocation, then she opened her baseball jacket with her backhand, opened the lining, shook the cell phone slightly, and stuffed it into the lining pocket. After doing all this, he put his hands in his pockets and looked down at Yu Wan'er in front of him, with contempt in his eyes. Little brat. If you use dirty tricks to defeat me, just wait for your elder sister to press you on the sofa and spank you. Of course, she did not forget to throw out a sarcastic remark, causing Yu Wan'er's pretty face to turn red, like a red-hot groundhog, with puffy cheeks but unable to say a word. Because, my elder sister can really do it. Stop. But suddenly, she felt hurried footsteps behind her, followed by a dark shadow flashing out. Crash. With a sudden sound, Gu Bei appeared in front of Chen Lan. He grabbed her collar with one hand and pulled it back violently, while the other hand clasped Chen Lan's neck and twisted it, making her spin in place. The baseball uniform on Chen Lan instantly fell into Gu Bei's hands, and Chen Lan felt a chill all over her body. Feeling the thin long skirt, her eyes were full of shock. You took off my clothes? Exonerate me. You are behaving like a hooligan in public. Gu Bei's eyelids twitched violently, and he looked at Chen Lan in silence. Sister, you are still wearing a skirt? How? Could it be the emperor's new clothes? Ha 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 ha. Yu Wan'er came back to her senses from her shock, rushed to Gu Bei with a look of joy, and quickly took out her cell phone from her baseball uniform. Gu Bei, that's great, give me your phone quickly, I want to delete the photos. As soon as I turned on the phone, it was password locked. Yu Wan'er's face suddenly darkened. When she suddenly raised her head to look at Chen Lan and was about to threaten her, a strong man in black rushed in from outside the door. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became tense. Give me back my phone. At this moment, Chen Lan's face was no longer arrogant, but extremely cold, and she shouted in a serious voice. You know, mobile phones are not only used for communication, but also often contain countless important things in privacy. Chen Lan was anxious at this moment. Tell me the password. Seeing the burly man in black rushing in, Yu Wan'er immediately shrank behind Gu Bei, only sticking out half of her head, and shouted without any hesitation, neither of them giving in. You say one thing, I say another. The burly man in black didn't give any orders and didn't dare to take the initiative to attack, so the atmosphere in the box suddenly became tense. Well. Seeing the time passing by minute, Gu Bei couldn't bear it anymore and snatched the phone from Yu Wan'er. What are you doing? Don't. Yu Wan'er quickly jumped up and tried to snatch the phone, but found that she was shorter than her anyway. Gu Bei ignored him, turned to look at Chen Lan, and made a suggestion. This lady is obviously not an ordinary person, so it's not a good idea to stand there in a stalemate. How about this, you tell us the password, I delete the photos and return them to you, and you don't have to apologize to my boss Yu Wan'er and call her dad. As he was talking, Gu Bei also raised his mobile phone, a Redmi 13 Pro Max Cold Front Blue, with 4 super large lenses, and 4K recording of life. The meaning was very clear. He had filmed all the scenes of the bet and the loss just now. Wow! Yu Wan'er opened her eyes wide with a look of joy, and rushed forward. She subconsciously grabbed Gu Bei's clothes with both hands, stood on tiptoes, tilted her head to look over, and uttered harsh words with a sneer on her face. Gu Bei, did you take pictures of this old woman losing and refusing to pay her debts? That's really great. I must make her. But before she could finish her words, Gu Bei poked her back with his elbow. Strangely, this time Yu Wan'er stepped back instantly, as if she had become obedient all of a sudden, and she shut up the microphone immediately before saying the trash talk. Gu Bei looked back in surprise, only to see Yu Wan'er with her head lowered, kneading the corner of her clothes with both hands. When, so ladylike? But the next second, he regarded all this as Yu Wan'er's fear, and he turned around again to look at Chen Lan, who looked arrogant and superior. Yes or no? Little brother, are you interested in working for me? Chen Lan was not angry. She waved to the bodyguard behind her, licked her red lips excitedly, and her feminine charm filled the room. I'm sorry, I'm still a student. The other party showed weakness and gave Gu Bei a way out. He felt relieved and politely refused with his 8 bright teeth showing. He is still young and has endless possibilities. As the saying goes, no one helps me to reach my lofty ambitions. I will walk through the snow to the top of the mountain, no matter how rich woman I am, I want to lick her. Chapter 42, Rich Women Can Avoid Taking 10 Years of Detours. College student? Hearing this, Chen Lan's eyes became brighter and she looked Gu Bei up and down again. I really don't think about it. Isn't it said on the internet that you can save 10 years of detours by hooking up with a rich woman? And I can help you save 30 years of detours. As she was talking, Chen Lan walked in front of Gubei with her long black silk legs. Gubei's face was filled with black lines. He stretched out his hand to stop Yu Wan'er behind him, and stepped back to create some distance between them. Finished? It seems like I have walked into a spider hole by mistake. His mother once said that there are some beautiful old ladies in this society who would eat people, so he should be careful. At first, Gubei sneered and was pinched on the ear and taught a lesson, but he never expected it to be true. Really? If you don't listen to the advice of the elderly, you will suffer the consequences. That's enough. But Yu Wan'er, whose hot temper just now suddenly cooled down, let go of her hands that were constantly rubbing the corners of her clothes, suddenly opened her eyes, raised her head and roared. Let us go, forget the bet, we're even. The sound was so loud that Chen Lan couldn't help but look over. A sneer flashed across the corner of her mouth, and she said nonchalantly, "Ah, sister, I'm not feeling well today." As she spoke, she twisted her wrist that was injured by Gubei. Being defeated by a rookie whom she looked down upon was a huge shame for a gamer. The key is that the other party is using underhanded tactics to commit murder. Of course, Chen Lan was not going to blame Gubei. After all, he had done what he was supposed to do, so when he was caught by her, he would have to complete his daily tasks well. Thinking of this, Chen Lan raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and looked at Gubei with fiery eyes, making Gubei's determination to fight out even more determined. I would rather die than be humiliated. So what if she is a rich woman? Don't even think about using $1 million or 80,000 to smash a man's spine. Even if you take out 5 million and pair it with a 5 million villa, it won't work. If you really want to cause trouble, I will have no choice but to call my sister and see who will be in trouble. At this moment, Yu Wan'er stood up, all the blush on her face faded away, and she was no longer as violent and reckless as she was at the beginning. Instead, her face was cold. But this time, Chen Lan's eyes suddenly condensed, and she looked at Yu Wan'er seriously again. How courageous. I didn't expect that at your young age, you look just like your elder sister. As she said this, the domineering and confident look on Chen Lan's face gradually faded away. Gubei was a little surprised, but he didn't care. No matter who the other party was, what Yu Wan'er was, and who her elder sister was, it had nothing to do with him. He only cares about the money he gets. That's all the money for the baby's milk powder. Of course, he would occasionally take out some money to buy gifts for his goddess Li Weiwei. I believe that Su Su and Mumu, two sensible children, would not say anything. Let us go first, and then I will return the phone to you and delete the video. How about that? Yu Wan'er continued to speak, her eyes full of determination, and even the look she gave Chen Lan was fearless. But Gubei saw that Yu Wan'er's hands behind her back were shaking slightly, and her palms were full of sweat. Gubei knew that Yu Wan'er was bluffing. He walked over and tapped her palm with his hand. Then he lifted Chen Lan's phone up in the air and said, "Don't think about snatching it away. I will destroy this phone before you do anything." It was a blatant danger, but Chen Lan had to take it seriously. One was Yu Wan'er's elder sister, and the other was her cell phone, which contained all her privacy. Young people today are really becoming more and more interesting. However, Chen Lan did not look panicked at all. She smiled sweetly, slowly raised her hand and gave instructions to the bodyguard behind her. The two sturdy men in black nodded heavily and immediately retreated. Little brother, you don't think I will really attack you, do you? Ha 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 ha. Chen Lan blinked her tender eyes and looked at Gubei, saying with a chuckle on her lips, then walked out of the box with a smile. Ha! Yu Wan'er immediately let out a long breath, turned her head and blinked at Gubei, and said in a different tone, "Gubei, let's go. Don't forget your cell phone." The corner of Gubei's mouth twitched, thinking that Yu Wan'er was just pretending just now. It turned out that she was still the same hateful and violent little brat at heart. The three of them quickly walked out of the esports hall. Chen Lan stopped on the street and stretched out her hand lazily, and it landed in front of Gubei. "Handsome boy, it's time to return my phone to me. Of course, if you don't want to return it, that's not a problem. There happen to be some beautiful photos of my sister in it. You can enjoy it." As she spoke, Chen Lan smiled charmingly, smoothed her long, trimmed hair and let it fall on one shoulder. The pair of peach blossom eyes on her mature face cast a seductive look directly at Gubei. Fortunately, Gubei was immune. He found that this woman was just good at talking and didn't actually do anything, of course only in public. "Don't." Yu Wan'er came closer at this moment, stretched out her hand and pinched Gubei's thigh, forced a smile, and spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito. "Face recognition." Gubei didn't say anything, but turned his phone over and pointed the front camera at Chen Lan's elegant and proud face. "I'll delete the photos first." Chen Lan pouted her lips, not worrying that Gu Bei would play any tricks. She lifted her messy hair and moved her charming and feminine face forward. Of course, she did not forget to wink and flirt with Gu Bei. Crack! A slight voice was heard, and Gu Bei deleted Yu Wan'er's photos one by one with a cold face, and also deleted them from the trash can and the cloud disk one by one. Then, regardless of Yu Wan'er pinching his thigh in private, he handed the phone directly to Chen Lan. Chen Lan nodded with satisfaction and smiled sweetly. When she stretched out her slender fingers to take the phone in mid-air, her fingertips seemed to stroke Gu Bei's hand smoothly, and the smile on her lips became even wider. "And mine?" The next second, another hand fell into the air and spread out. The snow-white palm with distinct fingers looked like jade beads, making people subconsciously want to reach out and touch them. Actually, Gu Bei took out his cell phone and was about to hand it over when Yu Wan'er suddenly yelled, "Wait a minute." These 3 words made everyone in the audience look down. Call out. However, Yu Wan'er jumped up and snatched Gu Bei's mobile phone into her arms. The moment she landed, she turned around and ran away. "Gu Bei? Sister! You are selling out your teammates." Chapter 43 UC Department Reporter Title. Yu Wan'er jumped up, and under everyone's surprised gaze, she immediately snatched Gu Bei's cell phone into her arms and ran away. "Ha ha 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 ha. Just wait, you bitch, I will definitely teach you a lesson and print out your embarrassing appearance. You lost and still want to cheat? Just call me daddy." In the air, Yu Wan'er's familiar, wanton and rampant laughter came in the wind and fell on everyone's face. The burly bodyguards in black all lowered their heads, stood up straight, and dared not say a word. Chen Lan's usually proud and noble face now showed a solemn look like a dark cloud, which made people's eyelids twitch at just one glance. As for Gu Bei, now that he had been tricked, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he looked back at Yu Wan'er's short legs speechlessly with a helpless look on his face, sighing. "What can your lord do to me? I might as well tell you guys to come first and I'll run away first. You're just a cowardly lizard. It's so deceptive. Get it?" At this moment, Chen Lan shouted coldly with a dark face, and immediately 2 strong men stood up behind her, their muscles bursting, their black suits were tight, as if they were about to burst in the next second. "Well." Gu Bei covered his face and sighed, and quickly stretched out his hand to stop him. No need to chase. But the black-clad sturdy men didn't care about what they said. They looked at Gu Bei in front of them and punched him directly. Gu Bei dodged it, but saw a thigh slashing down 3 ways. The other black-clad men also moved. At this moment, the street was a little messy. If a reporter from UC were here, he would definitely write a headline like this. Shocking. In broad daylight, a man actually had violent physical contact with 18 strong men, and another woman was stunned at the scene. That's enough. Stop it. Facing the crazy attack of 18 strong men, Gu Bei was a little overwhelmed. Looking at Yu Wan'er who had disappeared, he immediately shouted. "I didn't take any pictures at all. Yu Wan'er didn't have anything in her hands. Your boss doesn't have to worry." But the strong men turned a deaf ear to it. "Stop it." At this moment, Chen Lan's playful voice slowly sounded, and countless strong men in black stopped instantly and quickly retreated behind Chen Lan. "Ha!" Gu Bei half bent over, covered his painful arm and took a long breath, explaining tiredly, "Luckily I just lied to you, so Yu Wan'er can't threaten you or anything. Just now in the box, I was busy watching the 2 people pecking at each other, so I didn't have time to take any videos." He was running around left and right, up and down. "Very busy, okay. I know." Chen Lan walked with brisk steps, and her long black stockings instantly caught Gu Bei's eyes, followed by a teasing voice ringing in his ears. The corner of Gu Bei's mouth twitched, and he almost blurted out a classic old saying subconsciously, but he finally held it back. "Then why did you stop me?" Gu Bei slowly raised his head, avoiding the shiny black stockings, turned his head away, and wanted an answer. However, the faint fragrance that came to his nose made him subconsciously feel that something was not right, and he wanted to take a step back. But one hand retreated faster than him, and the pair of slender hands, which were more delicate than human hands, had already landed on the left side of his little face, kneaded it gently, and laughed heartily. "Of course I want to pinch your face, handsome boy. If you do that again, I won't be polite." The cold words rang out immediately, but Chen Lan heard them as if she had heard a joke. She covered her mouth and let out a clear, silvery laugh. "Little handsome boy, how can you be so rude? The moment she finished speaking, Chen Lan threw him another seductive glance, put her hands on her baseball jacket, ready to take it off, revealing her proud and graceful curves. "Goodbye, Auntie." But Gu Bei, who had been acting weak, suddenly stretched out his hand at this moment and pushed Chen Lan forward quickly. Immediately, without paying any attention to the shrill scream, Gu Bei started sprinting without even looking back, using the same speed he used when he was showing off in front of goddess Li Weiwei at the sports meeting. Second fastest time in my life. After I ran for an unknown amount of time, until I could hardly breathe, I didn't see any sign of anyone chasing me. Hoo. Gu Bei then stopped, supported himself on the white wall with one hand, bent over, covered his waist and gasped heavily. "Damn, I'm so tired." When he recovered a little, he cursed helplessly, "I'm speechless. Who would have thought that I would meet an old baby from Jiangsu and Zhejiang when I took a job with a primary school student in the imperial city? If it weren't for his wit, his innocence would be in jeopardy." But now calming down and thinking about the punch just now, Gu Bei looked at his palm, rubbed it a little embarrassedly, and muttered in his heart. Accident. It was a complete accident. What Gu Bei didn't know was that when he turned around and ran, Chen Lan, who had stumbled backwards, managed to stand firm and reached out to call back all the people who were about to chase him. Her proud and noble face had a slightly wrinkled brow and flushed cheeks, giving off a strange feeling. Chen Lan lowered her head and looked at the wrinkled neckline of her black dress, with a playful smile on her face. "Okay. Since my brother is so proactive, I have to be more proactive." After saying that, her smile faded away, and she waved her hand and gave a cold order to the bodyguard behind her. "Give me all the information about this man and which university he attends." The bodyguard nodded and immediately retreated. Chen Lan opened her phone, found the chat history with Yu Wan'er, and typed coldly, "Do you really think that all the photos have been deleted?" After saying that, turn off the phone. The smile appeared on her face again. Regardless of whether it was true or false, she was quite happy to scare Yu Wan'er. At this time, Yu Wan'er came behind Gu Bei. Since she ran away, she did not go far away, but observed from the side. The look she gave Gu Bei was mixed with a hint of shame and anger. Gu Bei ran away, and she followed him. Now she finally caught up with him. Seeing the slightly embarrassed Gu Bei in front of her, she felt a little happier. With her hands in her pockets, she asked with a smile, "Escaped?" Gu Bei simply rolled his eyes at the little brat who had wronged him. He didn't even have the heart to answer and simply stretched out his hand to make a serious appeal. "More money." The initial price didn't even say it had to be 1 versus 18 arhats. This is simply pointing a finger at Gu Bei's face and asking him to beat the #1 online Tyson in history. It's so outrageous that it opens the door to outrageous motherfuckers. Chapter 44, A Rich Woman's Life is Just Like Spending Money. More money. Gu Bei boldly stretched out his hand and raised his head confidently. At this moment, as the first and only general under Yu Wan'er, he led her out of the vast army. Then Yu Wan'er would have to spend a huge sum of money to buy bones to comfort her wounded heart and win people's hearts. Snort. But she never expected that Yu Wan'er would cross her arms and snort coldly, and then began to blame, "You deserve it. It's good enough that I didn't deduct your money. You still want to add more money? Don't even think about it." What? When Gu Bei heard this, his eyes widened in confusion. "What do you mean by that? Did I save the wrong person? It would be fine if you don't give me the money, but why are you chasing me and scolding me?" Seeing Gu Bei pretending to be stupid, Yu Wan'er was immediately furious. Her eyebrows were erected, her legs were spread apart, one hand on her waist, and the other hand was pointing at Gu Bei, shouting, "What did you do? You are a big bastard who took advantage of others. Just now, you actually..." As she was cursing, her eyes moved slightly and she turned around to look around. She found that there was no one nearby, but she did not continue talking. She just glanced at Gu Bei fiercely and clasped her hands in front of her again. He took a few steps back, widening the distance between them, which stunned Gu Bei. Seeing this, Gu Bei once doubted whether he had really done something treacherous. But there is none at all. Madman. Gu Bei couldn't help but roll his eyes, and in his heart, he made a decision for Yu Wan'er, and then he stretched out his hand helplessly. "Forget it. Give me back my phone, it's my bad luck today." When Gu Bei spoke, he only felt a slight pain in his arm. He could already imagine that it was covered with bruises, so there should be no dislocation, fracture or strain. Now he just wanted to go back to the school hospital and see the school doctor. The reason for seeing the school doctor. First, Zhangjiang University's medical clinic is first-rate and has a tertiary hospital affiliated with it. Secondly, the school has a policy to reduce medical expenses, so the cost is not much. After all, he is a dad with 2 children, so of course he has to save money for the bride price and give his 2 children another mother. Snort. Yu Wan'er pouted and pulled the clothes in front of her to cover up her already flat figure, then took out her cell phone. After all, the other party saved me, so one thing is one thing. As for what exactly happened, Yu Wan'er became angry whenever she thought about it. Just now in the private room of the e-sports hall, this damn Gubei was talking, but his hand was not at all calm and he elbowed her directly in front of her. Pain. Shame. Anger. Complex emotions instantly surged into her heart. You have to know that this was the first time since she was a child that a person of the opposite sex had touched her there, the first time in the true sense of the word. She is not clean anymore. For a moment, she lowered her head in embarrassment, but she never expected that Gubei did not apologize at all, and even seemed not to notice. Shame. What a shame. You know, until now, she still feels a piercing pain in front of her body from time to time, which makes her almost angry to death. So, I deliberately tricked Gubei just now. Bite. But just as the phone was being delivered into the air, Yu Wan'er found that her phone was ringing. She couldn't help but hesitate and took out her phone to look at it. Do you really think that all the photos have been deleted? With just one glance, Yu Wan'er suddenly panicked. She quickly took the phone back and looked at it with wide eyes. Big sister, what are you doing? Gubei was stunned for a moment and waved his hands speechlessly and shouted, "Give me back my phone." Since ancient times, boys' mobile phones have always been the hardest hit by red browser warnings. Gubei will never allow himself to lose his innocence before he dies. Where's the video? Tell me the secret quickly. How dare this stinky old woman slander me? I must expose her ugly face. In an instant, Yu Wan'er's furious temper was ignited. What she hated most was someone pretending to be cool in front of her. Gubei looked at the grumpy little potato in front of him, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He couldn't help but shook his head and smiled, and whispered, "There is no video." Anyone who has played King of Glory knows that whisper often triggers a critical hit. No video. Yu Wan'er widened her eyes, staring at Gubei as if they were about to pop out of their sockets, and spread her hands, while a piercing sound broke the silence of the alley. That soft little face didn't look like a loli at all. She was completely broken down, her eyes full of despair. It seemed that in the next second, Yu Wan'er would kneel down on the ground, but before that, she blushed and asked with a sob, "Why? Why didn't you take a picture of it? Did you accept favors from that old woman? If you don't tell me, I won't be able to get your phone." Seeing Yu Wan'er becoming more and more miserable, Gubei lost his desire to play and spread his hands. "I only need to watch your top-notch operation, so I don't have time to take secret photos." Crack. The only gleam of light in Yu Wan'er's eyes shattered, and her weak and petite body slowly slid to the ground like a piece of paper. He had been arrogant all his life, but he blamed it on an unknown old woman and was caught with evidence. The other party knew his eldest sister. She seemed to foresee that she would suffer bad consequences if she returned. Gubei looked at Yu Wan'er in front of him, who looked like a primary school student who had failed an exam and felt like the sky was falling with a zero-score test paper. He felt a little bit sorry for her. Bullying minors is not good. Well. He sighed, then stepped forward and grabbed Yu Wan'er's arm, holding her like a puppy. "What are you afraid of? She was just deceiving you. Did you fall for it so easily?" "Huh?" Yu Wan'er's pupils suddenly dilated, and she stood up, looking at Gubei hopefully, grabbing Gubei's sleeves tightly with both hands, as if she was looking at her savior and wanted an answer. "If it's true, why doesn't he just send it to taunt you?" Gubei shook his head helplessly. Yu Wan'er's eyes darkened. She stretched out her delicate hand and pinched her cute round chin, then slapped her thigh, leaving a scarlet slap mark on her fair skin. "Yes. This old woman, when did she become so polite?" Gubei nodded, thinking that the boy was indeed teachable. Without saying anything else, he took the phone from Yu Wan'er's hand, turned around and prepared to run back to heal his wounds. "I lost a lot on this order today. Wait a minute." But as he was walking, a soft and gentle voice suddenly sounded behind him. Gubei turned around and saw Yu Wan'er looking at him with gratitude and guilt. "Anything else?" Gubei was a little impatient, and turned around to wave his hand in disdain, but the next second he saw Yu Wan'er operating something on her phone. Her fingers kept sliding, and then she nodded with satisfaction. The next second, Gubei's phone vibrated and a message popped up. "Bite. Congratulations on receiving 20,000 yuan in your Alipay account. The life of a rich woman is just like this, spending money. Chapter 45. Don't come over here. This is? Gubei lowered his head to glance at the message on his phone. A trace of surprise flashed across his face. He was confused as to what Yu Wan'er was doing. You deserve it 1 second, and transfer the money the next. Those who don't know might think some PY transaction took place. No wonder they always say that women change their minds faster than turning the pages of a book. This change was too sudden, but since there was money to be made, Gubei naturally had no objection, as it was all earned through his own labor. Thank you. Gubei smiled gently, waved his hand and turned to leave, but Yu Wan'er's anxious calls rang out again behind him. Wait a minute. Gubei stopped, calmed down, and listened attentively. Paid VLP users would naturally be given special services. You say. Seeing Gubei suddenly being so polite, Yu Wan'er felt her face getting redder and she felt a little sorry for her behavior just now. She took the initiative to make excuses for Gubei in her mind. Looking at Gubei's appearance, he seemed to be completely unaware that he had accidentally touched himself in the box. Perhaps, in that urgent environment, I couldn't think so much and it was just a mistake. But Yu Wan'er never thought that the prerequisite for feeling touch is existence and wealth. Thinking that Gubei not only saved her, but also exposed the old woman's scheme, Yu Wan'er nodded slightly and said softly, "Thank you, and can you take me with you? I'm a little scared." As she spoke, Yu Wan'er looked around and found that apart from the white walls, there was no one else in this secluded alley. I really don't understand how she could have followed me when she was so angry. When Gubei heard about this, he waved his hand nonchalantly. Let's go, I'll take you back to school." Upon hearing this, Yu Wan'er smiled happily and followed behind Gubei like a little follower. If seen by other people in the school, they would probably be shocked. When did Yu Wan'er, who was known as the violent little loli, become so well-behaved? At first glance, it looked sweet. Gubei circled around several times and took Yu Wan'er to the main road. He hailed a taxi online and prepared to go back to school to get some free medical services. But Yu Wan'er, who had been keeping her head down and silent all the way, suddenly looked up and looked at Gubei very seriously. "Don't you have anything to say to me?" She could never forget what happened in the box. After all, it was her first time and even her elder sister had never touched him. What? Gubeiron was dumbfounded, his cerebellum full of question marks. Ha! After Yu Wan'er took a deep breath, her face puffed up, she patted her chest and spoke with courage. "Just now, you accidentally touched me in the box, here." This light shout instantly attracted the attention of countless people around, and they all looked at Gubei with strange eyes. Some people even started to take out their cell phones and act like good citizens. After all, they were targeting cute little girls, and they didn't know if there were any adults among them. Gubei is definitely a weird uncle. Gubei felt like he was struck by a bolt from the blue. His brain was buzzing. He quickly retreated and distanced himself, shouting in astonishment, "It's unfair. I don't." He had not fallen to the extent of making a move on little pudding. Besides, he would not be attracted even if she had fair skin, beautiful face and long legs, because he only had the goddessly Weiwei in his eyes. You have it. Seeing Gubei's big reaction, Yu Wan'er suddenly felt extremely aggrieved. Her cute big eyes were filled with tears and she shouted aggrievedly. "This little girl is so pitiful. Don't be afraid. I will call the police for you." Alas! The young people of today. He looks quite decent, but I didn't expect him to be such a scumbag. The people around were talking about something. Gubei just felt his mouth twitch. He didn't even wait for the online car-hailing vehicle. He reached out and grabbed Yu Wan'er's hand, and ran all the way, disappearing on the street in an instant. After a while, Gubei stopped and cancelled the online car-hailing service immediately. Then he looked at Yu Wan'er speechlessly. "Sister, what are you going to do?" It was indeed difficult to take the rich woman's money. He made up his mind that at worst he would give up the money but keep his innocence in the world. "Have you forgotten? When you were arguing with that old woman in the box, your hand. Yu Wan'er was also angry. She raised her head, pouted her lips and shouted loudly. When she got to the key point, she paused for a moment and lowered her voice awkwardly. "It rubbed against me. As she was talking, Yu Wan'er stretched out her petite and feelingless finger and pointed at Gubei's elbow. Gubei's eyes widened, his face looked worried and helpless, and he clapped his hands together as if he was performing a crosstalk. "Pa!" Gubei complained speechlessly, "Sister. You are my real sister. I was thinking about how we could escape, so I didn't pay attention to this. Besides, you. What's wrong with me? But Yu Wan'er understood it very well. Her petite face burst into extreme rage, and she held her head high and chest puffed out as she shouted angrily. At this moment, the previous filter disappeared. The more she looked at Gubei, the more annoying he seemed. Yu Wan'er's eyes were filled with anger. She raised her hand and viciously gave Gubei a super invincible big hammer. Hiss! Gubei's whole body trembled, and he gasped while covering his already injured arm. Yu Wan'er spoke first. What do you mean by you? You're a guy who takes advantage of others but refuses to admit it. Just wait and see. Sooner or later, I'll find someone to take care of you. Where is the old lady? Nowhere. As he said this, he still puffed out his chest angrily. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, and he suddenly raised his leg and hit Gubei, causing Gubei to stomp on one leg on the spot in pain. Snort! Upon seeing this, Yu Wan'er snorted coldly and turned away, leaving Gubei standing there with a messy look on his face. Forget it, Xiong Xiao has a bad temper. At worst, I won't serve him anymore. However, when he thought of the amount of money that had just arrived, Gubei didn't care about it. He waved his hand and dragged his injured arm back to school. But when Gubei got off the car, covering his arm, he found Lu Yanru standing at the school gate, dressed in a pure JK outfit, holding a bag in both hands, covering her body, and her long hair fluttering in the wind. The girl next door has grown up, standing tall and graceful, smiling in the spring breeze. Gubei was stunned for a moment, but before he could even think to himself that he couldn't see me, Lu Yanru was already smiling like a flower, taking leisurely steps, her slender white thighs dancing in the air, waving her hands and shouting. Brother Gubei, you are here, I finally found you. In an instant, countless assassinating gazes attacked him, and Gubei just felt very anxious, with cold sweat on his back, and turned around and ran without thinking. You, don't come over here. Chapter 46, Marriage? I didn't graduate from college. Run. Gubei didn't even think twice, he lowered his head, turned around and ran away immediately, because he knew from the look on her face that Lu Yan was up to no good. If you don't run now, you'll be in trouble if you get entangled. But apparently Gubei forgot one thing, that is, although Lu Yanru was not very tall, she had been an athlete since childhood and had learned some anti-wolf skills from his father, so she caught up with him in the blink of an eye. Stop. Am I some kind of wild beast? Turn around when you see me. Believe it or not, I will tell Aunt Lu later. You will be in big trouble then. Lu Yanru put one hand directly on Gubei's arm and shouted angrily, and the moment the mother's name appeared, Gubei was suddenly controlled and stopped helplessly. When he turned around and was about to pretend to please and coax this childhood enemy. Snort! Lu Yanru had already folded her arms, turned her head away to look up at the sky and earth, and snorted coldly, which made Gubei feel extremely headache. Sister, I'm afraid of you. Gubei patted his forehead with his hand, then respectfully took the bag from Lu Yanru's hand, just like a little guzi, and admitted his mistake. Is it okay if I'm wrong? What do you want to talk to me about? As the saying goes, a good man doesn't fight with a woman. Besides, the report letter went directly to his mother, so Gubei sure had to respond appropriately by showing weakness. I understand a little bit. Lu Yanru nodded in satisfaction, but the next second she moved her pure and beautiful face in front of Gubei. Look at me today? Does it look good? That kind of joyful and expectant voice rang out in the air and reached Gubei's ears. Gubei had already gotten used to it. This girl is always so disrespectful. It looks good, it looks good. It's just like a lotus flower emerging from clear water. This face is a face, a pair of eyes, a nose, and a mouth. It's absolutely amazing. Gubei immediately started to boast perfunctorily and gave a thumbs up, and this perfunctory attitude made Lu Yanru's face turn dark. I think you just want to go to bed. Lu Yanru used a skill that every girl knows, and punched Gubei's injured arm with her small fist. This punch is the result of more than 20 years of hard work. Oh shit. Gubei's face suddenly twisted, he stamped his feet fiercely, and started spinning around in his place, wanting to cry but without tears. You women are really weird, have you received any training? Why do you always like to hit people's arms? It would be fine if Yu Wan'er, the willful and violent little loli, just gave her a punch, but why did this quirky childhood enemy also want to attack her? Family members, please stop it, it's almost ruined. Ha! But Lu Yanru didn't show any concern at all. She just grabbed Gubei, frowned slightly and stretched out her hand to interrogate him. Who else? You got rid of Li Weiwei behind my back and even hit another woman. You scumbag. She leaned forward, her nose twitching a little, wanting to see which corner this little goblin had popped out from. As a result, there was some strange perfume smell mixed with the smell of tobacco and Gu Bei's unique sour smell of male hormone sweat. Stinky man. Lu Yan's expression changed as she quickly stepped back but kept waving her hands in front of her. At this moment, she also noticed that Gu Bei didn't seem to be pretending to be in pain, and her tone suddenly slowed down. Okay, no more playing. Let me take you to the hospital first. I don't want my future superhero to be a one-armed hero. In a second, she moved gently and considerately to Gu Bei, supporting him carefully. Gu Bei couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, thinking that with so many members, it would be a huge loss if he didn't develop in the domestic entertainment industry. With such acting skills, he can survive more than 3 episodes of Legend of Xin Huan. Stop. Gu Bei declined quickly and pulled his hand back, fearing that the scene would be photographed and then seen by goddess Li Weiwei. It's so tiring to coax people. Snort. Lu Yanru looked at the empty arms in her arms, pouted her lips and snorted coldly, "You don't know how to appreciate kindness." But he didn't want to play anymore, and didn't want to delay Gu Bei's treatment time. He said concisely, "My mom and your mom are going to have a party in a few days, and they want us to go back and have dinner together." When Gu Bei heard this, he subconsciously frowned. What kind of party is this? You want us to go back together? I might have something else to do. Can't you go alone? Who knows, by then the 2 Heisey brothers might need his company. He couldn't possibly hold 2 children and point at them and shout. Quick, call grandma when you see someone. Then my mother would probably overturn the dining table and cut me in half with a knife, and my father, who is in love, would definitely agree with her for a while and turn around and kick me out of the house. This party might be a marriage dinner. How can we be happy if the 2 protagonists are not here? Lu Yanru raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and asked in a charming tone full of teasing, "Gu Bei, do you think it makes sense?" Gu Bei's eyelids twitched in fear. Is this true? Where did you get this information? Could it be the masterpiece of my mother? If you think about it carefully, it seems possible. After all, my mother would like me to get married in one go and get it done in one go without messing around outside. As for Lu Yanru, my mother likes her very much. I don't know. Lu Yanru suppressed her laughter and shook her head slowly, but remembering that Gu Bei was always nowhere to be found on weekdays, she immediately started threatening in a sinister tone. I'll drive over to pick you up when the time comes. Don't play hide and seek with me, or Aunt Lu won't be polite with your living expenses. Of course, I won't be polite either. As she spoke, Lu Yanru showed her sharp little fangs. Gu Bei didn't even think about it and nodded frantically. Life is already difficult, and now there is no living expenses, so the 2 children may not even have milk powder. As for the marriage proposal, Gu Bei didn't believe a word of it, and just wanted to trick Lu Yanru away first. Alright. Since you are injured, I won't bother you anymore. At the same time, having achieved her goal, Lu Yanru's tone softened. Gu Bei was instantly delighted and immediately walked away from this childhood enemy. But suddenly, Lu Yanru said meaningfully and coldly, "Brother Gu Bei, it's okay to play sometimes, but don't be tempted. Some women always like to use infatuated men as foolish tools." Gu Bei rolled his eyes helplessly. What are you interested in? I, your brother, have accepted an order to help out a primary school student. I didn't expect that the other side was such a tough guy. As he was talking, Gu Bei waved his hand and turned to walk towards the school, while Lu Yanru stood there with a narrowed look on her face, muttering, "Elementary school student? He. Lu Yanru, that brainless woman?" Chapter 47. The child's mother brings the child to school as a doctor. This man. Before you get married, you can be unfaithful and have fun outside, but it's limited to just playing around. If I find out that you've gone too far, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lu Yanru looked at Gu Bei's back as he walked away, her slender fists clenched tightly, a faint light flashed in her eyes, and a cold smile crossed the corners of her mouth. Gu Bei can only be his. It's okay to be a little unfaithful before marriage, but if she still dares to have no boundaries after marriage, then she is not so gentle. As for Li Weiwei? He never took Lu Yanru seriously, nor did he even regard her as a rival, because there was no way this woman could become Gu Bei's wife. The answer is simple, because Aunt Lu doesn't tea like it. If we get engaged now, people will think I, Wu Zetian, am too strong. I'll let you enjoy yourself for a while. Lu Yanru turned around leisurely and walked towards the school with brisk steps. She ignored the people who tried to chat with her on the road, and murmured softly with a slight smile on her lips until she finally chuckled. But after graduation, nothing will be up to you. Her self-confidence comes from Gubei's mother and the relationship she has had with Gubei over the years as a childhood sweetheart. When you were little you said you would marry me, now you have grown up you can't break your promise. As she thought about it, the corners of Lu Yanru's mouth slightly raised. She stretched out her hand to block the dazzling sunlight, hoping that time could go faster. As for Gubei, he had no idea that his childhood sweetheart Lu Yanru had already taken advantage of him. At the moment, he was only thinking about how to explain the injury on his arm later. Although you can use the school's medical resources for free, you still have to explain the source of the wound and register it. He couldn't tell the doctor that he was standing up for a primary school student and that he had never beaten the student in an offline fight, right? So, the counselor, who was happily preparing for the weekend, would rush over with a frown on his face and put him in the dormitory. Or maybe it got hit while moving things. Gubei was muttering to himself when he found himself at the school hospital. He registered at the door, waited for a while, and then dragged his slightly aching arm to the doctor's office. Boom! Boom! After knocking twice, a cold and emotionless voice suddenly came from inside the room, "Come in." Gubei was slightly stunned, and subconsciously felt that the voice seemed somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. But when I think about the fact that it's Friday and they still have to go to work, I guess they don't have much mood to think about it, so it's normal that they don't have any emotions. Gubei didn't think much about it, he just moved the door open, lowered his head and raised his arms. "Doctor, my arm has been hit several times by something. Can you give me some safflower oil?" He talked to himself and sat down on the small bench in front of him with ease, but he still got no response. "What's going on? The wound looks purple and black, but there is no blood. Could it be that he realized that he was lying? Doctor?" Gubei slowly raised his head and asked softly. The doctor opposite was wearing a loose white coat and a large white mask. He looked completely covered up, but he gave people a very familiar feeling. Gubei subconsciously fixed his gaze on the only pair of willow leaf-like eyes that were revealed. "I seem to have seen these eyes somewhere before?" Gubei narrowed his eyes slightly, his eyeballs kept moving, and his brain quickly flashed through countless images as he fell into memories. "Mr. Gu, I didn't expect to see you here by such a coincidence. However, the wound on your arm doesn't seem to be caused by being hit. It looks more like a bruise from a fight." Suddenly, a familiar and cold voice was heard from the dim room, especially the three words "Mr. Gu," which instantly pulled Gubei out of his memories. He opened his eyes wide, blinked continuously, stood up suddenly and stepped back, and called out hesitantly, "Li Bingbing? Dr. Li." Li Bingbing, who was sitting upright opposite, had a calm expression without any fluctuation and nodded gently. "This is impossible." Gubei was stunned. He slapped the table in front of him and stared at me, trying to find evidence to prove his impossibility. How could a chief physician of a mental hospital appear here, working as a small doctor in the school hospital? The span and difficulty are too huge. It's like a football player trying to be a track and field athlete. It seems feasible, but in fact it is impossible. How? "Mr. Gu, you don't seem to want to see me?" Opposite Gubei, Li Bingbing still had that cold look on her face. She reached out and slowly took off the mask on her face, revealing her cold and beautiful face. At this moment, I had to admit it. The person in front of me is the child's mother. The corner of Gubei's mouth twitched, and he sat down on the bench, frowning slightly, his mind filled with 100,000 questions. "Dr. Li, how could that be? This is not reasonable." Li Bingbing's expression was as calm as before, without much disturbance. She slowly stood up and walked in front of Gubei, carefully looking at the purple and black bruises on Gubei's arms. "Nothing is impossible in this world. Last time you told me that I should find a place for my child to live in a sunny environment. After thinking about it, university is the most suitable place. So I asked a friend to lend me some connections, and I came here to temporarily serve as a doctor for a semester." Li Bingbing's somewhat cold hand gently touched Gubei's wound, which made Gubei gasp in surprise. Hiss. It's cold and painful. At the same time, Gubei also recognized the reality. However, after hearing what Li Bingbing said just now, he asked doubtfully, "Mumu is here too? Where do you live?" As he said this, his eyes glanced around, somewhat panicked and a little unnatural, and the pain in his arm didn't seem so painful anymore. What if Mumu was here? Wouldn't it be even more difficult to hide this secret in the future if it were to be exposed accidentally? By then, the world will be destroyed. You are in good health, these are just superficial wounds. I will apply some safflower oil on you when the time comes. After a careful inspection, Li Bingbing withdrew her finger and turned to look for safflower oil in the row of medicine cabinets behind her. Of course, she did not forget to answer Gu Bei's questions. We live in the teacher's family compound. Li Bingbing does not reject the child's blood father, or perhaps she never rejects anyone. The only distinction in my eyes is between patients and non-patients. It's just that her patients' diseases are in their brains instead of their bodies. Gu Bei had a sullen look on his face, and felt that his wonderful life had completely ended from this moment on. He lowered his head and closed his mouth in dejection. Broken. The child traveled thousands of miles to recognize his father. He became the modern Chen Shimmy. Is there a girl you like in chapter 48? Someone asked a question. The child's mother brought the child to my school, but I already have a goddess I like. What should I do now? Highly praised answer. Do you know the 3 guillotines of justice? They are the ones in the TV series Justice Bao. They are divided into the dragon head guillotine, the tiger head guillotine, and the dog head guillotine. You should buy a train ticket tonight and go to Kaifeng Prefecture to find Bao Zhang's former residence, get a guillotine and stuff your head into it. In this way, he lives up to the name of Chen Shimmy. In the infirmary, Gu Bei learned that Li Bingbing brought Mumu to his university campus. He could already foresee that the guillotine was hovering over his head. But the thing is, he is considered half innocent, and he still remembers the 800 yuan in nutrition fee that year, and he was smiling when he spent it. But when he learned today that the child was 3.5 years old, Gu Bei really cried for joy, and his tears could not stop wetting his touched face. Could this be a buff that God gave him to increase his accuracy? However, Gu Bei felt that it was unnecessary. It seems that Mr. Gu is a little embarrassed. It seems that he doesn't want Mumu and I to appear here. Is it possible that the university atmosphere here is not good? Li Bingbing took out some alcohol and disinfected her hands first. Then she looked up at Gu Bei's embarrassed expression and asked calmly. This scene was very similar to her being asked about mental illness in a mental hospital. It was extremely professional. It's just that the location and the object are not right. No. That's nothing. Hearing Li Bingbing's doubt, Gu Bei suddenly became anxious and immediately waved his hands and shouted, but as he spoke he recalled the familiar lines he had recited in previous class meetings. Mumu will definitely become more cheerful if she is here. Jiangcheng University is the best university in the city. Not only is it the best in faculty, it also has numerous top majors. It can be called the pride of Jiangcheng. Li Bingbing's beautiful eyes, as calm as water, stirred a little, and she said leisurely, Are you advertising? As she spoke, a pair of slender hands glowed with a slight moisture under the incandescent light. The pungent smell of alcohol filled the room. Gu Bei subconsciously held his breath, but Li Bingbing, as if it was a habit, picked up the safflower oil and poured it into the palm of her hand, rubbing it continuously. This scene is very similar to the spa experience when the third child was learning physical therapy. My technique is a bit painful. Just when Gu Bei was distracted and turned his head away embarrassedly, Li Bingbing's cold voice rang out in the air. The next second, the pair of warm hands suddenly pressed against Gu Bei's arms, rubbing vigorously and rhythmically. Hiss! Gu Bei immediately took a breath of cold air and subconsciously wanted to stand up and jump away. The force of this move was too great. It's gone in seconds. Li Bingbing saw it, of course, but her expression remained the same. She just said calmly, If you're a man, grit your teeth and hold on. In an instant, Gu Bei suddenly felt no pain, and his buttocks sat down as if they were equipped with a magnet. But today his teeth felt a little uncomfortable, so Gu Bei bit them from time to time, causing his cheek muscles to twitch for a while. But the magical thing was that as Li Bingbing's hands continued to rub his arms, a heat could not help but spread out, and wisps of green smoke could be vaguely seen rising slowly. Gu Bei was shocked. Dr. Li, you alone, can do this? As the strength in her hands intensified, Li Bingbing's breathing became rapid. After taking a few deep breaths, she casually replied, Some mentally ill people like to use violence. Over time, they develop this habit. You are very lucky. You are the first normal patient I have received except for the mentally ill. So what caused your injury? As she was talking, Li Bingbing's question came back, and Gu Bei's mouth twitched, and he said very firmly, I was accidentally hit by something. This child's mother might be thinking that he is a mental patient and is trying to trick him, but he is not stupid enough. After all, I was stupid once before and had 2 children. Jealous? You probably have a girl you like in school. Li Bingbing was not in a hurry. She asked lightly while rubbing safflower oil on Gubei's arms with both hands. This scene made Gubei feel even more embarrassed to speak. He remembered the video in the third brother's hard drive, and it seemed to have this scene, and the plot was exactly the same. He suspected that he was being monitored. No. Gubei immediately adjusted his heartbeat and said without blushing or beating his heart. He finally understood that in front of such a professional doctor, it is really better to talk less. The more you talk, the more mistakes you make. Gubei simply put on a poker face, eliminating all micro-expressions and mind reading. Oh. But suddenly, Li Bingbing nodded without even raising her head, as if she had suddenly realized something, and then she said something shocking. It seems like there really is a girl he likes. No wonder he's a little disgusted with Mumu and I being here. Gubei was stunned. What the hell is going on? I didn't even answer it myself. Gubei wanted to explain immediately, but saw Li Bingbing's snow-white palm slapping directly on his arm. Wow! Gubei's eyes widened, and he instantly jumped up as if his butt was on fire. He covered his slightly hot arm covered with safflower oil, and stared at Li Bingbing in confusion. Damn it, what are you doing again? At this moment, he could feel the burning pain in his arm. He turned his head and looked over. He could clearly see a palm print on his red arm, which was getting swollen. Ruthless. Too cruel. Okay, you can go. Remember to pay at the front desk. Li Bingbing turned around without even looking up and went to the sink to wash the safflower oil off her hands, then coldly ordered her to leave. Gubei wanted to seek justice, but he was afraid of Li Bingbing, the unpredictable mother, so he stood at the door in a dilemma. Who made you have the handle in other people's hands? Rest assured. I will ask Mumu not to call you when he sees you normally, but if Mumu is sad and depressed, that's something you should be concerned about. Li Bingbing seemed to know what Gubei was thinking. She stood up leisurely, shook off the water stains on her hands, returned to her seat with light steps, and glanced at Gubei with a faint look in her eyes. I didn't mean that. I like Mumu very much, but... Gubei frowned slightly and shook his head immediately, but as he was talking, Li Bingbing strode over and pushed him out with her hand. Gubei stumbled and almost fell to the ground, and he looked at the closed door and complained speechlessly. What the hell is this? Baffling. Woman, don't let me catch you. Chapter 49, It Hurts, Hug Me. Hey, have you heard? A cold and beautiful doctor has recently come to the infirmary. She is so stunningly beautiful that she can make fish sink to the bottom of their chests, geese drop to the ground, and the moon hide in shame. Damn it, speak human language. Anyway, she's just too beautiful, aloof and cold, and her looks aren't inferior to our school beauty Li. The only bad thing is that she seems to have a child, so she seems to be a single mother? What bad news? This is absolutely great news. Just wait for me to make a move and I will capture you right away. Being suppressed. Even Dorgan couldn't do it, and you still want to try it. Don't let yourself be left with nothing. What the hell are you guys dreaming about? Dr. Li thinks highly of you, and you're already imagining things after receiving some living expenses, right? You'd better go back to playing your second dimension. Gubei dragged his sore, swollen but slightly warm hands towards the dormitory, with his head lowered along the way, thinking about what the child's mother meant just now. Could it be that he has liberated himself? But after knowing that Mumu was his son, how could he be at ease? This child would grow up to be a bad child because of Li Weiwei. I could hear countless people passing by discussing the new doctor, Li Bingbing, who had just arrived in the clinic. Gubei couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, thinking that these guys were really whimsical and were not afraid of being sent to a mental hospital. But Li Bingbing is indeed cold and beautiful, with a unique appearance. If she were to go out there, she would definitely be a killer. It's just that this character is too weird. Just as Gubei continued to be distracted, Wang Yun, who had just bought something from the school supermarket, suddenly noticed Gubei with her sharp eyes. Hello? How have you been recently? Look at your Gubei, he looks so lost. Just stop playing around. If he really runs away, just cry. She immediately touched Li Weiwei beside her with her hand, and whispered softly into Li Weiwei's ear to persuade her. Li Weiwei was stunned when she heard the words, thinking that she had forgiven Gubei, but she followed Wang Yun's gaze and saw a distraught and miserable Gubei. His eyes were silent, his hair was messy, and his clothes were disheveled. If you didn't know him, you would think he was a young man who had been heartbroken. In just a moment, Li Weiwei's eyes darkened. Wang Yun immediately realized something was wrong. Her eyes moved back and forth between Li Weiwei and Gu Bei, and her mouth opened in surprise. You, and Gu Bei, he? She pointed back and forth with her hand, extremely surprised, and quickly took a step back, looking at Gu Bei with a sigh in her peripheral vision. Gu Bei, Gu Bei. Thank you for being my spy and betraying your brother, but I can't help you with this matter today. Since Li Weiwei hasn't broken up with Gu Bei, then it's obvious that there's something seriously wrong with Gu Bei. Could it be that? My initial guess was correct, there really is a wild woman out there. But after 3 years of thinking about it, Weiwei still doesn't give people any direction. It's hard for people to keep persisting. That is 3 years, 1/10 of 30 years, and 1/20 of 60 years, but how many people can live to be 60 years old? As for the other roommates, they kept their mouths shut and dared not express their opinions. You guys go back first. Li Weiwei looked at Gu Bei deeply and said in a cold tone, then put the things she bought in Wang Yun's arms and walked towards Gu Bei with a stern step. This back view looks very angry. See? Leave? Look or go. The remaining 3 roommates of Wang Yun gathered together and discussed quietly, and finally Wang Yun made the decision, let's just wait here and don't let Gu Bei bully the beautiful girl in our dormitory. The other 2 nodded in agreement. But in fact, Wang Yun felt a little worried for Gu Bei when she saw Li Weiwei putting her hand into the small pocket on the outside of her clothes. In there, she saw with her own eyes the existence of a powerful weapon. She hoped that Gu Bei had not made any mistake, otherwise the outcome would not be good. Weiwei's character is always so strong. Gu Bei, what's wrong with you? Just as Gu Bei was thinking hard, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of him, followed by a familiar and cold voice, but it was a little colder than before. Gu Bei looked up and immediately saw that pure and beautiful face, and immediately smiled happily. Weiwei, that's funny. No matter what happened, he always felt like the sky was falling when he saw Weiwei. However, in response to her smiling face, Li Weiwei put on a cold face, slowly came forward and sniffed in front of Gu Bei. What? Do I smell anything? This made Gu Bei hesitate. He subconsciously sniffed the sides of the clothes and immediately smelled the pungent smell of alcohol and safflower oil. Li Weiwei also smelled it, and a trace of surprise flashed across her face, and her brows slightly frowned. She instantly changed her attitude and asked softly, Gu Bei, what's wrong with you? Why do you smell like medicinal wine and look so decadent and listless? You can tell me anything that happened. It seemed that Li Weiwei gave up questioning, but in fact she was just taking it step by step, because in her opinion, there was definitely something wrong with Gu Bei, as he would always come to see her after class on Fridays in the past, but not today. Plus this appearance, the problem seems to be quite serious. Li Weiwei's eyes narrowed slightly, and she concentrated all her attention on preparing to torture and interrogate Gu Bei, the dishonest man. When you say this, I want to laugh. But who would have thought that Gu Bei would burst into laughter the next second, slap his thigh with his big hand, and immediately told Li Weiwei what happened today. I thought it was just an elementary school student bullying the weak ones, and I could kill them all at will. But I never thought that I almost couldn't make it back. Yu Wan'er is a rip-off. I won't accept her orders next time. At most, I can be her online proxy. As he spoke, Gu Bei felt indignant that the money was too little. After all, he had suffered a work-related injury. Besides, if I hadn't been injured, I wouldn't have seen Li Bingbing, and if I hadn't seen Li Bingbing, I wouldn't have been so nervous. So the responsibility lies with Yu Wan'er. That's it? After hearing everything, Li Weiwei felt angry and amused. She quickly stepped back several steps, looked Gu Bei up and down carefully, and said in confusion. At first she thought that Gu Bei had someone else outside. The result is such a weird story. As for Yu Wan'er, Li Weiwei knew her character and did not regard her as a real woman at all, but as a naughty little brat who would never grow up. That's it. Gu Bei nodded, and at the same time, showing half of his upper body with a very aggrieved look, with a black bruise on one hand, and then he shamelessly blinked his aggrieved eyes and said pitifully. It hurts, hug me. Since ancient times, the crying child gets the milk. Chapter 50 Watch a movie. Cuckoo, hug me. Gu Bei revealed the eyes of a wronged baby and looked at Li Weiwei pitifully, and when he looked at the black wound, a trace of emotion flashed across Li Weiwei's eyes. No, we're on the street, they might think we're doing something else. Li Weiwei hesitated for a moment, then immediately refused righteously. There were so many students coming and going around, and she could tell that Wang Yun and the others behind her must not have left yet. If they were seen, wouldn't it be so embarrassing? Gubei is still so stupid that he doesn't even know how to find a secret place. It's not okay to cry in private. Is it really impossible? But I heard that hugging someone you like can increase dopamine and reduce the pain by half. Look at my hands. Gubei continued to act pitiful and even put biological science into practice, pulling up half of his sleeves, revealing the bright black color. At this moment, the handsome and cute Gubei is just like a pitiful white kitten on the roadside. Even an eagle-like woman will feel soft-hearted when seeing him. Not to mention Li Weiwei, who appeared cold on the outside but had a warm heart. She pursed her red lips and stretched out her hand slightly, wanting to gently touch the shocking wound. But Gubei simply covered it up, fearing that the red and swollen handprint on it would be exposed, and he pressed his whole face directly against it. The main point is shamelessness and moral blackmail, and it found that this trick is particularly effective for Li Weiwei. The previous methods have not worked for 3 years, why not try a new method? With so many things happening in succession, Gubei began to understand. Li Weiwei's hand was precisely placed on Gubei's face, and the cold touch gave people a feeling of wetness and desolation after the rain. Li Weiwei's heart softened instantly. She pursed her lips, turned her head away, and said softly, "Just hug for a moment, just a simple hug." Gubei couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. As the saying goes, if there is a first, there will be a second. Today is another historic leap. However, Wang Yun and others who were secretly watching from a distance had their eyes wide open, looking dumbfounded. Can anyone tell me what happened? Aren't we going to go up and call for justice? That's not right. Why did you touch my face directly? This action is too ambiguous. I never noticed that Weiwei was a love-brained person. What's going on? Could it be that they have been together secretly for a long time? Several people were whispering at this moment, and after looking at each other, they prepared to sneak up and eavesdrop. After all, at first glance, the situation seems to be somewhat different from what was expected. Fuck. They hugged each other. I'll get angry with anyone who says Weiwei is playing with others. They are clearly getting together. But suddenly Wang Yun let out a scream, which instantly echoed in all directions. Ah! Even Li Weiwei heard it. She turned around and looked at her 3 stunned roommates. She quickly let go of her hands and stepped back quickly. I am not. Gubei. Gubei is injured. I want a hug. Li Weiwei wanted to explain, but she found that the more she explained, the more confused she became, until her tone became weaker. After all, this reason was so ridiculous that even she herself didn't believe it. Why does he choose you to hug instead of someone else, and even open his arms to hug you? It's hard to believe that there is no relationship. Wang Yun and 3 others ran over and looked at Li Weiwei with interrogative eyes. It's as if to say, "Sister, you have to be careful too, you treat your relationship as a secret." Li Weiwei looked helpless, feeling that she had so much pain in her heart that she couldn't express it. Go back. I'll explain it to you when I get back. But how could Gubei miss such an opportunity? He rushed between Li Weiwei, Wang Yun and others and intervened. Hello, Sister Yun, do you have anything else to do later? Gubei smiled and interrupted Li Weiwei, who was about to leave, and greeted Wang Yun. No. Wang Yun shook her head subconsciously. After all, they had originally planned to go back and rest. After all, it was Friday night and they should recharge their energy so that they could have fun the next day. Well, since you have nothing else to do, I'll take Weiwei out to see a movie. You guys go back first and have fun tonight. Gubei nodded slightly, smiled, and spoke directly and smoothly. For a moment, a trace of bewilderment flashed across Li Weiwei's delicate face. She looked at Gubei in confusion, as if asking, when did this happen? She didn't say she was going to the movies. Just as she was about to come out to dispel the rumor, Gubei suddenly stopped in front of her and winked at Wang Yun. Hint, a blatant hint. Oh. Wang Yun understood instantly, and nodded without any hesitation. Then she grabbed her 2 roommates with both hands and turned away. In that case, then you guys play and have fun tonight. While these words were still floating in the air, the person disappeared. Li Weiwei was completely stunned. Watching Wang Yun and others disappear quickly before her eyes, she suddenly turned her head to look at Gubei. What kind of drug did you give Wang Yun and the others? And what are you going to do? We agreed to hug you only once. Li Weiwei spoke in surprise and stepped back slightly. She felt that Gubei seemed a little different today. Even bolder and more shameless. Don't worry, it's just once. I have absolutely no other intentions. I just want to invite you, beautiful lady, to watch a movie. Gubei raised the corners of his mouth slightly and raised his hands cooperatively. It is said that not only hugging can reduce pain, but also being with the person you love can reduce pain. Hearing this nonsense, Li Weiwei couldn't help but roll her eyes. I just believed your sweet talk. But despite this, he did not refuse. Gubei smiled and moved forward. What sweet talk? I am not in pain now, am I? If you ask me, you are a miracle doctor. Why don't you hug me again so that I can feel better? Just now, Li Weiwei slowly embraced him with both hands, and Gubei only felt a hint of fragrance and warmth coming over him, and he had not yet had the chance to move his head over to experience it firsthand. Wang Yun's shout of fuck interrupted everything beautiful. Dream on. Li Weiwei glanced at Gubei, then turned away with a blushing face. At this moment, she realized that her breathing was rapid, and her face, which should have looked questioning, was flushed and hot. Damn Gubei, it's all this guy's fault. When did he become so bold? Gubei shrugged helplessly, but he was not disappointed. After all, if this method succeeded once, he would make money, and Li Weiwei didn't object. Today, he is the winner in life. Let's go, beautiful lady, let's go to the movies. Gubei immediately waved cheerfully and prepared to walk out of the school. Perhaps because of Li Bingbing's presence, he subconsciously wanted to stay away from school. But Li Weiwei was somewhat stunned and shouted with a slightly disappointed tone. Let's go to the movies. Chapter 51, Mother of the Child, are you giving it to me? What? What did you say? Just as Gubei was walking in front with a self-satisfied pace, he heard a shout from behind him. He suddenly turned around and looked at Li Weiwei in surprise and nervousness. What did you say just now? What's the meaning? Are you really going to the movies? He could sense a hint of disappointment in the tone, and Gubei suddenly turned his head. Li Weiwei stretched out her delicate hand in anger, turned it into a small fist, and hit Gubei's head heavily, saying angrily, "Fool! What a fool!" After hitting her with the hammer, Li Weiwei shook her long hair casually, turned around, and walked towards the school gate. Fuck! Gubei covered his aching head, but without any hesitation, he quickly followed the scent left by Li Weiwei and rushed to her side in an instant, asking anxiously. Wait a minute, there don't seem to be any good movies recently. How about we go to a private cinema? Or go to a foot bath? At worst, what do you think of a haunted house? It's perfect for late night. But no matter what Gubei said, Li Weiwei just shook her head, with a faint smile involuntarily appearing at the corner of her mouth. This fool finally got his way. Not far away, upstairs of the teacher's dormitory. On the balcony on the 10th floor, there was a little kid with a delicate appearance but a cold face, who kept strangers away. He was holding a telescope in his hand, taking in every frame of the scene. Is this the girl Dad likes? She doesn't seem much prettier than Mom, but she loves to laugh. A soft and tender voice slowly sounded from that small mouth. When the telescope was removed, a face that was mostly covered was revealed. It was Gubei and Li Bingbing's child Mumu. His mother was not at home, and the bored Mumuzuan followed his mother's advice and felt the youthful atmosphere of the university. He specially found a telescope to observe before taking action, but he found his father's figure. The key point is that there are other girls next to them. Mumu is not an ignorant child. Sometimes, patients who have suffered emotional setbacks and mental breakdowns have come to his mother for treatment. He has learned a lot of knowledge while eavesdropping on them. The look on Dad's face shows that he is a bootlicker. Crack! Just as Mumu was shaking his head and sighing, the door behind him opened and Li Bingbing walked in with her slender and white thighs. Mom, I saw it. Hey! When Mumu heard the voice, he slowly stood up from the balcony, patted his butt, and then walked to the living room. He was about to blurt it out subconsciously, but felt that it seemed a little embarrassing, so he got stuck. What did you see? Li Bingbing's eyes fell on the telescope in Mumu's hand and asked lightly. Mumu lowered her head but still spoke, Mom, I saw Dad. He left with the other girls. But that girl isn't as pretty as you. Of course, Mumu did not forget to add that although he was naturally cold, that was only with respect to other people. You are such a smart kid. I don't know who you learned this from. Li Bingbing smiled lightly. She pinched Mumu's little head, then pulled him by the back of his neck and lifted him onto the sofa. Mumu is used to this. After sitting firmly, Li Bingbing said calmly, "Don't call Gubei daddy when you see him in the future." Mumu's eyes widened instantly. Ya hesitated for a moment, and then asked tentatively, "Mom, don't you want him anymore?" Li Bingbing smiled, "He and I have never been together. I just want to avoid suspicion. But it's okay when he comes to take care of you on weekends. Of course, be smart when the time comes, and don't ruin Gubei's good plans, or you'll be gone as a stepmother." The chic tone made Mumu's neck shrink even more. "Mom, but that girl is not as pretty as you? Besides, isn't he my dad? Why can't I call him that?" Even though Mumu was many times more mature than his peers, he is still essentially a 3-year-old child with 100,000 questions in his head. He really doesn't understand. What is the situation now? Li Bingbing raised her eyebrows slightly at this moment. She wanted to explain but thought it was too troublesome and Mumu might not understand. But suddenly her eyes rolled, a sly smile flashed across the corners of her mouth, and she reached out to rub Mumu's little head. "Wait a few days, when your father comes, ask him in person, and he will explain it to you clearly then." Mumu nodded, not quite understanding. "Oh." Li Bingbing was very satisfied seeing this Gubei is quite useful. But this guy still doesn't forget to pick up girls even though his arm is injured. Could it be that he was injured because of jealousy? Snort. Thinking of this, Li Bingbing snorted coldly, got up and went to the kitchen. What a little brat nowadays. After a while, the sound of a machete hitting bones was heard throughout the house, causing Mumu to subconsciously shrink his neck, look down at his butt, and quickly reached out to cover his little butt. "Mom, you're not talking about yourself, are you?" But it's not up to him to decide whether the butt is small. It seems like you need to grow up quickly. Thinking of this, Mumu made up his mind, slowly climbed down from the sofa, found the remote control, turned on the cartoon recommended by his father, and learned the real philosophy. "Does it still hurt? Would you like to get some medicine?" Outside a large shopping mall, Li Weiwei looked at Gubei, whose expression changed from time to time, and carefully approached him to ask. "There was a large black patch on my hand just now, which looks a bit scary no matter how I look at it. How about I go to the hospital and stay for 2 days?" At the same time, it also gave Gubei a small lesson, so that this guy would not know his place if he knew a little bit of boxing. "It's okay, just a small problem." Gubei immediately turned around, smiled and waved, but secretly his teeth were clenched together. He didn't know if it was the effect of the safflower oil, but his whole arm was burning hot, like a unicorn arm. At this moment, Gubei was stunned. What kind of medicine did this kid give me? It's so strong, and now I have to take it off. The mother of the child, do you still buy magic oil while working part-time? Chapter 52 in public. I'll do it this time. It's not nice that you always pay. In the evening, Li Weiwei, the receptionist at the cinema, took the lead in looking for Gubei, handed over her cell phone and bought the movie tickets. At this moment, the staff at the counter all looked at Gubei with slightly surprised eyes, as if to say that there are no domestic science fiction films today. "Boy, where on earth did you find such a beautiful and decent girlfriend?" Gubei smiled, touched his head a little embarrassedly, nodded slowly, and walked into the cinema with a happy heart. The 90 minutes of popcorn ended quickly, but Gubei was still savoring it when he found that Li Weiwei beside him had changed her expression. The previous worries and smiles disappeared. The beautiful face was tense at this moment, with undisguised scrutiny and questioning between the brows. "This looks scary." Gubei rarely saw this kind of expression on Li Weiwei's face, because once it appeared, it was the beginning of trouble. "Weiwei? What's wrong? Isn't this movie good?" As Gubei took Li Weiwei away, he cautiously asked in advance, trying to nip any unhappiness in the bud. Because he remembered that when they were watching the movie just now, Li Weiwei and he were still talking and laughing, so why did her expression suddenly change? Is that possible? Do women really change their minds faster than turning the pages of a book? At this moment, Gubei couldn't help but think about whether he should install a camera on his head to record everything after marriage. But it seems more likely that his head will be taken off first. "What have you been doing lately?" Just when Gubei was thinking in a trance, Li Weiwei's solemn and cold words suddenly rang out, catching Gubei off guard. I work part-time. I found a job taking care of children." Fortunately, he prepared himself mentally every night to prevent himself from accidentally letting something slip, and now it just came in handy. He immediately let out a long breath, secretly wiped the cold sweat on the back of his spine, blinked his confused eyes and looked back at Li Weiwei to ask. Under normal circumstances, Li Weiwei would probably choose to give up. But recently she always felt something was wrong. At this moment, her eyes were fixed, her beautiful eyes stared at him, she waved her hand to sweep her beautiful long hair, and asked again, Gubei? Do you feel that you are too busy recently? You were not so active before. What happened to make you so short of money? The moment he finished speaking, a slender finger came towards him with an imposing manner, leaving Gubei, who had not yet reacted to the scent of hair that had just brushed across his nose, completely bewildered. He simply raised his hands high in pretend surrender. Nothing happened. He was suspicious, wondering if Li Weiwei knew something from somewhere, but apart from himself, the only other person who knew was that hateful devil lawyer Gu Lanyu. Could it be that she informed on him? As for the mothers of the two children, Gu Bei didn't even think about them. After all, his identity was more or less embarrassing. But this guilty look made Li Weiwei frown her beautiful eyes even more. She glanced at him coldly, pressed on Gu Bei's shoulder, pushed him hard, pulled him into a secret corner, and questioned in a low voice. Explain. You didn't touch something you shouldn't have. I told you, what I hate most is people who gamble. The cold words without any emotion fell, but when Gu Bei looked up, he saw the sadness flashing in Li Weiwei's gray eyes. For a moment, Gu Bei thought of Li Weiwei's parents. His heart ached, and he shook his head solemnly, raised his arms above his head and swore solemnly, Weiwei. I didn't touch that thing, I swear, if I lie, I will. I will not give birth to a son. At the same time, I silently recited in my heart. My dear son Mumu, I'm sorry to make you suffer a little temporarily. I believe that you are mature and sensible and you won't mind it. Of course, he never touched that thing. But the lottery is a different matter. It is a charity project that donates to children in mountainous areas, and it is a specific activity of his daily good deeds. But before Gu Bei could finish his words, Li Weiwei's hand immediately reached out and covered his mouth. Shoo! I believe you, there is no need to make such a poisonous oath. Her tone softened instantly, and the sadness and coldness between her brows slowly faded away. After all, in Li Weiwei's eyes, that could be her own child. Gu Bei, you fool, should stop harming your son. And it seems that he didn't lie. So what's going on with you lately? But after going around in circles, I finally returned to the beginning of it all. Li Weiwei glanced over suspiciously. A breeze blew by at dawn, and her long, black hair swayed involuntarily, whipping Gu Bei's nose like willow branches. Ah! Gu Bei suddenly felt his nostrils twitching, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably, his mouth slightly open, and he was about to sneeze. Ah! Li Weiwei dodged instantly, and a loud sneeze immediately attracted the attention of countless people in the mall. What are the young couple doing? In public, are you playing so wildly? And what happened was that it was in front of a huge floor-to-ceiling window upstairs. A chubby and cute little baby wearing an exquisite princess dress with pink baby fat on her face was lying in front of the glass window with her cute little hands spread out, looking down with a quiet gaze, her little mouth almost plugged up to the sky. The little eyes that looked like sparkling jewels when they blinked were filled with tears from time to time. Su Su, what are you looking at? Come over and try on this princess dress. It just arrived. You will definitely like it. In the distance, a wealthy and graceful young woman, with a gentle smile on her lips, walked to the French window with brisk and joyful steps, and reached out to gently touch the little ball on Su Su's head. Behind her was a salesperson holding high in his hand a beautiful snow-white dress that looked like something from the fairy tale Snow White. This wealthy and beautiful young woman is Baiyun, and the cutie next to her is Gu Bei's good daughter, Su Su. How? Don't you like it? Seeing that her daughter did not respond, Baiyun reached out and gently stroked the hem of her long skirt behind her buttocks, then slowly squatted down, writing a beautiful curve in the air. And the pair of white and jade-like hands, like those of an 18-year-old girl, gently brushed across the slightly messy hair on Su Su's hair. In an instant, he clearly saw the attention and something wrong in his daughter's eyes, and immediately looked in the direction she was looking. In a corner of the shopping mall downstairs, there stood a familiar figure, none other than the child's father. The man is older, Gu Bei. But it seems that the child's father has other women around him? Chapter 53. Don't become bad just because you have money. Mom, that's Daddy. Su Su pouted, her bright and lovely eyes widened, her hands were on the floor-to-ceiling window, leaving imprints of her slender palms, and her childish tone was mixed with a hint of coldness. To this. Baiyun was very familiar with this. This was her little princess's reaction when she was angry, and this emotion would often last for a long time. This young man Gu Bei, oh no. But when she looked down at the figure of Gu Beida forced into a corner under the floor-to-ceiling window, even though she was experienced, it was the first time she had encountered such a thing. Dad, you're on your own. No, honey, you're wrong. It just looks a bit like Daddy. Daddy won't be here now. Baiyun raised a gentle smile, reached out and patted Su Su's little shoulder, and then tried to cover it up. Of course it wasn't tea for Gubei, she just simply didn't want to make her baby angry all day. The puffy little guy is as difficult to tame as a wild horse, not to mention harmful to the body. This Gubei. It's true. They don't even know to be cautious when going out to play. It would be better if they just wore sunglasses. How can kids nowadays tell the difference? That's Daddy. But Baiyun wanted to cover it up, but Su Su was outspoken. She pointed downwards with a determined look in her eyes, and raised her voice a few degrees. Who is the woman next to Dad? Why are you accompanying her and not me? As soon as these words came out, a trace of embarrassment flashed across Baiyun's face, and the shopping guide following behind her immediately showed a look of watching the show and sympathy. In her mind, she had already imagined a big drama, where the mother took the children shopping but caught the father having an affair with his mistress in the mall. They had only heard of this kind of thing on the internet, but today they really saw it in person. Stimulate. Wait, there won't be a big fight breaking out, will it? At the same time, Baiyun also noticed the change in the gaze behind her. She shook her head helplessly, reached out her hand and gently touched Su Su's little head, patting it twice. Su Su. You are still young, it's normal that you don't understand. But it doesn't matter, your dad will come to take care of you tomorrow, just ask him. Transfer all risks away. Thinking of this, Baiyun's charming red lips couldn't help but curl up slightly. In my heart, I am looking forward to what will happen tomorrow. Dad, thank you for your hard work. Of course, as she watched, Baiyun rubbed her eyes and glanced at the woman next to Gubei under the floor-to-ceiling window. Although the distance is a bit far, you can vaguely see that she has a slim figure and handsome face, giving people a feeling of beauty and grace. Is this the girl that Gubei likes? We are young and green, and time flies by so slowly. No. Beside her, Su Su's tender and round face kept shaking her head, then she turned around and ran away with her cute short legs, dragging her princess dress. I want it now, Daddy. Baiyun shrugged helplessly, turned around and shook her head, smiled awkwardly at the shopping guide in the room, and said gently, children nowadays. After saying that, she followed at a leisurely pace. The shopping guides looked at each other at this moment, and they all turned their heads to look at Baiyun's enchanting and charming hip-hugging long skirt and couldn't help muttering. Where is this scumbag? You leave your beautiful wife at home and go out and mess around? Ah. At the same time, facing Li Weiwei's question, Gubei felt an itchy nose again and couldn't help sneezing 2 or 3 times in a row. This funny and uncontrollable look made Li Weiwei a little worried. She reached out and handed him a tissue. Gubei, are you okay? His nose was red and his eyes were tearful. It looks like he really has a cold. No. Gubei quickly covered his nose with a tissue, leaned against the wall helplessly and waved his hands. Nothing happened, it's just that someone might be cursing at me behind my back. Those 3 hits just now could have taken his life. Fortunately, he had figured out how to explain Li Weiwei's life-threatening question, and for fear of forgetting, he covered his mouth and answered immediately. Weiwei, I haven't been busy doing anything else recently. I signed an employment contract. I'll show it to you later. As he was talking, Gubei took out his cell phone and immediately started to look through the electronic employment contract that the hateful woman Tang Qiuyue had sent him. This woman has clearly decided to take advantage of me. He actually privately went to the school's law teacher to ask whether the contract was valid. Unfortunately, he was an adult and would pay a heavy price if he breached the contract. I believe that at that time, my mother would definitely kick him out of the door, so Gubei should not even think about running away. Certainly. He is not the kind of person who would not admit his mistakes after pulling up his pants. However, it all originated from a small misunderstanding where the hospital did not seriously verify the authenticity of the donor's information. Wow! Li Weiwei glanced at it casually and immediately noticed the most prominent Arabic numerals on it. She couldn't help but exclaimed, 4,000 yuan. You know, the average living expenses for college students is only around 1,000 to 1,500, and this amount of money is far more than their living expenses. 1 month's tuition is equivalent to 1 semester's tuition. Kind of. Too rich. Noticing Li Weiwei's scrutinizing gaze, Gubei immediately explained, the sum of the 2 children. But when I said this, my heart was bleeding. 4,000 yuan is indeed a huge sum of money, but the problem is that this money will never fall into his hands. So how is he going to make up the difference when the time comes to pay his salary? In an instant, only one thought popped into Gubei's mind. Of course, it wasn't about getting a kidney or something, nor was it about looking for unreliable loans online. It was about the famous rich woman at Jiangcheng University, known as the violent little lowly Yu Wan'er. It's not that Gubei is not loyal, it's just that Yu Wan'er will be his only savior, otherwise this lie will never come true. Sorry, kids. It seems that the money for milk powder is going to be hurt again. Gubei's heart was bleeding, but Li Weiwei believed it a little. A hint of joy flashed across her beautiful willow leaf eyes, and she felt happy for Gubei from the bottom of her heart. You don't have to worry about living expenses anymore. You're a rich bachelor now. Don't get into any bad habits. Money will only make you bad. Listening to Li Weiwei's joking words, Gubei felt more distressed, but he smiled excitedly. Don't worry, I'm not a scumbag. I have a great use for this money. Do you want to hear my plan, beautiful lady? The moment he finished speaking, he came closer. Li Weiwei's eyes turned slightly and her cheeks turned red. She stepped back embarrassedly and hurriedly said, I don't want to. Immediately, she turned and left, but she added with a blushing face in her hurried steps, I don't like flowers. Especially roses. At this moment, Gubei smiled sincerely and chased after him with a cheerful pace. But he didn't notice at all that at a corner, Baiyin was helplessly holding Su Su, who was pouting and looking resentful, in her arms, trying to comfort the sad little princess. Chapter 54 Gubei, you can't die. The next morning. Gubei stretched his arms lazily, got up from the bed, yawned loudly, hummed a little tune, and walked happily to the balcony to brush his teeth. Last night, Li Weiwei temporarily believed his words, and the crisis was barely resolved. As for the price that had to be paid, $4,000 a month. This almost made Gubei embark on the journey to donate to the hospital again, but he thought of Yu Wan'er, the generous rich woman. It seems that everything is not a problem. So we had a lot of fun last night. After the shopping mall, we walked around for a long time and reluctantly parted at the downstairs of the dormitory. Of course, there was no soap opera scene where the two looked back every few steps and finally hugged each other. After all, it's so embarrassing. Besides, the two haven't confirmed their relationship yet, but from Gubei's point of view, there doesn't seem to be any problem if it continues. Be together after graduation, get married within 3 years, have a child within 5 years, and have both a son and a daughter within 10 years. Gubei, who had just woken up, had already started fantasizing. But she completely forgot that she already had a son and a daughter. Ding-ling-ling. Just then, as the warm Saturday morning sun was shining on my face, the cell phone on the bed rang. The hurried voice instantly resounded throughout the bedroom. What the hell? Who is this? Disturbing me so early in the morning. Turn it off. Turn it off. Turn it off. Please, let me get some sleep. I didn't go to bed until 5 last night. Do you want to kill me? The dormitory was filled with wailing sounds, and it seemed that the situation was about to escalate to a family level. Gubei suddenly appeared, rushed in with a toothbrush in his mouth, grabbed the bed with both hands, and immediately climbed up to take the phone. Hello? Who is it? In an instant, Gubei's unclear voice was heard, and 3 sighs from different directions sounded again. Sorry. Sorry. Gubei quickly covered his phone, ran to the balcony, and pulled up the doors and windows to block out the sound. Otherwise, Gubei was very afraid that when he went to bed at night, his 3 older sons would cosplay as palace maids from the Ming and Qing dynasties and wait by his bedside with white silk in their hands in the middle of the night. Once you fall asleep, start immediately. Just thinking about it makes my hair stand on end. Now, immediately, immediately. Come out. I'm waiting for you at the school gate. Mr. Bai asked you to come over right now. He sounds very bad-tempered. At the same time, Tang Qiuyue's somewhat stern and solemn voice came from the other side of the phone, without losing any of her former charm and seductiveness. At first glance, it sounds like someone is in a bad mood after waking up. Gubei put his phone aside to avoid the shrill call, then looked at the time and found that it was just 8 o'clock. Although it is a luxury temptation for high school students, it is more painful than murder for college students. Especially, today is Saturday. And for working people, it is even more of a murder. Gubei could understand Tang Qiuyue's current anger, so he chose to answer immediately, Okay. Okay. I'll be right out. After hanging up the phone, Gubei put the phone in his trouser pocket, brushed his teeth leisurely, washed his face slowly, and shaved. Since he can understand Tang Qiuyue, then Tang Qiuyue, this little devil, must be able to understand him. If everyone understands each other, the world will become a better place. Ding ling ling. However, 10 minutes later, just as Gubei was leisurely looking at the rising sun in the distance and breathing the fresh and refreshing air, his cell phone vibrated again. And this time, he seemed even more anxious. Sizzle. After Gubei leisurely took a sip of his morning Chinese coffee with soy milk, he smacked his lips and yawned loudly before answering the phone. Gubei, I'll give you. As soon as the call was connected, there was a furious sound from the other end. Gubei pulled away with an indifferent look on his face and hung up. Noisy. The world is so beautiful, but you are so irritable. This is not good, not good. The smile on Gubei's face became brighter, and 3 minutes later, his cell phone rang again. Gu the great devil. He glanced at the note on the phone, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and then he answered the call. Finally, he did not hear the whistling sound of zero frame starting. Gubei was very satisfied with this. He knew that he would get revenge one day. Mr. Tang, may I ask what you want to ask? But just as he was speaking, a cold and incomparably chilling voice sounded, I'm downstairs in the girls' dormitory now. Li Weiwei. Before she finished her words, Gubei's face changed slightly and he shouted, Give me 5 minutes, no. I'll be at the school gate in 3 minutes. The moment he finished speaking, he didn't even hang up the phone. He directly opened the door of the balcony window, took 2 steps as 3 steps, crossed the dormitory in the blink of an eye, opened the door and rushed out. Bang! The sound of the door closing echoed throughout the dormitory. Grass. Fuck you. Don't F King come back, get lost. In an instant, the dormitory was filled with curses. Gubei simply ignored them and took 2 big steps on the stairs, causing the entire building to shake 3 times. Less than 15 seconds. Gubei's people had already arrived at the dormitory gate. After scanning their faces, they ran out as if they were running a 100-meter sprint. The dead leaves on the street were blown away by the strong wind, and 2.5 minutes later, Gubei rushed to the school gate and saw the familiar BMW. Call out. He didn't care about his blurry eyes and rushed forward, half of his body sticking to the side of the car, breathing heavily. Hoo. His head was covered in sweat, and at this moment Gubei seemed to see his charming ancestor. Get in the car. You're leaning against my car like this. If someone doesn't know you, they'd think you've done something bad. Just as Gubei was gasping for breath with stars in his eyes, the car door opened and Gu Lanyue came down with dark circles under her eyes, looking a little confused. She opened the back door and shoved Gubei in. Bang! In an instant, Gubei was pushed down onto the back seat like a sick old man. He rolled his eyes, kicked his legs, and lay there stiffly without any movement. At first glance, it seems like Stop it. Tang Qiuyue was in a bad mood. She raised her slender middle finger, rolled her eyes, turned around and was about to leave. But as soon as I got on the bus, it was still silent. It was as if the rapid breathing just now was just a dream from which he had not yet woken up, and it had never happened. Tang Qiuyue turned around suddenly. She was completely panicked at this moment. She quickly stood up and pushed Gubei frantically over the driver's seat. Wake up! Once, twice, 3 times, nothing happened. Tang Qiuyue was completely panicked. She quickly got out of the car, opened the back door, pushed Gubei to the front, covered his pale face and shouted. You can't get into trouble. If you get into trouble, what will happen to my extra income and the contracts we signed? As she spoke, she pursed her red lips which had turned pale with fear, and made up her mind to ride on him and give him artificial respiration. Gubei, you can't die. Fuck. What extra income? But suddenly, Gubei stood up suddenly as if he had resurrected from the dead, let out a cry of surprise, and glanced at Tang Qiuyue with a serious look. Chapter 55 $4,000, thank you. Ah! Tang Qiuyue was frightened when she saw Gubei standing upright in front of her. She widened her eyes and jumped up from the spot, instantly jumping into the car. Bang! The head hidden under the big black waves hit the roof of the car heavily, and Tang Qiuyue burst into tears due to the pain. Coupled with the pair of black pupils, the whole person looks even more pitiful, like an abandoned little girl. You! At this moment, Tang Qiuyue was so angry that she couldn't speak. She stretched out her slender fingers and pointed at Gubei with trembling hands. As for the other hand, he was tightly covering his black professional OL suit to prevent himself from getting too excited. She was really scared. As expected of a boy, no matter his age, he is still as hateful and childish as a child. Thinking of this, Tang Qiuyue's eyes became even colder, and her silver teeth kept rubbing in anger. This scene reminded Gu Bei of a dog grinding its teeth. They are always ready to bite. What extra income? But Gu Bei was not willing to be outdone. He moved closer and stared at Tang Qiuyue with his eyes fixed. He heard a lot of clues from the words just now, and when he thought about it carefully, he felt that something was wrong. Mother of 2 children. One is an intellectual president, worth at least 100 million, while the other is a cold and arrogant director of a psychiatric hospital who can transfer positions at will. Just ask? Why would they care about a mere 4,000 yuan in child support? And the salary they offered was just enough to cover the child support. And he gave his all with passion. Pay to work. Moreover, although they had only met once, the 2 mothers of the children seemed to know nothing about things like contracts and had never mentioned them. So is it possible that someone is causing trouble? 4,000 per person, 8,000 for 2 people, 92,000 a year, enough to turn 3 roommates from straight to gay. Thinking of this, Gu Bei's eyes became sharper, and his body moved slightly forward, trying to overwhelm Tang Qiuyue with his aura. How dare you lie to me? Believe it or not, I will sue you until you go bankrupt. Although Tang Qiuyue felt a little guilty, the rage in her heart did not let her back down at all, and she spoke with gritted teeth. In the meantime, go one step further. At this moment, the distance between the 2 people increased from just a fist to just a palm, and they were both able to feel the angry and hot breath coming from each other's nostrils. No one will give in. A blush couldn't help but run across her half-bare, slightly haggard but still beautiful face. Cough, cough, cough. She took the lead and took a step back, lowering her head and turning her head away, her tone slightly lowered. Boss, I asked you to go over earlier, let's go now. After saying this, he turned and ran away. What does that extra income mean? Gu Bei didn't even think about it and wanted to catch up with him to find out. Bang! But the sudden closing of the car door almost left him out, and Gu Bei quickly shrank back. Apparently he hadn't forgotten Tang Qiuyue's threat, and said with cold eyes, if you don't tell me, I'll ask you when the time comes. Ms. Tang, I'm sure you don't want Mr. Bai and the others to know about this. Tang Qiuyue fastened her seatbelt nervously, her eyes always looking towards the rearview mirror. But these words made her regain some sanity. Mr. Gu, you don't want your goddess Li Weiwei to know that you have a child, do you? She spoke coldly and delivered a powerful blow. You signed a confidentiality agreement. At this moment, Gu Bei had figured it out and was not afraid at all, unless Tang Qiuyue didn't want to stay in this line of work anymore. Otherwise, I will definitely win. It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. I don't need to reveal it directly. I have 100 ways to let your goddess Li Weiwei know. Tang Qiuyue was not afraid at all. After all, if she got nervous in this kind of negotiation, she would have already lost half the battle. Grass. Gu Bei cursed in his heart, and then said bluntly, give me half. Otherwise, we will die together. Make a deal. But what Gu Bei never expected was that Tang Qiuyue nodded and agreed, then started the car and drove towards Bai Yun's villa. Gu Bei? Damn, you agreed so quickly. Brother, you still lose out. But when he thought about the 4,000 yuan, which was 4 times the living expenses given by his mother, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. He leaned back in the back seat subconsciously, and looked around with appreciation. Only then did I realize that Tang Qiuyue was wearing a sexy OL uniform and sexy black stockings on her legs. Snort! Tang Qiuyue also vaguely noticed something. She narrowed her eyes, looked up at the rearview mirror above her head, and cursed under her breath. You stupid little guy, it's really a waste of your handsome face and perfect body. The car drove away into the distance in silence. That's right. Why are you so early today? What happened? When the car went over one high slope after another and arrived at the somewhat familiar villa area, Gu Bei remembered that it was only a little after 9 o'clock. Isn't it too early? Snort! Tang Qiuyue raised the corner of her mouth slightly and snorted coldly. She looked at Gu Bei with pity and sneered, may the best come to you. Boss Bai and Su Su don't seem to be happy at all today. You go in by yourself. He. Gu Bei rolled his eyes and smiled, then handed over the payment code on his phone, 4,000 yuan, thank you. Tang Wanqing? Tang Wanqing's hazy and haggard eyes suddenly widened, and she looked at Gu Bei in astonishment. What does that mean? I drive myself to pick someone up, but I have to pay for it? When did the world become like this? I'm afraid that once I get off this train, I will never find my most trustworthy lawyer who is beautiful, charming, deceptive, and walks the fine line between right and wrong. Gubei raised the corner of his mouth slightly, said a few polite words nonchalantly, and then shook the QR code on his phone. So, Lawyer Tang thanks you for your generosity. Tang Qiuyue's eyes were almost condensed into lasers. She stared at Gubei fiercely and said through gritted teeth, Gubei, I will remember you. You are the first man who made me lose face. Chapter 56. When I woke up, the child was gone. Ding! 4,000 yuan has arrived in your Alipay account. A pleasant electronic sound rang in his ears, and Gubei couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. He raised his eyebrows and then twisted his body. A face with an extremely happy expression was leaning on the back seat, with his hands unconsciously resting on both sides and his legs crossed leisurely. As comfortable as you want. In the driver's seat, Tang Qiuyue gritted her teeth, glared at Gubei viciously, and reached out to wipe the saliva from the corner of her mouth. Snort! A soft hum with an ambiguous meaning was heard, and Tang Qiuyue immediately turned the car key, listening to the roar of the engine beside her ears, and suddenly stepped on the accelerator. Instant acceleration. Boom! The powerful impact instantly caused Gubei's body to fall forward. If he hadn't blocked it with his hands in time, the tall nose on his handsome face would have been in trouble. He. Tang Qiuyue raised her eyes slightly, glanced at the rearview mirror, and a hint of playful sneer flashed across her face. Mr. Gu, I hope you can be so proud when you get to Mr. Bai later. The words fell. Speed, one step faster. Crazy bitch. Gubei couldn't help but curse under his breath, then he immediately got into position and quickly fastened his seatbelt. He was really afraid that given the current state of this old witch Tang Qiuyue, she might really die together with him. What are you in such a hurry for? But soon, Gubei calmed down and recalled the moment when he felt something was wrong. He quickly came over and asked loudly, What do you mean? What did you mean by that just now? Could it be that Mr. Bai is in a bad mood today? The childless mother? Could it be that she had her period? The more she thought about it, the more annoyed she became, so she called Tang Qiuyue to wake her up. Then Tang Qiuyue woke up and called him with anger. Everything seems to have a traceable path. He. As for this question, Tang Qiuyue's smile became even wider. She didn't explain and just stepped on the accelerator harder. She wished she could just flash over there. Arrive. Get out of here now. I won't keep you company. But if you need a car, call me. It'll be $2,000 a time. The car slid into the villa's garage. Tang Qiuyue looked at Gubei with a charming and playful look, and immediately made a gesture of invitation. It seemed like they were in perfect harmony, but in reality, Gubei knew that this guy was just waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Dream on. Gubei rolled his eyes fearlessly, unbuckled his seatbelt and pushed the door open. Immediately, a servant came forward to greet him. Hello? Excuse me, you must be Mr. Gu. The lady and the young lady are resting in the living room. Please come this way. Mrs. Wang half bowed and smiled kindly as she welcomed Gubei in, telling him that the young lady did not have a good appetite this morning. As for the rest, nothing extra happened. Could it be? Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, and speculated with a little suspicion, is this just that little witch Tang Qiuyue lying? In fact, it's just that Su Su misses herself too much? It seems that this possibility is not ruled out. Compared with Mumu's indifferent and precocious personality, Su Su seems like a normal child. Cute, round, well-behaved, soft and sticky. When Gubei was brought to the living room, he saw the child's mother, Bai Yun, sitting in the center of the sofa. She was wearing loose beige casual clothes and had a wealthy, lazy, yet noble look on her face. On the sofa on the other side, Su Su turned around, lowered her head and flipped through the cartoon story book in her hand, with her entire butt and back facing Gubei, like an angry child. Gubei? What? With this attitude, it seems like he doesn't want to pay any attention to me at all. He hasn't violated any heavenly rules. Madam, Miss, Mr. Gu is here. Mrs. Wang nodded respectfully and led Gubei to an empty sofa on the side. She nodded slightly and retreated quietly. Mr. Gu, you are here. Please sit down. I don't know if you have had breakfast since you got up so early. I'll ask Mrs. Wang to prepare some for you. Bai Yun turned off the tablet in her hand, looked away from it, smiled calmly but politely, and spoke appropriately. Immediately, she picked up the water cup on the crystal table, took a sip of the freshly brewed bird's nest honey water, and shouted to Su Su, who was concentrating on playing. "Su Su, Dad is here." A gentle voice sounded. If it were in the past, Su Su would have raised her head with joy and rushed directly to Gubei. Gubei was probably waiting like this too, with his arms slightly opened, revealing his handsome and kind little face. No shake. "Su Su, no daddy." But unexpectedly, Su Su, who was always as cute as a little cotton padded jacket, didn't even raise her head. She pouted her little mouth and turned to the side, not wanting to see Gubei for even a second. "This man is not my father." Bai Yun, who knew everything, was a little amused and helpless. Su Su had been like this since she came back last night. She was silent and no one knew what she was angry about. Besides, seriously. According to their identities, she should be the one who was most angry now, because she saw the child's father flirting with an unknown beautiful woman. Perhaps. This child probably subconsciously thinks that her father belongs to her alone. And this is why she called Tang Qiuyue to tell her the reason why she asked Gubei to come over, so that she could coax the child quickly. After all, children, when they are young, don't hold grudges. This? Gubei's eyes were blank, and he looked at Bai Yun inquiringly with some confusion, but Bai Yun ignored him as if he didn't see it. She didn't want to get involved. After all, Su Su wouldn't give face to anyone when she was angry. Besides, wasn't this the reason for looking for Gubei? You have to take responsibility for your own fault. Gubei smiled bitterly. Now he understood the hidden meaning of Tang Qiuyue's jokes. It was indeed very difficult to face a little brat who was angry for no reason. If you are not careful, you will start crying and making a fuss. Then, his end would probably not be easy. However, he half knelt down and looked at Su Su's depressed and gloomy face. He felt more distressed in his heart, which came from the empathy of blood. Gubei immediately trotted over, squatted in front of Su Su, put his hands on the sofa, tilted his head and asked with a warm face. "The most lovely and charming little princess in the whole house. Don't you recognize your most loyal knight? Give today's children the best treatment." Chapter 57. How did I become a scumbag and a bad father? Snort. Buren sure. A soft and tender moan was heard, and Su Su quickly moved her small buttocks and rubbed them on the sofa to change direction. That gloomy and lost face was still so dull and lifeless. In short, Su Su directly expressed her attitude that she didn't know Gubei, but as a child she couldn't help but strike up a conversation. Seeing this, Gubei smiled instead. This is clearly the nature of a child, but fortunately they can still communicate, so it is not a big deal for Gubei. "You know, I did something that made Li Weiwei angry, and she didn't talk to me for a week." He got them all. Little Su Su, it's easy to catch. It's okay if you don't know her, but why does our Su Su look so dejected now? She looks like an old witch in an animation story. She's not pretty at all. Gubei glanced at the realistic 3D version of the Snow White storybook in Su Su's hands and put it into practice right away. Seeing this, Bai Yun looked over with interest, her plump red lips slightly parted, with a charming smile on her face. "What are you going to do, kid's father? Learn it yourself." "Where? I'm not that ugly." As a little girl who loves beauty, she always hates people saying that she is ugly, let alone when the portrait of the old witch is right in front of her. She raised her head instantly and shouted in a childish voice, her eyes wide open as she suddenly turned to look at Gubei. A round little face, chubby. Really? Gubei was not flustered. He took out his cell phone and quickly took a photo of Su Su, and then his eyes kept switching back and forth. At the same time, the fingers are working frantically. Open P. This nose, this mouth, these eyes. These questioning voices instantly made Su Su, who was originally sulking, nervous. "What's wrong? Am I a slybrow?" She spoke so fast that it sounded a little weird, and her cute little hands kept touching her little face, while her peripheral vision fell one after another on the portraits of the old witch in the fairy tale book below her. Messy hair, uneven eyeballs, a protruding nose, and skin that is as wrinkled as a dead tree. So ugly. So ugly. She doesn't want this. As she thought about it, Su Su's little hand reached directly towards the mobile phone in Gubei's hand, and she stomped her little butt anxiously. Got fooled. Gubei raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and immediately turned over his phone, pointing the photo on the screen at Su Su, which scared Su Su directly. No. This is not a nest. Su Su's two bright little eyes widened, her neck shrank, and she couldn't help but step back, feeling a little scared. Because in the photo, Su Su was pitch black, one of his eyes was big and the other was blind, his mouth didn't look like a mouth, and his nose didn't look like a nose. I'm not beautiful anymore. All of a sudden, Su Su's soft wailing sound was heard, and she sat down on the sofa, with countless tears in her little eyes. I'm about to cry. Gubei immediately put down his phone, moved closer, and said mysteriously, Don't be afraid, Su Su. I have a way, you have to believe me. Hearing this, Su Su's eyes sparkled, and she immediately stood up and put her little head forward, looking at Gubei expectantly. Do you believe me? Gubei raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and continued to speak in a solemn and mysterious manner. Su Su was extremely anxious and nodded heavily. As for the previous depression and anger, they all disappeared. Good. Gubei put his hand on Su Su's shoulder and patted her twice gently. Let's review when you became ugly. Su Su's eyes immediately turned around, and she suddenly pointed a familiar finger at him. Today. Yesterday, Mom praised Su Su for being pretty. Hearing her own name, Baiyun put her legs together and slightly crossed them, looking at her darling with a gentle face. I glanced at Gubei and felt like laughing. She saw clearly what Lu Chen did just now, and she never expected that it would be so effective on a little brat like Su Su. Sure enough, little girls also love beauty. That's right. Su Su was pretty last night, but how come she suddenly became ugly? She couldn't help but find it interesting, and she opened her plump lips slightly in pretended surprise, then raised her hand to slightly cover her exclamation. Mama's evidence. Su Su became even more panicked, and looked at Gubei for help with tears in her eyes. Gubei was a little surprised, and turned around to look at Baiyun with gratitude and blinked his eyes to express his gratitude. God assists. Then something must have happened. We have to find out the cause before we can solve it. Gubei continued to teach Su Su, a well-behaved and cute 3-year-old child, step by step. It's like Snow White is under a spell and needs a kiss from the prince. Su Su suddenly realized what was going on, clapped her hands, and shouted, Right. Snow White. Silly child, this is all you remember. Gubei smiled and shook his head, then continued to ask, So, what made our Su Su sulking and becoming ugly? Tell me, I will remove the curse for Princess Su Su. While speaking, Gubei did not forget to gesture with his hands in the air, appearing extremely professional. Hearing this, Su Su hesitated for a moment, lowered her head subconsciously, and then looked at her mother timidly. I really didn't know and thought it was because of Baiyun. Baiyun was more or less at a loss for words when she saw this. She immediately raised her hands high, her whole body trembling slightly, and said innocently, This has nothing to do with me. Gubei caught a glimpse of her and felt it was a stunning sight that he would never forget. His eyes fell on the loose clothes with suspicion. Can this thing really fit in? However, when he thought about what he was doing, Gubei felt ashamed and quickly turned his head back. After silently saying sorry 3 times, he looked at Su Su seriously. Su Su nodded slightly at this moment, her soft and delicate fingers kept turning at her fingertips, looking extremely entangled. This made Gubei even more curious. What exactly happened? The child's mother seemed to have no opinion of herself, but Su Su made a 365-degree turn. Is that possible? Mumu was exposed? But this doesn't seem quite reasonable. While Gubei was thinking, Su Su finally made up her mind. She reached out and touched her face, pursed her lips, slowly raised her head, and looked at Gubei with some complexity. Actually, Dad, Mom and I were also at the mall last night. The soft and sticky voice gradually sounded at this moment, but it was like a thunderclap out of nowhere that directly blew the silent house to pieces. Is Gubei stupid? What the hell? Could it be that Su Su saw the intimate scene between him and Li Weiwei last night? If so, the old father's identity would be shattered. No, how did I become a scumbag and a bad father? Chapter 58 Su Su, Mom and Dad together. Wrong. When I woke up, I became a scumbag. Gubei couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He never expected that he was just going to the movies with goddess Li Weiwei yesterday, but he would be bumped into by the little girl Su Su. This is such a coincidence. You know, the tender and delicate third brother once had an ex-girlfriend from the same school, but they were clearly in the same small campus, but he never saw her for a second after they broke up. Finally, I came here. Su Su, is this the bloodline navigation? Cough cough cough. For a moment, Gubei didn't know how to explain it, so he just turned his head away and coughed twice. However, his eyes kept falling on Su Su, and he saw that round little face was full of dullness and unhappiness at the moment. With his head drooped, it was heartbreaking to look at him. Su Su. Just when Gubei was about to preach a bunch of truths, Su Su puffed up her lips, rubbed her butt towards Gubei twice, widened her eyes, and asked very seriously, "Daddy, who is that sister? Why didn't you accompany Su Su to buy a skirt last night?" Su Su was so sad. A soft voice mixed with a hint of loss and sadness sounded slowly, but it was like a rumbling thunder that continued to ripple in Gubei's heart. Especially, seeing the tears welling up in the little guy's bright eyes and his little nose gradually sniffling. It seemed like I was about to burst into tears in the next second. Gubei felt even more uncomfortable, and quickly reached out to take the tissue and gently wiped away the small bubbles that were about to appear on Su Su Yao's nose, and then said in a gentle tone, "Next time. Next time you need Daddy, he will definitely show up. Don't cry, Su Su. If you cry again, you won't be able to change back. If you're ugly, no one will want you." Regarding this lovely little daughter, Gubei did not foolishly say that he had no idea she was buying a skirt. In this way, wouldn't it offend the other woman present, and it would be useless and seem like a waste of time. For women, no matter what stage a woman is in, the only effective method is to admit her mistake and then keep coaxing her. If one time doesn't work, try twice. Even if an iceberg comes, it will melt. As for scumbags, they are not included. After hearing these words, Bai Yun, who was sitting upright on the sofa, had a strange look in her beautiful eyes. "Gubei, this is quite interesting." However, when she saw that Su Su was about to cry, she did not sit idly by. She stood up leisurely and ran over quickly in quick steps, and suddenly hugged Su Su from the side in her warm arms. "Don't cry. Don't cry. Our Su Su is not ugly, and even if you are ugly, Mom will love you forever." Words as gentle as the spring breeze gradually sounded, and the motherly and kind palm gently fell on Su Su's back. In a flash, Su Su, whose eyes were about to fall out, took a deep breath and brought them back. She happily opened her chubby little hands and hugged her mother, nodding obediently. "Okay, Mom. Su Su, don't cry. Su Su, be good." Bai Yun felt Su Su's soft little face rubbing against her cheek, and couldn't help but smile brightly, which made Gubei, who was standing next to her, a little embarrassed. Now, it seems that I am no longer needed? In this family-friendly scene, will he join in? Or will he quietly step back and leave some space? It's my first time being a father and I don't know what to do. Urgent. Daddy, hug me. Daddy, let's go. At this moment, after Su Su rubbed her mother's milky face, she turned sideways and pouted her lips and spoke seriously, with a look of consideration in her eyes, as if the matter was not over yet. Unless, hug. Gubei's pupils shrank slightly, and he didn't react for a while, until Bai Yun's soothing voice rang in his ears, "Dad, come too, or Su Su will cry again." It seemed that in front of so many family members, Bai Yun had no airs at all. She reached out and lightly tapped Su Su's nose, signaling Gubei with her eyes. "Let us hug together." The child's mother had spoken, and with the look Su Su gave him, Gubei half knelt forward and spread his arms, protecting both of them at once, but in order to avoid suspicion, he always maintained a thin membrane of distance. Yeah. 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 But the little boy Su Su was too excited. He wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes with his hands and started jumping up and down on the spot. This directly caused Bai Yun's body to tilt slightly and fall towards Gubei. An indescribable milk fragrance lingered in Gubei's nose, and from time to time he felt a soft touch at his fingertips. I don't know if it's the baggy coat or what. Dad, Mommy, and Su Su are together. At this moment, Su Su was still jumping excitedly on the spot, gasping for air and shouting uncontrollably. Excited. So excited. Ever since she was a child, she wanted to be hugged by both her parents, but she only had her mother. Now her dream has finally come true. As for why they are unhappy, the children's lively personality has long forgotten this issue. She knew that her father promised to accompany her. And now that the vague contact was increasing, Gubei felt a little embarrassed and looked at Bai Yun with an apologetic look. He wanted to apologize first so as not to irritate the child's mother, the boss. After all, the other party is a president worth over 100 million. But Bai Yun was still as gentle as jade, with a kind smile, but when she met Gubei's eyes, she couldn't help but nod slightly, and an unnatural blush crossed her face. All right. Now that the problem has been solved, let Daddy change you back. Our Su Su is the little snow-white princess. 2 seconds later, Bai Yun spoke in a somewhat unnatural tone and reached out to pinch Su Su's excited and pink little face. Baby, I'm so happy. Su Su was happy and stopped moving. She stood there like a lady, looking at Gubei seriously. Daddy, Su Su needs to look good. When Baiyun opened her mouth, Gubei immediately let go and quickly stepped back to keep some distance. At this moment, looking at Su Su's tender and cute little face, he held back the smile on his face. Okay. Daddy will cast a spell right now and make you as beautiful as Snow White. No. Even more beautiful than Snow White. As soon as Gubei finished speaking, Su Su became visibly excited, her eyes twinkling with little stars, and she showed the cutest smile. Mana Mani Hong. A mysterious spell sounded. Gubei reached out and gently tapped Su Su's forehead, then quickly took out his cell phone. Let us start the process. Turn on the camera, select the princess special effects, add the filter effect, and shoot with a click. The most beautiful baby in the world, please look. Chapter 59. Where is my Baiyun? Husband. Crack. The sound of filming rang out, and Su Su was as gentle and elegant as Baiyun in her daily life. Her hands fell gracefully in front of her body like a lady from a noble family, revealing her cute little fangs. Gubei, looking at the finished product in hand, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, as expected of Su Su, "It's so beautiful. You look just like Mom." The words that Su Su couldn't help but say made her eyes narrow with laughter. She jumped excitedly on the spot and raised her hands high to want to take a look. At the same time, Baiyun's attention was also attracted. When Gubei placed the phone screen in front of the two of them, Su Su happily touched the screen and laughed. Yeah. Su Su is a little princess. Daddy is so awesome. That look was as sweet as if she had eaten chocolate, and Baiyun had a surprised smile in her eyes. She nodded happily and rubbed Su Su's little head with relief. He is truly his mother's baby, and is a carbon copy of his mother when she was a child. Thank you. Please send the photos to me later and I will print them out. At the same time, Baiyun did not forget to thank him softly. This made Gubei somewhat fearful. After all, he didn't know why he always felt like he was losing money when he saw the child's mother. How do you describe that feeling? He always felt like one of those guys in movies and TV shows who abandoned their wives and children, and then came back to chase their wives until their children grew up, only to end up in the crematorium. But the difference is, he is not a returnee or a domineering president, but rather the child's mother. Therefore, Gubei always felt reserved. Dad, breakfast. At this moment, Gubei found that the corner of his clothes was constantly being pulled. He lowered his head to follow Su Su's gaze and saw the nanny, Mrs. Wang, walking towards him quickly with a prepared breakfast. Thank you, babe. Gubei smiled and rubbed Su Su's little head, then immediately walked forward quickly, ready to take it from Mrs. Wang. Thank you. But before he finished speaking, Wang Sa dodged Gubei very flexibly and said, Mr. Gu, it's not necessary. This is what we should do. You must be hungry. Come and have breakfast. If it's not enough, I'll make more for you. What do you want to eat? As he spoke, he placed breakfast on the table, then slowly stepped back, looking Gubei up and down with an extremely kind look in his eyes. How can I describe this look? Gubei always felt a little uneasy. He had only seen this in the parents of the neighbor girl Lu Yanru. That was the look a father-in-law and mother-in-law give their son-in-law. At this moment, Gubei was at a loss. He was so polite when they first met, but why did his attitude become so rude after he prepared breakfast? If you don't know, you might think he has the succubus aura. Baiyun returned to the sofa and sat down. After taking a sip of bird's nest honey water, she looked up, raised the corner of her mouth slightly, shook her head slowly, and waved to Mrs. Wang. Okay, Wang Sa, you go down first. If he stayed there, Gubei would feel uneasy even when having breakfast, but Mrs. Wang nodded with satisfaction at this moment. Okay, ma'am. If you need anything, you can always tell me. Do you need me to prepare toiletries for you to spend the night? That's perfect. Sister Wang. Hearing these outrageous words, Baiyun interrupted helplessly. This Mrs. Wang was good in every way except that she cared too much about herself. Too worrying. Mrs. Wang just smiled and slowly stepped back. Gubei's eyelids couldn't help but jump, and he lowered his head in embarrassment and returned to the original sofa. He looked at the sumptuous breakfast in front of him, wondering whether to eat it. Or not eat it? Although, he was indeed a little hungry. Just when Gubei was holding a knife in one hand and a fork in the other, not knowing what to do, a cute figure suddenly appeared in his peripheral vision. Gubei turned his head and immediately saw Su Su, who was staring at the food on her breakfast plate with wide eyes. Noticing Gubei's eyes at this moment, she immediately raised her head and looked at him eagerly, and rubbed her belly in a cute manner. Dad. Hungry. Baiyun glanced at him and was relieved to see that Gubei didn't care, but she shook her head helplessly at the situation. Su Su was in a bad mood in the morning. She just drank some porridge and didn't eat anything else. Now she feels hungry. It seems that Gu Bei's identity as a father occupies a very important position in the eyes of this little guy. Want to eat? Gu Bei cut a piece of white and tender fried egg into small pieces and blinked at Su Su. Su Su smiled and nodded quickly. Gurgle. At that age, when she was a little greedy, she even made a gesture of swallowing her saliva, which made Gu Bei feel that Su Su was even more adorable. Mrs. Wang, send over a set of children's tableware. Bai Yun shook her head helplessly and shouted towards the kitchen. Gu Bei also paused for a moment, waiting for Mrs. Wang to bring Su Su's special children's tableware. Come. Open your mouth. Gu Bei slowly put the small piece of fried egg into Su Su's little mouth, and the little guy jumped up excitedly. He danced with joy as if he had eaten the peaches of heaven. Is it really that delicious? Gu Bei couldn't help but wonder. He ate a piece himself and found that it tasted really good, but it just had that eggy flavor. Yummy yummy. Su Su twisted her little butt and said excitedly, "This is the most delicious breakfast Su Su has ever eaten." You know, she used to long for her father to be there, to accompany her, to feed her, to sleep with her. Now it's finally realized. The innocent smile on her face was about to overflow the screen, which inevitably made Gu Bei distracted and feel guilty. I seem to have missed too much time with my children. 3 years. More than 1,000 days. Bo right. This is, Su Su, the second best breakfast I've ever had. Just when Gu Bei was immersed in the plot of I Really Deserve to Die, Su Su suddenly shook her head and changed the lines. Ha! Gu Bei came back to his senses and took a look. He saw the little guy smiling innocently at Bai Yun, who was standing beside him. This is. Please, Mom. Ha 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 ha. For a moment, Gu Bei found it very interesting and couldn't help laughing out loud. Great. That's very well said. He immediately cut a lot of small fried eggs for Su Su. Such a smart little baby needed to nourish his brain. As for Bai Yun, although she shook her head slightly helplessly at this moment, she couldn't suppress the slightly raised smile on the corner of her mouth. Su Su, even though she has a daddy, she hasn't forgotten her mommy. It's worthy of her mommy's hard work and 10 months of pregnancy to carry this baby. So cute. If people in the company saw this, they would be shocked. Mr. Bai, who usually doesn't smile, is now smiling so gently. Unbelievable. At this moment, a hearty and light laugh suddenly came from outside the house. Ha 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 ha. Where is my Bai Yun? Your husband is home. Come out and greet him and give him a kiss and a hug. Chapter 60. Chen Lan, you dead scumbag, die. Husband? Kiss? Hug. Is this going to be another lift up high? The smile on Gu Bei's face froze for a moment, and his eyes involuntarily looked towards Bai Yun. He was so embarrassed that his soles were about to buckle out of the 3-bedroom apartment. He finally understood. Why had I been doubting whether everything I saw was real? Because how could a beautiful and wealthy young CEO like Bai Yun not have a man by her side? He couldn't figure out the answer to this question. Although the moment he saw Su Su, the call from his blood made him temporarily give up the doubts in his heart. But now, the real culprit is about to appear. Gu Bei suddenly realized that his identity was too embarrassing, and he lowered his head nervously. Wait a minute, I won't be misunderstood, right? If a fight breaks out, who will Su Su stand by? Bai Yun saw everything, and for some reason a trace of nervousness and embarrassment flashed across her face. She stood up leisurely and was about to explain. Wow! An exclamation interrupted the strange atmosphere at the scene. Su Su was seen with excitement, not caring about the greasy look on the corners of her mouth. She took her cute short legs and ran towards the main entrance with her hands raised high. Mama Chen, here she comes. After a moment, Gu Bei came back to his senses and remembered that although the hearty laughter just now was neutral, it was more like a female voice. He misunderstood. Gu Bei suddenly felt a little embarrassed, especially when he noticed Bai Yun's ambiguous gaze falling on him. He couldn't help coughing. Cough cough. Miss Bai, may I ask who this Miss Chen is? When people have nothing to say, they always take the initiative to talk about some random topics, and Gu Bei started talking. Bai Yun's rosy and gentle mouth slightly raised, and after covering her face to hide her smile, she explained calmly, that's Su Su's godmother, who usually takes good care of Su Su. But Chen Lan has a somewhat arrogant personality and... Just when Bai Yun was about to introduce it, she couldn't help but think of the panties in the bedroom that might have been seen by Gu Bei. For some reason, Bai Yun's neck suddenly turned red. She couldn't help but pursed her red lips, not knowing how to continue. Could you explain it? Then it's even harder to explain. Miss Qin, what's wrong? Gu Bei raised his eyebrows and felt that the name was familiar, but he couldn't remember it for a moment. Fine. It's just that she has a very lively personality. Sometimes she likes to say nonsense and play pranks. You should be tolerant of her and don't take it personally. Bai Yun came back to her senses immediately, waved her hand quickly, and said very politely that she didn't know why her but was feeling hot. She wanted to get up and leave. But I couldn't find any excuse for the moment. My little Yun, where are you? Your husband is being bullied outside, why don't you come over and hug him? At this moment, a tall and proud figure hugged Su Su, a trace of grievance flashed across that charming face, and Shinonua shouted loudly. Hearing the voice, Gu Bei knew why Bai Yun introduced Miss Qin Lan in this way, but the moment he looked up and saw that familiar pretty face, Gu Bei knew he was wrong. Totally wrong. This Miss Qin Lan is not just a frivolous person, she is clearly ruthless. Because the woman in front of her is the one who competed with Yu Wan'er in the Imperial City offline. What kind of bad luck is this? Gu Bei cursed in his heart, and quickly turned slightly to the side, lowered his head, and kept repeating in his heart, you can't recognize me, you can't recognize me, you can't recognize my handsome face. At this moment, he also felt a burning sensation on his butt. In a sense, Gu Bei and Bai Yun really understand each other very well. Pity. Gu Bei's handsome face would always be conspicuous wherever he was. Immediately, a sharp shout mixed with angry roars was heard in the living room. It's you! You stinky man! Qin Lan walked over holding Su Su in one hand and pointing at Gu Bei in astonishment with the other hand. At first glance, one would think that Gu Bei had abandoned his wife and children. At this moment, Bai Yun was a little confused. Su Su, who was excited and ready to pull her godmother to introduce her to her father, had her eyes wide open and her gaze kept moving back and forth between the two of them. Her little head was spinning cutely like a top. M.O.? My godmother knows my father. Sorry, you got the wrong person. Between running away and playing dumb, Gu Bei chose to run away and play dumb at the same time. At this moment, he covered his cheek with one hand, stood up, and looked towards the door. Ready to sprint 100 meters. Snort! I have seen countless men in the world, and I have never made a mistake in choosing a man. Today I want to see how you can escape. Qin Lan's cold voice mixed with a hint of sneer sounded. She put Su Su down and rolled up her sleeves. It looked like he was about to take action. Bai Yun and Su Su were left alone at the scene, staring at each other in confusion. Wait a minute, Qin Lan, sit down quickly, there must be some misunderstanding here. Bai Yun immediately tried to persuade her, and Su Su also grabbed Qin Lan's trouser legs with her little hands, shaking them continuously, revealing her cute little face, trying to awaken Qin Lan's maternal love. Mama Qin, don't do anything, Su Su is scared. But at this moment, Qin Lan recalled the failure of that day and became more and more angry. After patting Su Su's little head with her hand, she rubbed her hands together and walked to Gu Bei with long steps. At this moment, Gu Bei lowered his head and clearly saw a pair of long legs in shiny black stockings standing in front of him. There was a string of incomprehensible English words written on it. But Qin Lan's cold smile had already fallen. Gu Bei, a junior student at Jiangxing University. Run! No matter where you are, I will find you. Gu Bei couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, and felt his scalp tingling. For the first time, he realized how terrible it was to have someone open an account with him. Really? My mother is so right. The prettier the girl, the more dangerous she is. And the crazier she is, the more you should avoid touching her. Otherwise, there will be no good juice to drink. I'm sorry. Gu Bei slowly raised his head, looked at those beautiful eyes filled with anger and sneer, and the fists ready to strike, and immediately apologized. It's not shameful to give up one piece. Snort! But in return, all she got was a cold snort from Qin Lan. She stepped forward leisurely with her blood-red high heels and approached Gu Bei again. Just as she was about to look at him with murderous eyes, she found that she seemed to be a lot shorter than him. Gu Bei was looking down at her at this moment. For a moment, Qin Lan froze, and suddenly remembered that she didn't seem to bring a bodyguard with her today. So, what is she pulling for?